sure y'all get them likes up. Get them likes up. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Anton. We got Rilla. We got Amira. Courtney. Kay. Me and myself on Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. How y'all doing, family? How y'all doing?
Good.
What up? What the business is, man? Where the energy at?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure out why y'all always so quiet when I ask that question. It's like a 3-second delay. Am I coming in a delay? Mic check, mic check. We're coming in a delay?
No. Serious? We looking pro black today. We got Angela Davis energy in the building.
I love bro. Okay, come on. I wasn't ready, baby girl. Thanks, Courtney. I see you, darling.
All right. Well, it's good to have us back again, man. We have another banger. Appreciate you guys tuning in for Lapeef. Let's talk. Before we get started, make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I know a lot of people have been talking about King Talk. We definitely had King Talk last Tuesday. So if you tuned in to King Talk last Tuesday, we definitely appreciate that. All right, let's get started with this first topic. First topic of the night is, can a woman with masculine energy be trained to be feminine? Can a woman with masculine energy be trained to be feminine? Start with you, Rilla.
Yeah, so off top, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to answer the question, yes. A woman with masculine energy, if she desires to tap into her feminine energy, if she wasn't raised to be feminine, that's why they have charm school. That's why they have wife school, right? All these different feminine courses and life coaches and all these different things that's available for women. Now, this is strictly for women that want to learn. You know, women that don't necessarily want to learn, they're going to be who they are, right? In the same way that I believe that there are born leaders, but I also think I think leaders can be made as well. I think a man can learn to be a leader. I follow John Maxwell and I follow Miles Monroe, who are, the thought leaders in that realm. And they talk about how leaders can be made. And so I think in the same way, a woman's natural state and her divine is feminine essence. If she lacks that, or if she's misguided or displaced or never tapped into that, I do think she can be trained to be feminine.
Okay, I like that answer. What about you, Kay? Can a woman with masculine energy be trained to be feminine?
Yes.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
So, I mean, I feel that most people have masculine and feminine energy, of course. I'm trying to, be the mind reader and know exactly what the question is asking without further context. So I'm assuming it means like a woman who acts a certain way, can she be trained to act a different way? And the answer to that is yes.
Okay. Courtney, can a woman with masculine energy be trained to be feminine?
I definitely would say yes. I would say this as well. I think when we define femininity, I think sometimes it means different with different men. So you can say something is feminine by definition, but then, another man, well, no, I think feminine is, you not talking back or not being combative. And then someone else would say, well, I think femininity is you cooking and cleaning. And that's how you show how feminine you are, by staying in the home. So sometimes it kind of changes up depending on the person. I think for a woman, they can be changed by their man. So it's, what does femininity look like to you? How can I, exhibit femininity to you and not masculine, to make sure that you're in your most masculine? Ask your man that, and then show that. So, but yeah, anything can be changed.
Okay. Anton, can a woman with masculine energy be trained to be feminine?
I don't believe so. I don't, man. And we see it countless and countless times all day, every day. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I think that men, because we control access to marriage, we pick and choose and we select the different people that we want to be associated with. And if you see a woman, and I'm talking about a grown woman, and this is one of the reasons why I disagree with Rilla, is because Rilla say charm school and all of this other type of stuff. I don't know no grown women in charm school. I don't know no women that's above the age of 30 that's been living in this masculine energy that's going to charm school and trying to understand and look at things a little bit differently. I really don't. Like, I think that women ultimately get to a place where they've suffered enough and then they're willing to subject themselves to a man that they ultimately settle for, but ultimately they are still in that same frame. They still have that same energy. And I think that as you get older, especially as an adult, you become more of what you already are. You do not evolve, you do not change. And most times, in most instances, any thought leader and people that are absolutely dedicated to upending whatever the status quo is and changing whatever narrative is going on in the culture, in the community, in the school, in the neighborhood, or whatever, so on and so forth, they have to start all over. They start with the kids, they start with the teenagers, they start with people that have not been poisoned and influenced to think a specific type of way. And I talk about this all the time. Most of the time, even when it comes to money, when it comes to relationships, when it comes to so many different things, as you get older, you become more of what you are. You don't change, you don't evolve, you don't become a better version of yourself as a result of it. None of that. If you are a winner when you were younger and you set the foundation early, you become more of a winner as you get older. If you are a person that's hardened and you move in a specific type of way, ultimately you become more of that. As you get older, you become more extreme in your beliefs, and you stand a lot stronger on whatever it is that you've been taught. And so, as an example, you see all day, every day, women are becoming more of what they already are. And this is why they're getting older. They're not becoming more successful when it comes to relationships. They're becoming less successful. So, based off of what we see on a regular basis, what I see on a regular basis, what I even see on this platform a lot of times with callers and different narratives and things like that, dogs don't change the coat. You might shave it down a little bit. It might get a little bit fuzzy. Leopards, tigers, they don't change their stripes. They just become more of what they already are as they get older. I don't believe that you can do that. No, absolutely not.
I'm going to push back with you, Anton, because I think people can change. I think there's a such thing as redemption. I think God redeems as a Christian. We see that TJ that comes on our panel that says she had to change, and she did, and she got married at 50. She changed. Kevin Samuel's mother got remarried at 50 with multiple kids because she had to change her attitude. I definitely believe in redemption.
I don't know Kev's mother personally, so I can't speak on it.
Mm-hmm.
TJ, I can't speak on her specific situation either, but I will very much say that um, TJ has regularly displayed a level of masculinity, and I'm not sure she can express it herself if the man that she's with now is the guy that she's grown to love, or is that the guy that she would have selected very early in her life. So the context matters, and I can't speak on
Mm-hmm.
a situation. I'm a refrain from speaking on individuals that can't defend themselves, but I don't see it. I don't see it. I think that ultimately women find themselves in a space where they settle for whatever the situation is that they find themselves in, but I don't think that they've changed or learned a new behavior. And when TJ get rowdy, TJ get off and rowdy. She is very much in her masculine frame.
Well, tell me what you think is masculine in a woman, because women are women, people are people. People get upset. Women and their femininity, and as a feminine woman, might cuss because we're upset. It doesn't necessarily tell you, hey, no, she's such a masculine woman because we get angry or we get loud one time. So tell me, in your definition, what is masculine energy when you say you're a masculine woman? What is that?
I'm looking at the. I just looked at
Behavior.
the. I just looked at the chat, and Kev said my mother didn't change. Instead, she stopped acting against the way that she was raised. There's a difference.
Say that
Even he,
again. I didn't see.
Kev
I'm
said
not
his
in
mother
chat.
didn't change. You can't even use his mother as an example. Like,
Well, I mean, I use his mother as an example because on his show he said, my mother got remarried and she was a different person when she got married. I mean,
the best,
on the
honestly,
show.
if we really just want to be real and just get straight to it, the best way that I can describe and use as an example is just to look at what we've been seeing on a panel
Mhm.
for a regular basis. I mean, I think that there's a stark difference between Kay and Amir.
Is
I've
it
never,
masculine or just ideology?
no, I think it's masculine
Okay.
and feminine energy. I think that there's and I mean, I'm not saying that anything is wrong or right, so I'm not going to use them and attack them specifically, but I think that their behavior is a reflection of the difference between masculine and feminine energy. When Amir, I watched the other day, Amir, the lead attorney, said something that I didn't agree with to Amir. And Amira did not go at him and she did not start arguing back and forth with him. She didn't go off on him. She just fell back and was just like, it is what it is. It doesn't mean that people don't get upset. It doesn't mean that people don't get angry. It don't mean that you don't have emotions. But she didn't automatically just turn into this masculine man and start going at him. She just fell back and was like, okay. She was just chill. She did not go back and forth with him. She did not argue with him. She did not raise her voice. She did not trip out. She stayed soft. She stayed chill. She stayed classy. She just stayed in a feminine space. And so I think that that's the difference between masculine and feminine energy. It does not change and evolve based off of who they're talking to. It's just the way that they are instinctively amongst all people. Women smile. They don't smile depending on who the guy's talking to. They just smile. It's some women that just smiles as they walk down the street. So, I look at it a little bit differently, and I don't think that you can change the stripes on an animal. I think that they just hide it a little bit better.
Amira, can a woman with masculine energy be trained to be feminine?
I saw some studies by Dr. Friedman regarding children and how, when you're growing up, how your personality and your behavior stays with you as you grow older, and how you become into adulthood. He mentioned that the core of you is always there, that all you can do is be conscious of what you're doing. But once you get out of your conscious mind, your natural behavior will come back. So I guess an example would be, English isn't my first language. When I'm upset or if I get excited about something, even feelings of happiness over excitement, I start speaking my language out of nowhere just because that's my core. That's, how can you say, I grew up with this, so I start doing it. When you talk about women changing their behavior as they get older, I think the best that we can do is be conscious and make an effort to correct the behavior that we see as unfit. But I do believe that in certain situations, you will revert back to what you naturally are. I think those things are already embedded in your core. That's why they say, be careful how you train your children, be careful how you raise them, because these things will follow, whether they like it or not.
I think that's a good point. Go ahead, Red, like you're about to ready to say something.
Yeah, I was about to piggyback off that because you're right. The Bible does, well, I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the Quran, but in the Bible, it does say train up a child in the way that it should go, right? And when they are older, they won't depart from it. However, I would push back a little bit, Anton, in the sense that, we're all human beings, most of us. And I agree with you. With the observable eye, do we see the results of people in mass going to these these charm schools? Do we see people going to cotillions anymore or becoming debutantes? Or No, we don't see it in mass. But if I'm looking at the question, is it can a woman with masculine energy be trained to be feminine? It's crazy because I was having that conversation with my sister today. We was literally talking about it because she obviously born and raised south side of Chicago, and it's a different beast. And for her entire life, what she's known to do is fight and be aggressive. And there's times when we're talking, I just have to be like, yo, slow down. It's cool. Relax, right? So in mass, do we see people run into these charm schools and we see them churning out, feminine women? No, I agree in that regard. But, I would also point to, of those women that we do know of, and this was what I was going to ask, maybe Courtney could speak to it more than me, of the women that, if you know of women that go to these charm schools, debutantes that are adults, because you do get the emails where women are saying, hey, I'm changing, I'm trying to be better, this, that, and the third, whoop-de-woo. Of those percentages, do you see them transforming into feminine women?
I can't. I can't pinpoint a percentage or anything like that. I would say that the majority of the people that I coach are men, and then the women that I generally coach, most of the time, it's not as it relates to anything like that. Most of the time, it's money, finances. You know what I'm saying? Business, things like that. I will say and use my wife as an example. Right? She came from the hoodest of the hoods in Detroit. She was born right on Joy Road. She has came on my platform and talked extensively about how she was raised in an environment in her household. Mother was not the nicest to men, has never been married. She don't even like dealing with her mother sometimes when she gets in her masculine energy, as far as like her combativeness and all of this other type of stuff. And she's not, according to what statistics are saying, supposed to even be the type of person that she is. But my wife don't have a masculine bone in her body. She steps back. She don't believe in none of that. She is very much an attitude, mentality, and how she approached things very similar to a mirror, to be honest with you.
Where did she get that from?
Masculine bone in her body. So even though she was raised in that type of environment, she's not a combative person. She don't fight. She not all of that. She none of that. She ain't got none of that in her, bro. From birth, from the time that I met her all the way up until today, ain't got a masculine, combative, none of that in her body, bro, at all.
My question was where
I couldn't answer as far as the percentages because I don't deal with a lot of women.
I'm saying I was about to ask where did wifey learn that from? Is this something that she invested in herself, or has she always been like that? Because to your point, we growing up in the hood, you had girls that were tomboys, and they look at them later on in life, they still have that tomboy essence. But then you have females who were always dainty, always just super soft and pleasant to be around.
Think about that though, really.
Yeah, I agree.
The chicks that you went to high school with, right? And it was the pretty girl, dainty, whatever you want to call it, whatever. And it was the tough talking. Did you see an evolution in the tough talks? Honestly.
No. The girls that was gang banging and thugging in high school still gang banging and thugging. They let the GDs in the dough.
Gang banging.
They let the GDs in the dough.
They didn't change. They didn't evolve. They didn't start to get into some kind of feminine frame or some crap like that. They became more of what they already are. Honestly.
Yeah. And I think Rilla was asking me as far as the women, especially the messages that I get. I'll say this, as far as being a debutante and charm school, it's when you're younger, but it's an essence of mothers trying to teach their child and condition their child to be, I guess I can say feminine and dainty, but being a woman. So being a debutante is you're becoming, now you're a woman. So it was your stepping out, but that's when you're young. That don't happen when you're older. And Black debutantes, it's not a lot of us. It wasn't a lot. And that had to do with financially and being able to do that, being in Jack and Jill. So it wasn't a lot. It was a very small percentage. charm school, like I said, I had my daughter in it. She's only one out of 15 white girls. It's just her as a black girl. So it ain't a lot of it as far as with blackness. So to answer your question, Rilla.
All right, I'm gonna chime in on it for a little bit. I think you guys all made some great points, but in my opinion, just off of my experience, can they change? It's a small amount. A small amount can change, but I think that a lot of women that was raised that way, and then you have some women that may go through some experience that may just change their whole path. Period. Trauma, and so they need therapy. But to answer you guys' question, I believe a few can change, but not all. It'll be hard. It'll be real hard for them to change.
Do you, JR, do you think that it's hard for them to change because, the more I'm just being honest, man, the more I look at the landscape, we see with the observable eye, Kevin Samuels on this program asked, do modern women understand how bad it's got? And I don't even think, people that are not objective, not introspective with themselves, they don't even know what they don't know. You know what I'm saying? So is it that they won't change, can't change because they don't even know how bad it is with themselves?
I don't think they know how bad it is, and I don't think that they know how to listen. I think they start to look at things when stuff hit the fan, like Anton say, whenever they are going through the motions and arguing, or they been through multiple relationships, or like they can't seem to get along with family members. I think that then is that time where they may look at themselves, but that's a small percentage.
Bro, it's so funny because, like, it's been very well documented. Like, I don't consider family to be, I don't consider family to be bloodline. I consider family to be the people that aligns with me and is going in the direction that I'm going in, that truly rock with me. It's not based off a bloodline. And so for a lot of my family members, I've divided myself or separated myself against them because we not on the same page. Rita is, boy, she is the pacifier. It's so hard to get her a lot of times to separate herself because she just loves people. She just want them to get along. She always dedicated to people. You know what I'm saying? It's like all she know is, oh, love, oh, Anton, can you be nicer? Oh, let's all get along. Like that's just all she know. All she know is love, like nurturing, looking out for people, trying to figure out how she can give away all my money. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all she know, and that's just instinctively who she is. And so, it takes me to kind of pull it back and say, nah, we not rocking with him, and it's just gonna hurt her feelings. Boy, she gonna be broken, but she gonna do what I say. You know what I'm saying? She gonna rock according to how we gonna go, but it's just instinctively in her to always be living in that feminine space to where she just trying to make sure that everybody is always loved and taken care of, and no kind of like if she sees something popping off or it's some kind of confrontation, she just instinctively just step behind me. She don't talk, she don't move, she just step right behind me. She don't even react.
Anton, let me ask you something. Just in line with this question and how you're elaborating on your relationship with wifey, right? Because one of the things that's come up on this platform a lot of times is, and I've come to a particular realization when I say this, but does femininity switch on and off? And if so, is your masculinity contingent on your wife's femininity?
No, I'm gonna be me no matter what. You know what I'm saying? And she gonna be exactly what she's supposed to be no matter what. Like none of it is contingent on anything. Like my wife she's been feminine since day one, from the day I've met her. She's always been that type of person. And it wasn't contingent upon who she was around or if she was in the hood or anything like that. She's just always just been a very nice, smiling lookout. The very first time my mom ever met her, she just fell in love with her. She was just like, that is the sweetest girl that I've ever seen you bring around, Anton. And that's your wife.
I have a question. Super random, but I just thought about it. I'm sorry. What makes a man feminine?
Is that a trick question?
No, No, I'm asking, what are the attributes of a man that's feminine?
I'm gonna leave that one to Reeler because I'm gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, I
with the way
think no,
women
you're
answer.
not gonna get in trouble. I
I'm
mean, please
serious.
jump in. But I mean, I think to the observable eye is men that are soft. You know what I'm saying? Men that have no vision, no leadership, no sense of direction. Men that automatically defer to women for leadership. That's considered feminine. Men that carry themselves like a female. When you look at a man and he's actually carrying himself, and you can identify like that energy, you're like, yo, that's effeminate. Because when men get together, we're having these robust conversations. We're exchanging ideas. We're casting vision amongst each other. We're building, right? The men that we consider, well, most I'm not gonna say whatever. The men that we consider to be feminine, that would be looked at as feminine, are actually the dudes that I know Anton talks about victim Olympics and stuff like that, but dudes that constantly complain, can't take accountability for themselves. Everything is always everybody else's fault. And I'm not tripping. It's cool to acknowledge, what you've been through, but the dudes that's constantly whining and complaining, everything is everybody else's fault. Oh yeah, you a powder puff girl, man. You gotta move around with that type of energy, man.
Well, and I think the reason why I'm asking, because I'm thinking about femininity, and then when I think about when men are called effeminate or feminine, the definition kind of changed. It's you're acting like a woman. But then when we talk about women being feminine, it's a different definition. It's not that you're acting necessarily like a woman. It's how to be more and more, like a woman. Like, I want you to not do this and that, but it doesn't go to the men. You saying, like, I'm thinking like,
I understand what you're saying,
but it's different.
Yeah, I think the woman that has feminine traits, though, it'll always show up in her actions. And I think El Guapo talks about this. It's that feminine amplifier. Like when you are in your feminine energy, it amplifies the man to be masculine. Think about it. At least for the brothers, we know the girls that were dainty, that were demure, that were just, they were soft and all these different things. Man, we wouldn't let nobody lay a hand on them. The girls that come out barking, beating their chest, rah, 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 I got this motherfucker. You can't tell me this, that, third. Okay, well, you got it then. Go ahead, boo.
That's
you got
masculine.
it. That's the masculine. Yeah. Yeah.
But that's an extreme.
But I think that
I'm giving extremes.
That masculinity and femininity is different depending on the gender that is referencing.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't use the same. I wouldn't define it the same for women as I define it for men.
As a man.
Because men so men are naturally, full of testosterone, and we're conquerors, and as little kids, we want to beat stuff up, and you know what I'm saying? We're just naturally more aggressive. You know what I'm saying? That's our natural state. So to refine that in order to get better results is a form of grooming and becoming a better leader. Whereas women should not be naturally looking to, they shouldn't be naturally aggressive and all of this other type of stuff. Like, they are supposed to be a little bit more soft and nurturing by default, by nature. So to see a woman like that, to define it in the same way that you would define a man, you can't do that because we're instinctively different in how it is that we're how we naturally are in our natural state. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay. Anybody else want to add anything else to it? No. Okay. Guys are just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get these likes up. Also subscribe to the channel. It's a great conversation, man. Great conversation. Our next topic. I always got to throw that bonus in there. Always a bonus one, right? That was this post that was going around. I was actually posted in the group. I'm sure some of you guys may have seen it and some may not. So I'm going to post it right now. Why do males think they the catch? And this right here circled. Honestly, because real men are the catch. When you think about it, men don't need women for anything. They can cook, clean, etc. by themselves. We as women wait for a man to propose to us, which would make them the catch, because as women, we're looking for someone to lead, protect, provide, amongst other things. So the question that I had, which is similar to what was labeled in the post I just did, which is, are men the catch? Are men the catch? Start with you, Courtney.
Sure. Yeah.
Think so?
Mm-hmm.
Can you elaborate on that? Why?
Well, just what the lady said. Like, they control access to relationship. Women are trying to get caught by a man, so inevitably that would mean that they're the catch. We're trying to show men, hey, choose me, marry me.
Okay.
Mhm.
Amira, do you feel that men are the catch?
Kevin Samuels said something similar. He said something like, men are the catch, women are the prize, saying that women are the prize for a man's hard work and dedication and success. So he gets the woman that is appropriate, a prize, and that for women, men are the catch because we got something that's going to change our lives pretty much, which is the men. So yes, I would agree. And I wish that more of us would see it that way. More of us would see our men as catches, instead of just looking at it as I'm the prize and you should be grateful to have me. I think we should look at it that way, as you have a good thing in your hands and you should take care of it.
Rella, do you feel that the men are the catch?
Yeah, I know there's been a narrative going around, and I don't have too much to add on to it. I think what the whoever responded in that comment, they was spot on. But I know there has been a narrative where the men are switching it around and saying they are the prize, and if that's what makes you feel good, cool. But traditionally, it's always been the catch and the prize. Women have always been the prize. Men have been the catch. Now, if you think about the fact that, women outnumber men, right? And then you get yourself, the women that find themselves in the company of a quality man, that alone makes him the catch, right? But we all get who we qualify for. So I don't have much more to add on to that. Like, traditionally, the man has always been the catch, and then the woman has been the prize. So I wouldn't elaborate any more than what Amira was saying.
Okay. Okay. Are men the catch? You on mute? You on mute?
Sorry. I think that any good person is a catch. It's very relative to who you're talking to. So yeah, a man is a catch if he's a good man. A woman is a catch if she's a good woman.
Hey Kay, and not talking semantics, but do you agree that the woman is the prize, or do you think the man or the woman can be the prize?
Either person can be the prize or the catch.
You sound like Dr. Evil, man. What is that, Anton? What is that, man?
Oh, this is so funny. I don't know, bro. Am I the crazy one, or do I not? Am I the only person that's seeing some weirdness happening on the platform today?
I haven't seen it yet. You're clairvoyant though. What are you seeing?
Being quiet. Kay's being really quiet.
No, she's very much being like the lady that I described her to be the other day from Misery. Y'all ever seen that movie? Have y'all ever seen that movie Misery, where she took the book author guys and she broke his feet with the hammer and
You
all of
talking
that
about
other
with
type of
Kathy
stuff?
Bates? I didn't see the whole movie, but wait, how is Kay acting like that? I think Kay is measured and reserved. She looks tired. Kay, are you tired?
No, I'm not.
She said, "I'm well rested." I mean, seriously, bro.
Hey, Anton.
JR, hold on, bro. Because we're not just gonna skip over this and act like this is not weird. You know what I'm saying? Is everything okay? Let me be more compassionate. Rita said, Anton, you got to be more compassionate. All right. So, Kay, is everything okay? Is your roaches that they get stepped on? Is anything happening out of the ordinary that we should be concerned about?
No.
Do you feel normal today?
Yep.
All
Straight
right,
up.
that time.
Bro, what the fuck?
That
Okay,
time.
come on, man. We just gonna act like
Go
it don't
answer the
even
question.
exist, bro. Let's keep it moving, bro.
Are men the catch?
I think that some men are the catch. I think that the problem in society today is that there is no rite of passage. There has, we don't qualify ourselves to be worthy of anything outside of just being a man. Like, we stand on that, and that's just the end of the conversation. And it don't matter how much we make. It don't matter what we do. It don't matter none of that. It don't matter if we smoke weed or not and on a job, and if we get fired from every other job. Like, none of that matters anymore. The only thing that matters is that we men. I think that men that are exceptional, or men of a certain standard, and I'm not even just talking about financially, I'm talking about when it comes to principles, when it comes to doing the right thing, when it comes to being very much the playing the role that you're supposed to play, even at a young age. Like, in order to become a great leader, nobody just comes up 22 years old and that's a CEO, unless you're doing your own startup. You know what I'm saying? You have to learn to be a great follower, right? You have to be taught. And a lot of times I even like to refer to we don't even know truly what Jesus's life was prior to he came on the scene, and he just continued to create all of this ruckus and just completely upended everything prior to. I think he was in his 30s, right? We don't know what was going on prior to that time. But my point is that you have to be groomed. You have to have a rite of passage. You have to grow up and prove yourself. And that's then the men that I would define as the catch. A lot of these guys is just being settled for. And that's why you see a lot of this complaining that's going on all across the internet, as far as guys complaining about the fact that they can't find a good woman and all of this other type of stuff. The guys that's winning, they don't have a problem finding dope women. I know guys that's winning, that's won, found dope women, and they have to turn down other dope women on a regular basis that want to be with them and rock with them, without any kind of problem. And so then you have to ask yourself the question, well, why is it so difficult for guys that are losing to find the right type of women? And the reality is just that you attract what it is that you are. So I think that guys are the catch, but I think that it's a certain demographic of guy, or a certain guy, that has proven himself to be worthy of marriage. That is the catch. And then women, to a larger extent, is the trophy.
All right. That was a bonus question. Just wanted to throw it out there. Just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We'll move on to our next topic. But before we do, I want to ask the panel a question. Ask the ladies a question, which is, what does a good man look like to you? What does a good man look like? Start with you, Kay.
A good man looks like one who is honest, has integrity, is a good protector, provides, meets my emotional needs and things like that, is understanding, just meshes well with me. I'm like a kind of unique person. So that's important for them to just, mesh with me. So to me, that's what a good man looks like. He has to have his own, things going on. He can't be super, insecure and projecting that all onto me. Like, no. So, yeah, I'm sure I'm missing some things, but in a nutshell, that's it.
All right. Amir, what does a good man look like to you?
A good man is a man of outstanding character. You have to have good character. You have to, I think Kay was right on a lot of things. Being honest, being an upstanding person. I prefer someone who is able to be a leader. For me, that's very important for me, is that you're able to lead. So that would make a good man for me. I think Kay pretty much had it down. I just want to add to that, a good leader and of upstanding character.
Okay. And Courtney, what does a good man look like to you?
I agree with them both.
Okay. The question that I have for the panel then is, why do some women date a married man? Why do some women date a married man? Start with you. Okay.
I think there are varying reasons why a woman would date a married man. I think, are you talking about if she knows he's married?
Yeah. With her
Okay.
knowing.
So I think sometimes there are different reasons. I mean, I don't know women that date married men, but things I've seen online have ranged from, you know, it's less maintenance in terms of things that she has to do with him to, competitiveness, like feeling like maybe they're better or, whatever, which I feel like that stems from like a low self-esteem issue. But yeah, I don't know. I don't date married men, and no one that I know of personally does. So that's just what I've seen online. I'm not sure.
Okay. Courtney, why do some women date a married man?
Yeah, and I'm glad Kay specified, do they know? Because a lot of times married men don't divulge that information. A lot of married men say they're separated and they're going to get a divorce, which we always know that doesn't happen. So, if we're talking in that realm, that's why sometimes women do. Um, but then, other than that, I mean, they go for what they want. And sometimes a ring doesn't change what they want. They try to get you. But I don't, that's it.
Okay. What about you, Amira? Why do you feel that some women date married men?
I didn't know it was a thing, but I would assume because married men, I mean, a lot of women always want what they can't have, and a married man is kind of like, how can I say, like, like that thing you can't have, but you want it. So when you get it, I guess maybe that's what they feel. I don't know. Another benefit I would think for women dating a married man, which is absurd, but would be, I guess, having all the benefits without having to deal with all of the duties of a wife. Does that make sense? I get to have all the good parts of this man without having to cater to him and wash his dirty clothes and do all this. Maybe I can have all the fun times with him without having to do that. And some women are not good in relationships, I'm assuming. So maybe they just feel like this is good enough, just a part-time boyfriend. I can't think of any other reasons.
Yeah, I think of some great points. What about you, Rilla?
Yeah, I'm gonna approach it from if the woman already knows.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just like they were like intentionally doing it,
Yeah,
knowing, not knowing.
the situations that I've seen, even when you look at like some of this reality TV stuff. I mean, again, I've talked about at least this culture that's been created and celebrated where women are cool with being side chicks. They got anthems, side chick anthems. They love being the side chick, right? And so I think the ladies already spoke on the fact that, you get to have all the fun. You get to spend the money and have the fun and go on the trips and be work wife or whatever else without having to put any toil in other than playing the girlfriend role and I don't know, whatever maintenance he requires to make him happy in the moment. But I think it's very short-sighted. And we don't see many women that have successfully parlayed that role into relationships. Unless, I mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know many women that have parlayed being the side chick or the girlfriend successfully into a successful relationship, marriage, or family with a married man. And then I think it also, just from a man's perspective, to us, a lot of times it appears catty when women who know this man is married and you're gonna go after him anyway. To us, it looks like, it's some female cattiness where you trying to get him or one up the chick that you think you better than. I was listening to broadcast last night where the woman was talking about the husband's girlfriend showed up to his job and she was picking him up, and it was like, what are you doing here with my boyfriend? Got into a whole fight and she ended up in jail. I mean, these are the things that these women, like, women are cool with being a side chick and they celebrate it. They revel in it, man. It's crazy.
Was the lady married, or was that just a boyfriend girlfriend?
No, the lady said she was married to the dude. It was early in their relationship, and she showed up to his job to pick her husband up in her car. And some lady walked up to the car like, "What are you doing with my boyfriend?"
In your opinion, why do you feel as though some women date married men?
I just think that women are just naturally, instinctively hypergamous, regardless of the circumstance and the situation, and they want the best available option, regardless of whether or not that option is married. Like, they just want the best, period. And I think that a lot of women find that, first of all, I tell guys this all the time, like, the less available you are, the more hot you're gonna be. Like, it's a scarcity mindset. And as long as you operating in a space to where your mentality is always to not be available for every single person, you always gonna be hot. You always gonna be dope. And the more that you level up, the more that you continue to do the work, the more that you focus on yourself, the more you're going to be hot regardless, right? And so that's A. B, women are hypergamous by nature. So what you're always going to find is that a man that is successful, whether he's successful in his business and his finances, in his relationship and his money, taking care of his kids, that's always going to be attractive to women instinctively, whether they know it or not. Sometimes women are attracted to you and they don't even know they're attracted to you yet. They just feeling you. They instinctively are comparing you against the man that they already got. Like, you know, it's just in them to want the best available guy. And so when they can align themselves with a guy that's winning, they're going to shoot their shot. Most women, they're going to shoot their shot because they want better. Often at times they find themselves settling for what they have, and they're always going to want the best available option. And sometimes that comes in a different package. Men are a little bit more territorial. Women are in a space to where I think that they are a little bit more malleable. I don't know if that's the word that I'm looking for. They're a little bit more open to the possibilities, and they're always paying attention to what the best available option is by default. And if you wear your ring, you're probably gonna get more more opportunities than if you don't. That's just real. Women
Anton,
want
I have
what
a
they
question.
can't have.
I have a question for you. Do you think that these women are trying to take the husband away from the wife, or do you think that they're just dating just to have that time, but they don't actually want the men?
I don't think that they dating to take the woman away from the wife. I think you'll find some situations where that may be true, right? Or they'll grow into a space to where that may be something that they want long term. But I don't think that that's the initial objective of them getting into it and going into it. I think they just want what they want, and it's an opportunity. And then eventually, because women are emotional and they're usually emotionally connected to whatever it is that they spend the most time with, it's going to translate into something a little bit stronger for them long term. But I don't think that that's even the thing that they go into it thinking. They just want what they want.
It's kind of crazy because I've been in conversations with guys where they be like, man, it's just not a lot of good men out here. You know, that's why they get us, like referring to them. Do you guys feel like there's not enough good men out there?
Let me say this, because I have said this on the show before. I think when I initially came in guns blazing, right? And everybody was like up in the, oh, he a beta simp, whole stud ass nigga. Whoop.
You know what's so funny about that, Rilla?
Go ahead.
You my guy, so I've refined even my jokes. When he had went through all of the women, I just kind of giggled to myself, and I was thinking to myself, I would crack a joke on Rilla in the past and say, so Rilla, why do you date married men? But I didn't. And I'm just saying this because I'm changing, I'm evolving. Like, that was just the perfect setup. Like, instinctively, I was like, Anton, crack the joke. but I just stayed away from it.
Yeah,
Bro.
you
My
got to,
guy,
brother.
bro.
Yeah, you know, there's same way you say you can dish, you got to be able to take it, right?
That's true. That
My
is
man.
true. And I listen. You can't say that I don't take it.
No. I'm not saying that.
Pause.
But no, don't pause. No, but look, this is what I'm saying though. When I first came on the show, I did have a perspective, and I think that was more skewed on, you know, what you see on social media, because it doesn't match what I see in my everyday life. To be honest, I literally was on the block today, and I was rapping with one of the young bloods, right? They out there doing their thing or whatever. On King Talk the other day, that panel, man, dynamic. Shout out to you, JR. That dynamic panel, all brothers, all fairly successful in their own right, all leveling up in their own right. You know what I'm saying? Surrounded by greatness, talking solutions, right? And honestly, I think I'm just saying, as brothers in our everyday life, we're more closely aligned with people who are successful in their respective arenas, right? We gravitate to those people more than we do the Pookies and the Ray Rays, right? So even when I pulled up on the block and the Pookies and the Ray Rays, and it literally was out there shooting craps in front of, you know, whoever house or whatever, the young blood that I've known him since he was short, he ran up on me and we hadn't talked in a minute, and our conversation was, man, so what's up? When we buying the block back? When you convincing these jokers to buy the block back? There's so many empty houses on the block, and we had a really good conversation. And so I say all of that to say it's not that per se that, to me, I don't think it's a situation where it's not enough men who are good men. The men, from what I'm seeing now, especially the way these conversations are being introduced and the way that they're spreading like wildfire, and you see a lot of these content creators that cater exclusively to men, the subs that they get and the number of shorties that are tapping in with them, man, it's cats that's hungry and trying to get the information to become the best versions of themselves, absent of a father figure or an uncle or somebody that could teach them. So it's good brothers out there. I think it's just a matter of who you associate yourself with.
I'm wondering. So let me ask you a question, Amir. I'm curious. So let's just say hypothetically that you're single today, right? And you just chilling or whatever, and so on and so forth. In this hypothetical scenario or situation, do you think that, or would you find, not saying that you would actually act on it, but would you find that a guy that was married or more successful versus a single guy, how would you look at that? Like, would you find him more attractive, even though that's not something that you would naturally act on?
Yes.
Why?
Well, you said if there's a man that's more successful but he's married versus a single man.
Right.
How? I mean, I think all women are attracted to success. Every woman wants a man. If anything, I would say I want a man like that. But would I go out and try to take that man from another woman? No. But I would, in my head, think, wow, I would want a man like that.
So you just think, so do you think that women are just instinctively attracted to success, and that's the thing that women go for, and then the women that don't actually act on it, that's the difference between, you know, your principles, your ethics, or whatever it is, that's how you raise. But women by default, are you saying that they are just naturally more attracted to success, regardless of what kind of package that it come in, as far as whether it's married or not married?
I would assume so, because any woman, if she doesn't know that he's married, she might try to check up on him, see if he's available or something before he even says that he's married. So just even that initiative that woman is taking, that initial step, is basically saying I would still choose him if I could. Even before I knew he was married, I would still choose him. But now I found out he's married, I have to step back.
Wow, I find that interesting. I mean, but it aligns with exactly what it is that I believe, though. Like I believe that women are just instinctively attracted to successful men, and that comes in a lot of different forms. But financially, would you say that financially, that's probably, you know, one of the biggest factors as far as gauging whether or not a guy is successful?
We have, I mean, I guess yes, but for us, it's more about family. Your family name. For us, it's more about your family name. If your family is successful, you personally don't have to be successful. But if your family is successful, we see you as a successful man. Does that make sense?
Yeah. What if
And
he's successful, but his family isn't successful?
well, it doesn't work that way in our culture because you wouldn't separate yourself from your family. If you're successful, you will be sharing the success with your family. What about men? What about women? If you see a woman that is hot, maybe a 10 or close enough to it, but then you find out she's married, do you still feel the same way that you would still go after her, even if? I'm assuming yes, just because men are attracted to women that
Oh,
are.
men are savages. You can't even. It's not the same with us. Men are absolute savages. We'll do anything. Like we'll. Now, of course, there's a separation between guys
Wouldn't
that
say
think
anything,
ethically or
man.
whatever, so on and so forth. But guys are savages. Like, please don't even consider us as a part of any kind of mental gymnastics of how it is that we making things make sense in our mind, or whether or not like guys will go after and they will put their cock in practically anything. Most
But
guys.
now women are acting more masculine, so you don't see that women are starting to do the same
Oh no, that
behaviors
is
that men
exactly
would
what they're
typically
doing.
do?
That's exactly what they're doing. A lot of women think that they men. They think that they can operate like men. They think that they can do the same thing and get the same results of us. They got a rude awakening that's coming along with that mentality. But a lot of women think that they men. Absolutely. And guys don't care about how much money a woman makes. We don't care about how successful you are. Our value and what it is that of how we see you is completely different than the value and how women see men.
Well, our currency is our weight and our looks, correct? That's our currency.
And
Yeah,
your
well,
attitude, and
mm,
all you got to do is open your mouth and we be like, oh, snaps. I mean, she good enough to bust down, but she ain't good enough to continue to have a conversation with. It's a completely different narrative.
wait, and I
Mhm.
think, Anton, I think to that point, I wanted to touch on that earlier when you had made a statement. I think women get it confused with in terms of what men like respect and cherish versus what we will have a fun time with. And they mimic a lot of times the female that, like say the IG model that somebody's giving a whole bunch of likes on her page. Yeah, this is why when we was talking about the Amber Rose conversation, that's the girl that you have a fun time with. Most men, I don't care how much money she got. I'm just being honest. I do not care how much money she got. Most men would not wife that. They wouldn't. Well, wife her. Not. I won't say wife that.
It's a
They
simp.
wouldn't
It's
wife
a
her.
simp born every day. We
No, I
seen
get. I
that.
get it.
We seen that on this platform. It's a simp born every day.
Didn't somebody say that she is the most beautiful woman in the world? I forget. Someone was on the panel and they said that
That
she's the
was
most
Blizzy.
Top
beautiful.
Blizzy said that's
five
top
all
five.
time.
Shout out to Blizzy.
Nah.
All right, y'all. Just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Somebody said we don't got enough likes, man. We got 1,700 people in. How many likes we got?
Man, listen, not
Are they
enough.
low? Are they low? Get them up, y'all. Get them up. Also, while you got to make sure you subscribe to the channel. I seen the super chats coming in. Wasn't able to acknowledge all of them, but we definitely appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. Moving on to our next topic. We often hear statements such as, I don't regret my past. It's made me into the person I am today. Which brings us to our next topic, which is how important is someone's past before marriage? How important is someone's past before marriage? Start with you, Courtney.
Yeah, I think it's very important. In order for you to know what you're getting yourself into, you got to know their history and their past, because those things always tend to come up. So your past is absolutely important. If they've been molested as a child, you need to know that, because there's certain things that might trigger. If they was abused and was beaten, you need to know that there's certain things that can trigger. So, and then it's a lot of stuff that makes them who they are. Your past, it makes you. So yeah, you have to know it. And then even to say, what you said before, your past it does make you who you are. There's a lot of stuff that I've gone through that I don't have any regrets. It made me who I am, and I'm very happy with the woman that I am, even having a child. And in the whole era of baby mama this and baby mama that, my child saved my life. She grew me up. She's amazing. And if I had to do it all again, knowing that I would have her, I definitely would. That's my beauty. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's important to let people know. I don't think that a lot of women do. So that's a very great point. Rilla, how important is someone's past before marriage?
Man, look, as soon as you asked that question, I threw my head back like, God, dog, man. Because, I'm so serious, bro. I'm an introspective person, and I'll be like, man, I would certainly hope that a person would judge me. But, one of the beautiful things about, the relationship I'm in is that I'm able to share with my lady everything, good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. And she's still rocking, and she shared everything, good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. Now, had I not shared those things, it's almost like I'm giving her the representative of me, right? And I'm not giving her the full version of me that she deserves to know, so she know what she getting involved with. My past has made me. I'm not proud of everything in my past, but I stand 10 toes down on the person that I've been able to become as a result of some of the things that I've endured, self-inflicted, and just, life circumstance. It is what it is. You keep pushing. But when you're looking at the totality of the person, I think what they measure up in that moment, the person that they are today, is what counts most. But yeah, they past definitely counts before marriage. You want to know who you're getting involved with.
Rilla, do you think that the past weighs a little bit more heavy when it comes to sexual, like, how many partners that you've been with?
So listen,
women as much as men?
Man, listen, I hope the ladies hear me on this one, fam. We care about that body count. That body count matters. If you've been out here and you've been a slut monkey, it matters, man.
Rilla, it don't matter, Rilla.
Use a lie and the truth ain't in you.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why it don't matter, because they're not gonna tell you the truth.
No, I hear you on that.
You
Yeah,
your time.
I
you
hear the
your
whole
time asking that question.
You don't think so, JR?
Wait. I hear what I know what you're saying, JR.
Most of the time, no.
When they say 5, you multiply by whatever. That ain't what I'm talking about. No man wants to be with his lady. I ain't gonna use Anton as an example, but say for me, if we out in the city, we out and about, and I'm with my lady, man, and we bump into somebody that she knew, man, nobody wants to be in a space and bump into a dude's like, oh, you knocking that down? Oh yeah, I knocked her down too, man. I had her 7 ways to Sunday.
Well, really, that's one guy. That's what I'm saying, is that you're not gonna know if she now, if you in a room and you got 5 or 6 guys, then I think you got some concerns. But if it's one guy that come up to you, he bold enough to come up to you and say it. Yeah.
No, I'm saying men are territorial, period.
Good girl. Hey, you got a good one, fam.
JR, you saying you don't want to know.
I'm just saying it's pointless to ask. I mean, to me, I think that you have to try to gauge, and you will never 1,000% know. But
you don't care
you
about
have to kind of gauge her offer. Just, I mean, if you've been knowing her, if you've been knowing all your life, then I think that's a safe one. But for somebody that you just randomly met and you guys kick it off and hit it off, you ain't gonna never know, man. Just don't even waste your time asking.
I don't know, bro.
That body count matters,
like I said,
because if she paused, then what? It's like you want to call feelings for her, right? And then you be like, hey, how many people you had sex with? Why?
Yeah, but you know what? You
go be in your feelings. You go be in their feelings, scratching your head.
You get the ugly out early. That's you get the ugly out. Like I call it having the ugly conversations. And I mean, it took me a long time learning, but even with my girl, and it is a result of dating in the West, Amira, but because I didn't get married early on, I've had a lot of experience with dating. I've been married for 10 years. And I don't know how long I've been divorced now, but I'm glad I am. And, in that market, man, you learn that when you're having these conversations and you start getting to I don't have time to waste So what are you here for? What are we talking about? So what I call getting the ugly out is having that conversation that everything that would turn you off to a person, everything that you wouldn't like about them, or that's a deal breaker. Let's get that on the table right now. So if me having kids, I'm a father, and if you don't
what
have
if she
kids,
what if she think it's a deal breaker and she don't want to break the deal?
man, no, well, nah,
So
John.
she decided to reserve that
No,
part
you,
of the
but you,
conversation.
no, good question. You know what I've learned with that? First of all, so we control, I control the access, and I have known this. I control the access to the relationship and marriage, right? I've known that for a long time. The point is, I can't go off of what she says because that woman in that situation, she's going to settle. And guess what's going to happen? Ultimately, she's going to resent you. Down the line, she's going to resent you. She's not going to respect you. She's not going to submit to your leadership. She's not going to follow your game plan. She's going to resent you.
I want to ask you this.
Oh, really?
If your lady asks you how many people you had sex with, you gonna tell her the truth?
Man, I stopped counting a long time ago, man. I told y'all I was a slut monkey, man.
I don't know any
I
guy
stopped counting a long time ago.
I don't know
exactly.
Any guy
It don't even matter.
though.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters.
But with men, it's different though. I think we do. Different. I think we do care. I think there are some of us.
I think if she knew that, if she knows that true number,
she ain't gonna care.
Yeah, if you is a slut monkey,
no,
she's gonna look at you funny. She's gonna look at you a little funny. She's gonna still rock with you. She's gonna still look at you funny.
That's not true, JR.
She ain't gonna care.
Women don't care like that, bro. They don't care, bro.
I don't think so, JR. I don't think
I'm not saying that they care enough where they're gonna leave you. I'm just saying they're gonna kind of look at you like, damn, like 75? 75?
I don't think so.
JR, that's what they say about you, 75?
I don't know. Nobody said.
Listen,
you talking crazy.
JR out here, JR is Wilt Chamberlain. I don't know what
I know.
No, I'm just playing. Let me stop.
Put that information out there like that.
Let me stop. JR, no, real talk. JR is a super good dude. JR is a man. JR deserves Wilt Chamberlain numbers because JR be having them DMs popping. However,
I had a DM popping.
Dude is a super good dude. But really, let me ask you one more question. How many is too many?
Man, on a woman, what's a deal breaker for me? Double digit.
What? So 10 or more?
Yeah, that's a deal breaker for me.
What if you find out? What if you find out?
We finna do the what if. I'm
1.5, 2 years later. 1.5, 2 years later.
If I find out 1.5, 2 years later, that is
See, she your fiance, and she tell you.
Yeah, I feel you.
Just the conversation come up there with.
Brother, listen, I have lived an amazing life up to this point, man. And what I will tell you, what I have learned, that's a different conversation because now I feel like you've lied to me.
Why? She don't have to reveal that number, really?
No. But you said I just found out 2 years later, and I'm saying I have the ugly conversation off the rip.
Oh man, I don't think she would tell you the truth. That just
double digits. That's a lot, bro.
Hold on, ladies.
Double digits is
be
a lot.
honest.
That's what I'm saying.
Ladies, be honest. You don't have to answer for yourself, but do most women tell the truth about their numbers? Courtney, Kay, Mira?
I would say no.
Okay. What about you, Kay? Amira?
No, probably not.
Okay. Amira?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Really? Like the ladies trying to tell you, man, they're not telling the truth. So even if you ask in the beginning, it's still not gonna matter, man. Like you can't run with that number.
So you saying 2 years later, she pop up and say, "Yo, I bodied 10 dudes."
Oh no,
I don't think 10 dudes are a lot of guys.
Let me refine it. Well, it depends on how old you are, too, JR.
I mean, yeah, of course, that, yeah.
What if her number is 8, but 4 of them was a train at the same time? Does that change the conversation, really?
Hey man, train is a no-go for me, man.
in any capacity.
Hey, look,
she definitely not gonna tell you that. And if she tell you that, she ain't right upstairs, really. I'm telling you that. Ain't no woman gonna tell you that.
That's the lead, Courtney with that trapeze.
Don't be putting me in trapeze. I've never been in. I drove by.
I don't know what that is.
You bet it's Swinging Richards.
I haven't Swinging Richards.
Is that a strip club? Is that a strip club or something? What is strip?
That sound like something crazy or something. Atlanta got some crazy
It's Atlanta.
stuff.
It's Atlanta life.
Atlanta life.
Me and you are Me and you are out of the know, so we don't know anything.
Trapeze is
Because last time you guys were talking about choking someone, you guys were talking about choking girls in trapeze. There was a legal limit to the seconds or something.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what
know.
JR be doing.
I don't know
He
nothing
be
about that,
choking.
brother. That's all I know, bro.
They got timers in there.
All I
Okay,
got.
I
I
got
don't
No,
know.
no. Trapeze is a swingers club in
Yes, the
Atlanta.
Swingers Club in Atlanta.
Oh
Swing
no, I can't be
Roosters is
sure.
just it's not that.
Okay, so what's a swinger? Okay, I think I know what it is. Okay, don't describe it. I think I know. It's okay.
I will tell you about
So
it.
let me ask you a question though. Can single people get in the swingers club though?
Yeah.
What-
Yeah,
it
you can.
Oh,
You just got to
depends on
pay
the
the
woman and the
membership.
man.
I don't like, but see, even if you
From
was
what
to
I
get it, see,
heard.
that's not fair. And the reason why that's not fair is because, listen, if you gonna show up, you gonna have to have something to lose, along with all of the rest of everybody else in there, bro.
It costs more for single people to get in. The way that they
Women
structure
can
it.
go.
They
Women.
charging it in there?
I'm not going.
To trapeze?
Shut up.
Oh man, they charge premium to get in there.
Okay. I
Sound like
don't
we on
know.
demon time. Okay.
Hold on. I don't know much about it, but what I heard, you have to get men have
Hey,
to
why,
have a
hey,
membership.
why Courtney preface what she was about to say with, now listen, I'm not the one that know, but my homie was telling me, go ahead, Court, tell us all. Give it together.
You ain't heard it from me, but
You ain't heard it from me.
Oh,
No, you haven't.
really?
That's in living color.
Oh no, man.
You have to have a membership usually as a man to get in. So single men can't just go.
Can they have a correct ratio of women to men in there? Do they like what's the
hey, I'm gonna tell you, Anton, I don't even think you want to go in there ever. I don't even think you want to go to answer to the questions.
Of all the cities that I've traveled to, and I've crisscrossed this whole freaking country. I have never ever stopped over in Atlanta ever.
Yo, that got to be the family trip.
No,
hey, Court.
Of all the family trips, Atlanta is not gonna be the one.
I lived in Atlanta. Brilla lived in Atlanta. So,
Magic City Monday.
Right now, I have gone down to strip clubs. Yes, I've gone in. I've never done the swingers club because I'm not a swinger. But you know, in Atlanta though, the strip clubs is like a club. It ain't like you can have a table and bottles and the chicken is the best and the strippers come and eat and hang out with you. Like it's just it's the culture in Atlanta.
You're not gonna have a meal with me.
Man, let me
tell you.
Because the problem is that
that's in the South.
Well, the problem is that
the best chicken wings. If you go to Onyx,
if you walk over to me and she start having a meal, she gonna start feeling bloated. She gonna
for the food.
He exercises it off the pole. The pole.
Feeling bloated.
We're gonna take them the blue flame off Bankhead.
Right, we take them to Pink Pony.
We're gonna get them that lemon pepper.
Them lemon pepper wings.
She can't be feeling
bloated. I know all the
Oh,
spots, man.
Oh man, the strip club culture in Atlanta is like going to a regular club.
Is a thing, and in Atlanta, you know about the strip club culture. You know strippers.
But what if regular. She like? What if she get gas easy? And then she has some meals with you. No, I'm saying like, oh, they not eating with you.
No, the stripper not.
They look at it. They might take a little plate in the back afterwards, but they definitely gonna drink with you. And just
they definitely gonna drink.
You know, we play pool, like Magic City pool tables. They come and they be like, let me hit this. They be like, go ahead, we playing pool. It's a culture thing. And it's Atlanta. Atlanta different.
What kind of skeptical about Atlanta, man?
Shout out ATL.
I've never been interested in stop. Oh no, don't you do it, Amir. Don't you ruin no.
You are under chicken is good.
You're under my protection right now. I'm not letting you ever go to get exposed to such lifestyle.
No. Amir gonna pull up.
I want some lemon pepper wings.
She gonna pull up to Magic City in the Bugatti. It's gonna be a rap video. Future gonna show up.
Ow.
Now, I've never had a desire to stop to Atlanta for some reason. I have no idea why. I just haven't. They got the cheapest flights in the entire country. It's a Delta hub. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just never ever stopped in Atlanta.
Man, I went to Atlanta twice. I went to one strip club and it was a hole in the wall. And I went to ATM and got $100 out. No, actually, yeah, I got a $100 bill, 20s, whatever. I asked for change. These motherfuckers shorted me. They shorted me. I had a hard time
Hey,
counting that
JR.
shit, man. I'm sitting there counting every
JR.
He
last
was at the
dollar.
Foxy Lady.
Yeah, and I'm like, man, Atlanta, some shites, this hole in the wall, man. I had a bad experience, man. I'm like, fuck Atlanta, man.
Hey, Corey, was you there? Did you ever hit up Claremont Lounge?
Oh, you
was
said
there
it's a
for it?
$10 process. Hey,
Me,
I don't really do strip clubs to the people that's in the chat. I really don't. So I don't know the protocols. I can count on my hands how many times I've been in a strip club, but you'll never catch me sitting there, throwing my money. I don't even go because I know I'm not gonna throw no money.
guess what? There's as
Smart
many
man.
black strip clubs as there is white strip clubs.
There's more.
People
in
talk
Atlanta.
right. It's more white strip clubs. This is your. Oh God, okay. People are so weird.
Are they
Yeah.
segregated by color? The strip clubs in
Not really.
No.
No, they are where they are, and actually everybody goes to everything.
Okay.
So
All right, y'all. Let's get back to this topic, man.
Spicy mode.
How
That was
important?
fun.
Yeah,
I
how
like that
important it is
conversation.
someone's past before marriage. Who went? Really, you went? Yeah, and Courtney, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, Anton. How important is someone's past before marriage?
It's imperative. It is one of the most important things that you will ever talk about because, who you are and how you've come to be is very much, how you're going to impress upon the relationship or the marriage going forward. So, for example, one of the reasons why I say body count matters for women specifically, body count is incredibly important because every single relationship that she's had, every single man that's entered her, every single situation that she's found herself in, she's being imprinted on to a larger extent. Just like what did they call that movie with Jacob and what's the name of that movie? The Twilight. When the wolf imprinted on her, he imprinted on her. Like every single guy is going to leave an imprint as far as how she then looks at relationships, sex, etc. going forward. And a lot of times people don't realize that you are subconsciously and consciously, you are very much refining who you are and how it is that you interact with men based off of your past experiences, especially for women. Because guys, to a larger extent, they can be also, but it's not as deep. A guy can have sex with a woman and then that just be that. He don't even remember her name. Post nut clarity is real. I got a question. Is post nut clarity a thing for women?
Ladies?
Anyways, we'll get over to that in a
What
minute.
is it?
But I think that is very much a real thing as far as women being affected by the type of relationships that they've been in, and that carries over into whatever it is that they're doing in the future. Very much so. But I am, Mir, do you know what? Oh man, this might be a question that might be a little bit explicit for your ears. Mir, I don't know if you're
Can
ready
you
for these.
explain it in normal terms?
This is demon time. All right. So post nut clarity for men is the very minute that we experience an orgasm. Not even the minute, like almost like the very millisecond, right? The very millisecond that you have an orgasm, it's almost like you took a limitless pill. You ever seen that movie Limitless with okay. So it's almost like you get this superpower. Like you get clear, you see things for what it really is. You're no longer being led by your desires, all of that type of stuff. Like you get clear. It's like, oh man, what am I doing here? I'm not sure. Like you got a cloud over you until you get that up out of you. And
So you
so
didn't have that before? You're saying that before you were confused, and then after that you
yeah,
you
confused is a good
understand?
word. Confused is a good word. But we almost have this clarity that comes upon us. Like, I mean, I feel like I can run through a wall. I can solve a Rubik's Cube. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just have so much clarity the very second that I experience an orgasm, and it just makes me feel different. Like, I don't even, like, a lot of times, especially when I was younger, one of the ways that I knew that my wife was my wife is that I didn't want her to leave afterwards. Like, very much, you just like get her up out of here. What is she doing here? Whatever, so on and so forth. Right. But I'm wondering if that's the same thing that happens to women.
So after, if we have an orgasm and we see things clearer,
Like, do you have this relief, this level of clarity that comes upon you? Is it any kind of like different euphoric moment outside of just the orgasm itself?
This is kind of this conversation is a little bit,
I
but
told you. I
Spicy.
warned you. I
Spicy.
warned you.
I don't know. I mean, I think most women feel happy after having relations. I mean, you feel happy, but as for
Let me save
I
you,
was never
Amir. Don't do it.
confused.
Don't
I
do
was
it.
never
Don't do
confused before. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. Maybe this isn't. I maybe ask Courtney, okay, somebody.
it.
No, don't ask me.
Why not ask you?
I don't know anything about post nut. I don't know anything about that. I don't.
Say,
Come
You
on.
might.
do you experience post nut clarity? I mean, I don't know. That's why I'm curious. Like, what better
I
way
don't.
to find out than to
I don't.
ask women?
I don't know nothing about it. I don't know.
Do women have regret sometimes after intercourse with men?
You
What
have to
it,
Google that. I don't know.
Google? Okay. Anyways, go ahead, Jr. Do your thing, fam.
All right. Amira, how important is someone's past before marriage?
It's everything because the past, especially for women, I think it's more important for women than men because I mean that's why we're vetted so hard in our families is because of that because the man wants to know what to expect and if there's a surprise later on that I didn't know this about my wife and then later on this comes out, sometimes surprises can be unpleasant. So it's nice to know everything before you start, or like before you get serious and have things like children and marriage and all this before you find out things. So it is super important. And as for men, their past, I think for men, we don't really focus that much on their past. We focus more on their future. We focus more on where they're going rather than where they've been. But for women, it's I don't know why it's like this, but for women, it's more like your past is everything. For men, the future is everything because we want to know your career and what's your plans for the future. With a woman, you don't really ask her that, like, what's your career plans or what's this, because I mean, you're going to be married. So your husband's dreams are going to be your dreams. So, yeah.
Okay. Kay, how important is someone's past before marriage?
Certain things are more important than others. I don't think that everything holds equal importance. So I guess it just depends on the thing.
Okay, let me ask you this. What's important from a person's past for you in a relationship?
You all right
What
over there, Jr.?
what's some deal breakers for you?
Just like extreme cases of I don't know. Certain things are important if they are going to affect the rest of that person's life forever. You know what I mean? Or if they maybe, have done something that I find to be egregious. Let's say that. So yeah, those types of things. But
Like a person's, because I think the way I'm kind of inferring from JR's question or whatever, but like a person's promiscuity or anything like that, that's not relevant per se to you.
we've talked about this probably like 3 or 4 times here. And my answer will always be the same. That I need to know, if you have kids or whatever, and are you, healthy. Outside of that, me personally, I don't care about that.
I got another question. In some situations, in marriage in particular, you discover that people experience things with mental health. And when you bring it up within a relationship, like they don't recognize it at all. Women in particular. I'm going to speak about I know men have it, but the situation I'm thinking of it's been some men that have found out that some women have mental health issues, meaning like anxiety. Would that be a grounds for divorce if it can't be corrected?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking everybody, anybody that wants to speak.
I mean, my views on marriage are that when you get married, you take whatever comes along with that marriage outside of like abuse. So other than that, I mean, anything could happen. You know, I don't think that, I mean, for me, like I wouldn't just abandon someone because they had some mental health situation. No.
You know, we had somebody on the panel, and they said that that was the one thing that they wouldn't be able to deal with. And I know how challenging it could be to be telling someone that they're doing something, but when you're telling somebody that and they're unaware, it becomes overwhelming.
Well,
Yeah, I think to your, I'm sorry, Kay, just really quick. I think to that point, JR, we kind of just in the public eye, I'm not saying it's the perfect example, but we just kind of saw that kind of play out with Kim and Kanye. And the allegation was for their divorce was that you know, his bipolar was something that she could no longer stand. And I'm curious to know, Kay, what are your thoughts around that? Because I know this is something that you're passionate about when it comes to mental health and people dealing with mental health issues. And here it is, you have this family, whether we like it, love it, or agree with his choice of wife or whatever, you know, you have this family, they have their children, and he clearly has admitted to having issues with bipolar, right? And even with this last release, they talked about how he was kind of off his medication and his handlers couldn't handle him, so on and so forth. So what are your thoughts around, you know, people with mental health issues in relationships and marriages, and that being the impetus for the divorces?
my thoughts are, if you are going to marry someone, you are signing up for whatever comes along with that person for the rest of your life. You can't just be like, I'm only going to stay on this marriage if everything is just the same way as it was when I got married. I think that if you feel that way, you shouldn't get married. If you're like, oh, I don't want someone to, if this happens, I'm gone. If this happens, I'm gone. You shouldn't get married. That's my opinion. Because at the end of the day, for me, my belief is that marriages should last forever. So if you are not open to anything that can happen outside of abuse, then you should not get married. If you're not okay with having to, if your person becomes a whatever, you should be ready for that. Everything that could possibly happen outside of abuse, you should be down for as a husband or a wife.
I'm kind of curious what everybody else is going to say, because if I have an idea of what a relationship is supposed to look like, and when you married and you have that relationship, then you would anticipate it still being the same way. When somebody is triggered or something happens, again, it's for better or worse, right? But when something happens and they're triggered, they're not the same person. So if there's a situation where you're not communicating, and it's happening every other week where somebody just silenced because the other person is not saying what they want to hear, and it's been going on for months, what do? How can you have a healthy relationship if that person is not communicating with you? That means you're not having sex. That means you guys are not smiling, having happy times. That means that you guys are not, if you have children, the children are suffering. So then, and if that was the case, is that grounds for divorce?
If you feel that you cannot handle all of those things, you should not get married, in my opinion.
But you discovered it afterwards. You didn't know.
No.
Again, right.
You're not
So
listening to me.
are you saying you shouldn't get married, period?
I'm saying you should not have gotten married to begin with.
Okay.
If you were not willing to try to work through all the things outside of abuse, because I know that's different. That's an extenuating circumstance. But if you're not willing to work through the ups and downs, maybe mental health issues, maybe whatever, then you shouldn't get married. Just date long term.
I got you. How you feel about it, Courtney?
As far as like with mental health issues, and should you stay
Yeah,
married?
mental health issues. I mean, just think about the worst extreme, I guess. You know, it may or may not happen, but when people often get married, you know, it's a happy space. But I do understand, and I do know of people that have been in situations where they didn't discover things until later, like, what the hell is going on? What the hell is this? And they're not prepared. They don't know how to process it, and they're struggling.
Yeah. So, I mean, that goes along with knowing your partner and their past. Mental health issues doesn't just necessarily just pop out the blue. It's a continuation. A lot of things has happened to that person that caused them to have anxiety. Something has happened to that person to cause them to have PTSD. Something happened to that person for them to go through a depression. It doesn't just pop out the blue. So it's knowing their past, understanding how it might can come out and flourish if they haven't had correct therapy with it, or even with therapy, stuff could trigger, but it's knowing who they are. So if you decided to marry that person before you get married, you should know their past and know if what they've gone through is something that you're willing to be with and stand beside. And knowing, you know, these things might come up one day, especially someone that's been abused as a child, however, sexually, physically, verbally, it might come up. But if you decided to marry that person, then it is for better or worse. Because
Right.
you would want the same effect. You would want someone to stick it in and be with you. And it doesn't mean that that's going to be, you know, we talk about marriage and how we're so easily and how we've always thrown it away. And when things get hard, then it's a divorce. But if you're there for the long haul, then you're willing to maybe take some time to work because it's forever. A lot of things that happens with a person with mental illness, depending on what it is, it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be forever your life.
Hey, Courtney, on
Mhm.
your point, I wanted to have a transparent moment with y'all real quick because I know I talked about, and I'll just be vulnerable in this moment, right? So I know I talked about being married for 10 years to the mother of my children, right? And we never really talked about, and I would never disparage her. She's, you know, wonderful woman, so on and so forth. But one of the reasons, Kay, and this does contribute to that 80% of women filing for divorce. I didn't file for divorce, Kay. She did. She filed, but the relationship got tumultuous. And one thing I do take accountability for is I wasn't the leader I needed to be. And after she had our son, she suffered from what do they call that, Court?
Postpartum or some stuff
Postpartum,
like that.
postpartum depression. So, and the doctor said she may have been dealing with that since our first son. And I didn't recognize it. I was just like, get over it, snap out of it. What's wrong with you? And then I would try and help. There were times where like I would try and help as much as I can. But I'm also going, she was a stay-at-home mom by that time. I'm out here going out, conquering the world, and then coming back. And because she had been with the babies all day, it was just tumultuous. So I'm just reflecting in the moment because, like, you know, we're having these conversations about marriage and what's the grounds for divorce. And then I don't know your situation. I know you've talked about your situation, Court, somewhat, but I'm just saying from my situation, at least so the audience gets a better understanding too of who's talking to them from my perspective and giving them, you know, my opinion on certain subjects. This one in particular, I can be transparent and say, you know, the relationship with the mother of my children had gotten tumultuous, and to the degree that it definitely needed a permanent separation. But I also recognize that while she was dealing with postpartum, I had no idea what it was. And this also goes back to what we talked about, I think last week, when I said, you know, getting married under a false pretense. This wasn't somebody I was in love with. It was somebody, you know, who was having my son. And I was like, I got to make an honest woman out of her. And that's the horrible reason to get married. It's horrible. Right. And so when you talk about these situations, I do understand what Kay is saying when you know it kind of depends and this, that, and the third woo. But I also, you didn't say that time, Kay. Normally you would say certain situations depend, but this one you were saying in this situation to set your thermostat when you get married. When you get married and into the relationship, it should be forever. You should set your sights on being together forever. But there are circumstances and things that happen that if you don't set the right and proper foundation, you know, mental health being one of them, I think, you know, the relationship becomes tumultuous. It's too much, man. It's too much.
So considering, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kay.
Nope, go ahead.
So considering the how Rilla just broke down his situation, right? Do you consider that reasonable grounds for him to, you know, for them to be able to separate, considering what he just described to you, Kay?
Postpartum depression? No, that's not reasonable grounds to separate to me.
Like the whole thing that he said.
Yeah, I don't want to get too graphic, Kay, but when I say tumultuous, I mean that's the safest way I can say.
Were you being abused?
No, I wasn't being abused.
So then no, I don't.
I wasn't being abused. What I'm saying
Were
is,
you abusing
I hear you. Wait, no. Let me not take away from. No. Let me not take away.
Okay, so then no.
Okay, let me not take away from your point.
I'm honestly, I'm genuinely curious, bro. I'm gonna just be real. Maybe I'm just the black sheep of the family, but you know, it's very uncharacteristic like of me to be able to continue a conversation when there's clearly some sort of tension in the air. So I'm just curious as to what the piss is going on, and is there something that we need to address? Like, is there something that's clearly weird? Because, you know, I'm going to say what I really think in a minute. But before I jump into assuming, I just want to ask the question as to what the piss is going on. Like, did I miss something? Is it something off?
Just say what you think.
No, nothing.
Just say what you think.
No. I'm asking a question. I'm being courteous. I'm trying to not really embrace this whole black hoodie that I got going on. But I'm just genuinely curious, like, is there a problem? Like, is there some sort of tension that I'm not aware of, or is it something going on that don't make sense? I'm seeing people text on their phones, all of it, or looking down and all of this other type of stuff. And so I'm just curious, you know, what's going on? Like, is there something important? What's happening?
Anytime a man texts me, I text him back. So yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna text sometimes. I mean, but whatever you think, just say it.
I mean, you seem from the very start of the show, you seem very bothered. You are in clearly a different space mentally. You are completely different as far as the way that you're acting. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that the way that you were acting previously was phenomenal, but it's different, right? And so it's got to be something that triggered that change specifically. Courtney, in my opinion, looks very much to be on the same page as Kay. I don't know if y'all are kicking it in the background or texting each other or whatever, or y'all got something going on. But from my perspective, it very much looks like a coordinated effort to embrace this difficulty that you guys are projecting to the audience and things like that. And I'm just curious as to, am I off? Is my assessment of this whole situation?
I definitely don't have anything going on with Kay in the background. I'm just here just answering questions.
Okay. I ain't talking.
What I don't know
I mean,
what I don't know what you want me to do. I'm asking some questions.
I don't know. It's just I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest. Like honestly, Courtney, real talk, like because we just did a whole show together. I rock with you, and I'm gonna be rocking with you till the wheels fall off. I've already made that commitment. I believe in you. You're my dog. But I honestly just believe that you are. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think that you influenced by Kay.
I'm definitely not.
You don't think so?
No, I'm not influenced by not a one person on this panel. Not a one.
Okay. Kay, you think that I'm off too? Everything is just cool. It's kumbaya. Everything is normal.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
Have a conversation.
Have I not answered
It's
every
called.
question?
No, I'm asking you a question right now. Like, what's the like? Is this not your vibe? You're not feeling it today. You don't like something that somebody said. What's happening?
All right, we still got one more
What
question.
was there a question that I
Still
didn't
got one more
answer?
person got to answer.
Hold on, Jared.
Still got
Hold
one
on,
more person
Jared.
got to answer.
Let me cook for a little bit. Nothing.
Was there a question that I ignored?
Yes. Is there something wrong with you? And is
I
there
said
a reason
no.
specifically why you're acting different? And do you realize that you're acting different? Is what I'm asking.
And I said, no, nothing happened. So my question is like, what do you want me to do?
I don't want you to do anything yet. I'm trying to get to
so
the
what
bottom
is
of
what's
if
the
there's
big
a
deal? What
problem
are
or
you
not.
talking about?
I can't make a suggestion on whether or not you should do something different until I actually get to the bottom of the problem.
Well, tell me what I'm doing wrong.
Do you want to be here
JR and say move
tonight?
on.
Do you want to be here tonight? I mean, I'm gonna be honest because
If I didn't want to be here,
I
I
don't
wouldn't
care.
be.
All right, y'all. Come on, y'all. Come on. Let's keep this show
want to
going.
be here?
Let's get this show going. We
genuinely
got two
curious.
more. We got a couple more topics. Open up the phone lines. Let's go.
Thanks, JR.
Let's go. Amira.
JR can't save you.
Amira.
I'm not trying to be saved.
How important is someone's past before marriage? You're on mute.
Sorry, I had answered that one already.
Oh, you answered it? Okay. Who did answer?
Yeah,
Kay.
yeah.
You didn't answer. Kay. Right. The last one. How important is someone past before marriage?
I answered that too.
Did everybody answer? Everybody throwing me off. Okay. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. You guys just tuning in. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's go. Let's get this party started. It's getting a little spicy. But we all good. The next topic is I still have some more follow-up questions. I have one more follow-up question with this. I think it's an important question, right? But the last topic.
Can you lead with Kay, please? I'm curious to know what her thoughts are.
How much of an impact does a single household versus a two-parent household affect the children once they become adults and decide to start dating? And I'm gonna give you an example to give a little bit more context. Okay. So a child having a good relationship with both parents, but still getting two different versions of what a household looks like. So even though they're still, say I have both of my parents, I'm trying to highlight the difference of them living in the same household with both parents and everything is all good versus them saying that, oh, we're good co-parents, not living in the same household versus them just not living in the household completely. Like, how does that affect the children when it comes to when they become adults and they begin to start dating? I'll go with you, Rilla.
Man, I'm listening to the question, bro, and I'm sitting up here thinking. I can't say, necessarily from when they become adults, but I just know some of the conversations that I'm having with, my sons and even my nephew. I had a really robust conversation with my nephew today, and because he doesn't have both his parents, he's being raised primarily by my sister. And when we talk about, and I'm passionate when it comes to young men, I can't really speak in depth to young women, but definitely young men, man. We consistently see the effects of these single mother raised males. And I'm not tripping because I'm one of them too, right? I'm a product of that too. It's just that in this day and age, man, like you have to have the father there for balance, man. I don't care. I had to tell my sister today.
Let me ask you this: when you say there, you mean in the household or just there?
He got to be present. I do understand that, you know, certain things don't work out. Like I said, in my situation, it definitely would not work out for us to be under the same roof. But he's got to have a prominent presence in that child's life. Optimally, would you want them under the same roof? Yes, we know kids turn out better in two-parent households. There's data, statistics, facts that prove that. We do understand that the nuclear family is what it is, right? That is the ideal way, right? But as it's set up right now, I mean, y'all know me, man, when we talk about child support and family courts and child alienation and fathers not being present in the home, man, like I don't think people realize the detriment that you're doing to these kids. Even when you talk about girls, raising these little girls who do not have the balance of what a male leader looks like because he's only daddy daycare. He's amusement park daddy on the weekends. He doesn't get to set the structure that they need to see. They don't get to see the consistency, the work ethic, the example. He doesn't, you know, the things that I'm able to impart to my sons now, right? They're in Atlanta. I'm in Chicago. What do you think the impact is of trying to parent on freaking FaceTime?
No, that's huge. That is.
You understand what I'm saying? Like you're literally trying to raise kids. I mean, this is what we're reduced to, and you have people that actually think like, well, this is the way to go. I mean, this is, you know, technology, and this is what it is. So you just get a little bit of FaceTime with them, and you can't parent no kid, man. You gotta be there when them boys step up and he, like my son. Think he got bass in his man. Listen, and because he's 1,400 miles away, it's convenient, right? It's convenient because, you know, well, 700 miles away. It's 1,400 miles there and back. I've counted it twice. You understand what I'm saying? But it's convenient. So you put that bass in your voice and talk a certain way when I'm trying to give you these lessons. We have no idea what we're doing when we alienate these children from their dads, man. The dad he's got to have, and I salute you, JR, for what you're doing, because I know personally what you're doing with your seeds and the impact that you're trying to have. Not what you get up here and spew on the platform. I'm talking about personally. I've heard it, I've seen it myself, what you're trying to, so I salute you on that. But I don't know that we understand what we're doing sometimes when we're alienating the child and preventing them from getting those lessons, the balance of the mother and the father, so that they can have a balanced upbringing and then be in a position to make decisions as young adults.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I know in your situation, you probably didn't have a choice, but I'm just trying to highlight, is there a difference? Because I know most people say that we're great co-parents, but there still is a difference from,
I agree,
you guys being in the same household, raising the child or children, and you guys being great co-parents from a distance in different households, because that child is seeing different families. You know, like who's to say who's doing what better? You know, you can't really tell. Go ahead, Corey. I know you had a question. What was your question?
Okay. I had a question for Rilla.
Yes, ma'am.
Since your kids are in Atlanta, would you not move there to be a parent?
Again, I said I was in Atlanta for 20 years. I left Atlanta, and it was the hardest decision that I had to make. And of all places, I left Atlanta to go to Detroit. I didn't run home to Chicago. I'm not saying that to be funny. Yo, that's not shots fired. I'm not saying that to be funny. I'm saying compare.
Are you dissing my city?
No.
I'm not happy.
I'm saying compared to being in Atlanta.
About what I'm hearing right now.
Now, listen, bro. When I was in Atlanta, me and Courtney talked. We've talked. I lived as she did too. I lived a very privileged life. A very privileged life in Atlanta. And you know, that was the hardest thing for me to do, because Detroit is 700 miles too, shooting straight up 75. So I've made that drive quite a few times too. It was one of the hardest decisions I had to make, but I had to protect me first because I was dealing with somebody that was still dealing with medical conditions and symptoms that had deteriorated into something else, that it wasn't going to be good for me to stay in Atlanta. So would I move back to Atlanta now for my seeds? No, I would rather bring them here with me, and I actually have that right to do that.
Are you?
Not at this point.
Mm.
Yeah, not at this point.
Bro, you sound like you in a matrix of a situation, bro.
No, I'm trying to tread carefully with it. I'm trying to be transparent, and I'm trying to share with the audience. So I'm trying to give some information without, giving up too much. So you just seeing me respect the mother of my children, really, is what you're seeing me do.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in on that about, in particular, raising a child as good co-parents versus them being in the house together?
We can see the difference in children. You can see the difference in behavior, in academics, in basically everything. Even their thought processes are different when they grow up in that balanced environment. Sorry. So you can see the difference in them. So to say that, well, the question was, is there a difference between the single parent household and double parent household, correct?
Well, I was bringing up all three households, but I think that I think people run away with the idea that if we're great parents, and again, we want you to be great parents, but if we're great parents, that's better than them being together. Ultimately, out of this conversation, I'm hoping people will hear this conversation and say, hey, either I'm not going to make children with somebody that I don't plan on being with, or if we're going through some things, are those things worth separating? Or can we work those things out and keep the family together? So that's ultimately what I'm trying to get as far as the message of this conversation.
I don't know the statistics on children that grow up with the parents separated but both involved in their lives. I don't think that they're as good as the ones that are growing up with both parents inside of the home. I will take a look at some statistics on that. But for what I saw, what I have seen so far, kids with both parents do better, as we all know, do better in school, do better in life. And I don't know why that is. If people are saying, okay, we can still be good parents, even though we're not together, I see children still suffer. Even Courtney mentioned that her baby girl was saying that she wanted mommy and daddy to live together. So just seeing that is like, that could be an emotional thing that she has to keep in the back of her mind, which I know Courtney is doing her best to fix that and to put a band-aid over that. But we wonder how that affects all the kids, like having both parents still be present, but not in the same home. I think
that we miss out on some things too, because everyone always talks about you should be, with whomever you had a child with, and that's the optimal situation. However, if it's violence, if it's anger, if it's, the parents aren't getting along and fighting all the time, then what? Does that child still deserve to be in that two-parent household? Does that child still is going to be at the top of their class because they have mommy and daddy? However, every time they go home, they're fighting.
No, I don't think that. Yeah, I mean, I think that's damage right there. But what I'm saying is just trying to get ahead of the curve if there's a possibility, because I mean, some people may say they may have a relationship and say, hey, there are some people that may divorce off of petty things.
I agree.
So I'm just mostly just trying to get people to think that if you can work it out, work it out. I do understand to each his own. I mean, I don't really know people's tolerance and what they can handle, but just really think about, even though you're a good co-parent, it would be much different if you was able to keep the family together. And that's only if it can happen. I'm not guaranteed that it can happen, but I just want people to get more in that mindset that if you can keep it together, then keep it together.
Right. And that's the idea of couples therapy. That's why you have it. That's exactly why you have it, to try to keep together. If it doesn't work and there's fighting, and the child is getting neglected because you and them fighting in the kitchen and a child in the background hearing it and crying. So yeah, it is, but there's a lot of situations. Things are situational. Everything is different. Every relationship is different. Relationships sometimes doesn't work. So in that case, you do what's best for the child. I would rather have my child in a happy, situation than her seeing me fight with her dad all the time. And she's being grown up, thinking that it's normal. And then we wonder why women are so masculine or we want to fight you. Look at their household. But that gets lost in translation. It's always get back with your baby daddy, get back with him. And it's like, you don't know what happened. And even
So
speaking on my behalf, you only know what I tell you.
So you don't think that it's best to get back with the father of the kid?
That's
I'm
not
not
what I
speaking
said.
specifically. I know I'm asking you
Oh,
a
okay.
question. You don't think that it's best to get back with the father of the kid in a lot of different situations? Like, you don't think it's optimal for the parents to try to spend the majority of their energy? And again, I'm not speaking specifically about your situation or anything, but I'm just saying in general, right? You don't think that it's optimal for parents to figure that junk out and grow the piss up and figure out how they can stop fighting with each other instead of leaning on the default solution to create a better environment for the kid outside of each other?
Well, I stated that. I said that would be the optimal situation. That's why I stated that's why couples therapy exists. If you're fighting and doing all that and you can't get along, then that's the exact reason why I go to couples therapy and try to work it out. But to say that every single couple, if that's going to work, it doesn't.
I wonder why we don't have this issue in my culture that much. We don't have this issue of, even if the pair don't get along, they usually figure it out. Why is it that in America it's just impossible to figure it out? And it's always, I understand what Courtney's saying, it's better to grow up this way than to have it grow up in violence. But why is it that we don't culturally, why we don't have this issue of I've never seen it like that where people are just like, we don't get along, we fight too much, so we don't want the kid to grow up like this. We don't, there's always somebody who compromises. Either the woman will just back down, most likely she'll just back down, and for the sake of the family she would be more, I don't know what the word is. I don't know. I
would ask, Courtney, were you about to ask something? I would say, when you're making that comparison and you're saying like, you're wondering why it is different in your culture, would you concede, or would you at least agree that the culture you primarily come from is patriarchy, and at least in North America in particular, the culture has turned into matriarchy?
Or equality, either matriarchy or equality, right? Could it be that in my culture the women are just miserable and we're just staying for the kids? I don't know. Now that we bring this up, it's like, what is it? Are the women actually just miserable here and they just don't talk about it? And because women have a choice in America, they choose to just say, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm going to either fight with the man or I'm going to leave.
Well, but I think it also goes back to what you were saying earlier. And it's crazy because I actually brought this up to my sister earlier in our conversation, is that, you talk about in your culture, when you did the video on honor and discipline, you talked about honor being an important part in your culture, and that you often say on the platform that people respect their family name, they fight for their family name, they shed blood for their family name, they die on the sword for their family name. It's not so much as the same over here in America, and especially, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not that everybody fights for their name over here.
So do you think that's the reason why it's kind of easier to separate, because of the differences, because you can't just stop fighting?
It's a
can't.
contributing factor, but I think if there was honor, there used to be a time where people were shamed, to have a baby out of wedlock or to be hoe hopping or to be doing all these things that would bring dishonor to the
What was that
family.
second? What was that second phrase? To be
You
what
heard
hopping?
me. Hoe
Let
hopping.
me,
You
hey,
heard me.
Amir, let me
What was
ask.
that? More
I have a
phrases than
question.
anybody.
We doing the thesaurus, bro. Come on and put that publishing budget together, man.
So,
Hi,
Amir,
Courtney.
you don't
Gosh.
know anyone in your culture that has been remarried?
Yes, my husband remarried. I'm his second wife.
So why didn't that work? Not to get all your business.
I mean, there was a very big reason. I don't really want to go into
Okay. Well, you don't have
details,
to.
but it wasn't just like, oh, we don't get along. It was a big issue.
Yeah. So that's what I just say that because it happens everywhere. And like I said, your husband, you're his second wife. It didn't work out. Did they have kids?
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. But it wasn't like this. It wasn't like, oh, we just don't get along and we keep fighting.
Yeah.
That's what
and
I
that's
mean.
what yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The reason that I see it here in America is like, and not just you, Courtney. I'm not just talking about you. I'm just talking about the situation. The situation is like, we can't stop fighting. I want the child to grow up in a healthy environment. So the best thing is for us to separate so the child can grow up in a healthy environment. But what I was saying is, it's just not common on this end that you see that women and men just say, we can't stop fighting. So we're going to just separate. I don't know why. And it just makes me wonder, are we just unhappy and we're just, you know what I mean? Are we just unhappy and we're just going along with it because of the family? Or is it that the women are more submissive and
Well, yeah. So, and I say that to preference what I said earlier is that, we don't know everyone's situation. And then some things happen, like you said, with your husband, you're his second wife and he had kids. However, it didn't work out. And not to get in your business, but again, that's a situational thing. So it happens everywhere. And for us to just say it's because we're arguing so much, that's why we left. I mean, we can't necessarily say that there's no stats, there's no statistics that says that. We understand that things are breaking up, but everyone is different. Your husband is different. His situation is different. My situation is different. So it happens everywhere.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question too. One time, I think it was maybe like a few shows ago, you said that like a woman with kids or maybe a woman with a high body count, don't quote me, but it was something like that, might end up as the wife of a man that had been married before, that maybe had been divorced, had kids. So like, why are you in the situation you're in terms of being the wife of a man that was married before? You're his second wife. He has children that are not your biological children. So like, why did you end up in that situation? Because I heard you speak of it kind of, I don't want to say maybe negatively as it relates.
Yeah, well, actually, I was trying to say as a second wife. That's what I meant, like as an actual second wife with a man that typically, like you say, the man will have his first wife. A lot of women, like in that situation I was talking, end up as a second wife in the marriage. I didn't mean to say like divorce like that. But also, my husband, you have to understand, he's a rare breed. He's not just a man who's in that kind of situation. My husband, I don't want to say too much about him like that, but my husband is a very high value man. He's not just
but why would you why would you as a woman who I mean, I don't know, you don't have kids like out of wedlock, you don't have a high body count, I'm assuming, tell me if I'm wrong, all these things, why would you end up with the man that you said would usually end up with women that were in those more
my husband would never end up with a woman that was in that kind of situation. You have to understand, my husband is of a different level. He would never end up with a woman who have a bunch of kids or who had a high body count. He just wouldn't, just because of his family and his status. He's a very high status man. He wouldn't end up in that kind of situation.
Okay,
So
so it's not that necessarily.
and another, I just want to finish my point. Another thing is that me and my husband, I courted with my husband, and I saw something that I didn't see in any other person. I mean, this wasn't the first person who tried to marry me. You have to understand. I chose my husband because this man showed me something that other I'd never seen before, and
What did he
I
show
wanted to
you?
be the wife. I mean, that's between us, but that's something that I saw in my husband. So I chose him. I didn't mind that he had been married because I understood what happened. It was a huge thing that happened. And that's a very understandable reason why they separated because, you know, and like I said, it is very rare. But
Oh, I thought your
yeah,
husband went to your dad or something during a party and asked. Didn't you say that your husband went
my
to
husband met me at my cousin's birthday party and then he went
asked
to my
and went
father.
to talk to your dad?
Exactly. And I chose him. I said yes to my husband after courting.
Oh,
Yes, I chose him. I wanted him. It wasn't that I was giving up to him like that. I wasn't. I chose him because of, well, you really want to be honest, because of his status. He has a very high status.
oh, okay. Status. What does status mean? Like money?
It means something in our culture. I don't really have to explain it. I
You
don't
don't want
really
to
feel
talk
comfortable
about it.
explaining all of it, but
You don't want
my
to teach us
husband,
about your culture?
I'm sorry?
You don't want to teach us further about your culture?
That's not my culture. That's my personal business,
You
and I
just
don't
said
feel
that
like going into that.
you just said it means something in your culture.
That's in my personal business, yes.
Okay. I was just wondering. Thank you.
No problem, Kay.
You done okay?
Yeah, I was just wondering because there was some like kind of negative things said about women, and the men that marry certain women. And then now she's saying that her husband is the man that she said usually is for a certain type of woman. But she clarified it.
My husband would never be for a woman like that.
Okay,
He's
well,
not the type. No.
okay. I just said that you clarified it and you said that his status kind of erases some of those things. Okay.
Yeah, it's something I considered, and I made my decision with my father. Yes.
That's cool.
Okay. All right. Just tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get those likes up. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel.
Greatest show on earth.
Hey man, you be sound like Dr. Evil, bro. You gotta relax.
Cause listen, bro, listen, I'm gonna just be real with you. You can't script this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. It play out how it play out in real life. And these people is real. You know what I'm saying? We all real. We put our life on the line. I mean, not life on the line. We make our lives visible to the general public every single day. And you can't, like, you know, the people, they get to see who we really are in real life. We all got different personalities. We come from different backgrounds. We got different mentalities, and it don't get no realer than that. And so that's why this show is the greatest on earth, because it's never going to be what you expect it to be. You can't control us. You can't control what it is that you're going to see. You don't know what you're going to get every single week. And that's why we awesome. That's why we better than everybody else. We always going to win. We always going to grow. We always going to be successful. And it's nothing that anybody or any platform or any other group of people can do this. They can't do what we do. We are the greatest show on earth. Real talk.
There you have it. Again, make sure you guys get them likes up. You laughing, gay.
Okay, you on mute. You done bought the Facebook Gladiator School to the show, to the YouTube tonight.
Hey, K, you on mute. I can't hear you.
I wasn't saying anything. I was just laughing. Chicago, what do you mean? What?
No, they was commenting in the chat. I was looking at the chat. They said Gladiator School.
I don't
we
get
refer to the Facebook group as.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Oh God. There you go.
That's
Come
crazy.
on.
Let's go. That's
No, literally, what does that mean?
So when we started out talking about what Gladiator School is in the Facebook group, almost like a rite of passage where you go through You know, you have tough conversations, courageous conversations, conversations that may seem awkward, but you talk through them, you get to a resolve, and then we keep it moving.
Oh, I never heard of that. And I'm
You never heard me reference Gladiator School?
No.
What? On this platform?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Tag me next time in the group.
I can't even remember what show that was. I've been saying
heard
it.
You say it
Yeah,
1,000
plenty of times,
bro.
Yeah.
You say it. You say this is Gladiator School in the Facebook group. You said it visibly. Come on, man.
That's cool, Anton, but I just haven't.
You haven't what?
Heard that. I don't know what it means.
Y'all see my face camera? Jesus Christ.
Pull up on me. Pull up. Ouch.
My God, my God.
We gotta go to church this Sunday, Anton.
I'm holding church tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. Doing a live stream. You know, I always got to recap the show right after that. I got to give my thoughts. You know, I'm very reserved. As loud as I am, I'm very reserved about my true thoughts. I got to sleep on it. I got to let people torture me in my sleep on replaying certain conversations, and then I'm going to rehash it. And so we're going to have this conversation tomorrow. Absolutely, bro.
Yes. Oh shit!
I have no
strings
you guys are
on
just
me.
Tuned in. You're tuned in to People Let's Talk, the greatest show on earth.
No. You said it wrong. You said it wrong. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. You got to say you can't say you tuned into. You got to say welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk.
My bad. On the next episode of Lapeef Let's Talk.
Damn. If you guys just tuned in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk again. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Moving on to my next topic, which is JR's perspective. I left everybody in mystery about this one. It may be big for some people. It may not be big for somebody. But as I just been paying attention to what's going on, my prediction is that, you guys, look at you guys. More men will start filing for divorce. More men will start filing for divorce. And I'm going to give you guys some reason as to why I think this. And I'm also add some additional to it because I don't want this to spiral out of control. Within the next 3 years, I believe that more men will start filing for divorce because if you guys have not been paying attention, and certainly you guys have, the men are speaking up. They're voicing their concerns. There have been platforms that have been waking folks up, such as Lapeef Let's Talk and the Lapeef Network. We got the Kevin Samuels. We got the roommates and a host of others. But
shout out to the roommates.
Yeah, shout out to the roommates. O'Shea, everybody is speaking up. And the men are asking questions. The men are seeking knowledge. The men that I have been talking to that are currently married are telling me that they are learning. They enter marriage not knowing their worth. They enter marriage not questioning certain things. And so even though the statistics currently say that more women are filing, the men are fed up. They are. And if the women don't change their behaviors, if the women do not step up to the plate, if they don't lose their masculine energy, if they don't get in touch with their femininity, they are on their way out. The men are not taking it no more because what's also happening on the other side is that you see women are paying attention as well, and women are learning. And so the women that currently wasn't in their feminine energy, they want to seek how. That's why they are on these platforms trying to get more informed and to see what's going on. What is this? Because the men are turned on. I am one of those men that didn't even understand what a feminine woman really looked like. I witnessed it. And when I witnessed it, it was amazing. It was amazing. And from that moment on, I began to think like, damn, this shit is real. And I spread the message like, you guys don't know what you're missing. So what men are seeing and what men are seeing women willing to do now, it's amazing. It's amazing. So the women that are currently married, if you are not changing your behavior, guess what? Men not going to tolerate it no more. They're going to be the one filing for divorce. And I want to put this out there. I do not want this to happen. I do not. But this is just my prediction, because if the women do not change their behavior and adjust to the movement, that's just what's going to happen. So after we talk about this, my prediction, I want to also have some solutions as to how can we prevent this? Because again, I don't want it to happen, but I'm just paying attention to seeing what's going on. I'm seeing a lot of men just like, man, what have I been thinking? I feel you. I feel you. If that woman is not doing her womanly duties, guess what? She's slipping. And if you're a high value man or you're a man on your purpose, as we always preach, guess what? There are tons of women that want to be in that position. So let's talk about this. Let's talk. Start with you, Rilla. Talk about my prediction about men within the next 3 years potentially might be filing for divorce. And those numbers you might seesaw a little bit. What you think?
Man, look, one thing I can count on you for is consistency, because the chat called it. They said, Rilla, go first. I don't know. I
you
think
bring that energy, Rilla. We need you first, bro.
But this is the thing, though. Real talk on this one. I think a man's nature, we can't fight against our nature is to stay. Even when I talk about the situation with the mother of my children, man, I ain't gonna even lie to you, dog. I was willing to stay. I was willing to try and figure a way to work it out. And I think that's a man's genuine nature. What I do think is going to happen, JR, to your point, there are men waking up. I'm one of them as well, because again, when I first came to the platform, I was very linear and microcosmic in my view of what was happening on the landscape, just based on my sphere of influence, right? But as I traverse these YouTube streets, and you're seeing other men telling their stories, and it's like it's similar to yours, or similar to this one, or similar to, like, man, everybody's saying the same thing. What you're really seeing is men starting to say, yep, I got to get on my purpose, I got to level up. Yep, you right, can't keep, like, as much as some people hate when anytime we talking about victim Olympics, I do see a lot more men talking about, I'm not jumping down with that campaign. I'm not making no excuses. Yes, I can acknowledge
first place, baby.
I can acknowledge what happened, but that's not what's going to keep me down. It's not going to keep me in this place. So men are leveling up. We're reading books. We're trying to figure out how to be the best version of ourselves. We're asking for recommendations, and it's not just gaining knowledge for the sake of gaining knowledge to be able to spit rhetoric, right? It's to actually make impact and change your life so you can level up and become the best version of yourself. So that's what I see happening. Once that happens, men will start demanding more of their women. And when they demand more of their women, those women will have to make a choice. Now, my prediction is, well, I won't say my prediction. My hope is when those men level up, become the best versions of themselves, become the prophet, priests, and kings of their home, and they're leading in the fashion that they're supposed to lead, those women will respond accordingly.
Okay. What you think, Courtney?
I don't believe in your prediction, especially when you say that men are waking up, and then there's women also that's in these particular shows and learning too. That will only create greatness. So I don't think men are going to be divorcing women, because no one wants to divorce.
I'm not wishing it, but what I'm saying is that I know a lot of men that are challenging their wives, right? They're challenging them. Like, they may not have been, and again, it's not everybody, but what I'm seeing is that because all the information that's out there now that people can see and hear, that they're like, you know what? I may have gotten it wrong, or I may have entered this relationship, this marriage, with the wrong mindset. But now they starting to understand what's going on. And so it's like, when they bring it to these women, either they're going to accept it or they're not going to accept it. You know, they're gonna have to meet those demands. They're gonna have to step it up if they haven't been stepping up. And again, it's not everybody, but I'm just saying for the people that are in this situation. I'm not speaking for everybody not in this situation, but the people I'm speaking personally because I know I got about 5 or 6 people currently that I know that are married that are having these issues and they looking at things differently. They're currently having issues within their marriages. They're currently demanding more. And they're currently in talks about possibly having a divorce and being okay with it because the woman doesn't want to align. So if a woman doesn't want to align and he's a great person, he's a leader, then what do you do at that point?
Well, why would they even marry if she's not aligning?
Because they just not getting woke. They may not have been woke into her. And what I'm saying is that the people that are learning, I'm not speaking about the people that was aware before.
Well, I'll say this because I don't believe the people are learning. What I think is that these platforms or men are able to speak up. These conversations has been had in barbershops. It just hasn't been had towards where women are listening or now we're understanding. So I think these conversation has been had amongst you, but it was silenced. But you've always felt every man, I think, has wanted a submissive wife. That's nothing new. Every man wants a beautiful wife. That's nothing new. It's just now on a platform where now we're talking about it where you guys didn't have it. So I think these men has already have known what they wanted. Now, if they decided to get with a woman that's not submissive and combative and all that, I don't know. I just don't
This
see
is
the
my prediction.
prediction.
It's just my
Yeah.
opinion. You know,
Yeah, I get it.
could
I
happen,
don't
could
see it. I
happen, but
think,
I'm just looking at everything that's going on. That's just my opinion.
yeah.
I stand on
Well, my prediction is a little bit more of a half full than half empty. So I am predicting that, especially if women are wanting to learn and men are saying now they can say what they've been wanting to say with no repercussions of it. When those two get together, I think more marriages are going to happen. So I'm positive about it.
it. Yeah, I mean, I know that. I mean, I think that's a great thing that the women are learning before, and then so when they do meet the right guy, then they are able to enter that relationship, soon to be marriage, the right way. But I'm speaking mostly current with the current people that are in marriages right now. Like that's the audience that I'm speaking of.
Yeah.
So I think it's some great things that's happening because we having these talks. But I also think that if the guys might have settled, to me, that's what I think they've done. They settled, and now they may be learning a few things. And it's like, you know what? I'm gonna step it up, and they stepping it up, and I need you to step it up too. And if the woman is not gonna do it, guess what?
But what you're saying has been problematic because women have said that and has left. That's why they, the 70, 80%, whatever. So now you're trying to change it and be like, well, now the men are going to do it. Like that. That ain't helpful. Because that's what women have been doing. And I need you to step it up. And then they leave. So now your prediction is now the men are going to do it. I feel like we have to have a resolve where no one does it. Where you decided to marry, rich or poor.
I said that I hope that they don't. I'm just saying
Well,
if the women, if the men are stepping it up, because you have some good men, right? They're just good, like they're just getting by, like they're okay, right? But once they fully wake up and understand their full potential, and they start demanding more than what they have currently been demanding, then there's going to be a shift. There may be some pushback. And if it is some pushback and she's not willing to do it, the man potentially may not tolerate it. He may not want to deal with it. That's all I'm saying. And I'm talking about people that are currently married, not the people entering. I don't want it to happen, but I'm just saying this is my prediction. It's just thinking way ahead, right?
Oh, all right.
I'm other people to chime in. Go ahead, Anton.
Nah, I mean, I think that you got a point. I think you spot on, especially with the idea that guys are starting to take their power back. See, what you seeing now is the result of a lot of what women advocated for, and I talked about this on the other show. They advocated for the idea that they can have all of the equality, all of the say so, all of this other type of stuff, but we're just now starting to see the results of what it is that they've been implementing for a long time. And so now guys are starting to wake up. They starting to say, you know what, my best life, my best years are ahead of me, my greatest earning potential is ahead of me. The majority of the people that I see in the gym is guys. Like, guys are leveling up in every way and shape and form. And so to a larger extent, I see women either trying to play catch up, oh man, I got to hurry up and get myself together, or whatever, so on and so forth. Or, they find themselves getting left behind. So to add some additional context to what you're saying, JR, I think that not only in marriage are guys, because marriage is at a 50-year low, right? But at the same time, um, less guys are choosing to get married, or they're waiting later. And now that we have all of these different guys that's stepping up, we're giving them information and we saying, hey, you ain't got to settle. You the prize. Do your thing. Do the work. Continue to get your bread up. Chase these checks, not the chicks. And it's always going to be some simps. It's always going to be, some stepfathers, but it's a severe shortage out here. It's a shortage of guys that's looking to simp, and even the simps are starting to a larger extent come out of that dark space. They're looking at the PJ Washingtons and they saying that we're not going to continue to go down this path. We're not going to continue to be stupid. So I think that you might be on to something, bro. Real talk. I think that you might be on to something. There's a lot of guys that's waking up and having conversations, not inside of these echo chambers, and they starting to get outside of this dark space that a lot of these women been keeping them in, and they saying, you know what, we paying attention. We paying attention. We can do better. We have more options. And we got to stop dealing with a lot of these unruly, combative, super masculine women.
I have a question, Anton. So you think that married men are now going to be filing more for divorce because they woke up?
I think that considering the thing about married men is that a lot of them stick around longer because of circumstances outside of the woman that they living with. They'll stick around for their kids. They'll stick around for their name. They'll endure through a lot more. But what you'll start to see is that as guys continue to navigate that, and so like JR described, these are guys that's been married for an extended period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Once they find themselves in a space to where they can get out of that, or they're no longer bound by the thing that kept them loyal in the first place, and they'll have to endure through this suffering, you're gonna find them in a space to where they like, okay, I got you. I'm willing to buy my time for now, but I'm gonna see you on the back end.
Well, let me say two things, because we talk about divorce and how bad it is, especially for the kids. And so us saying, yeah, they're gonna know their worth and stuff, and they're gonna divorce and break up the family. That's not good. It's not good on women's part. It's not good on men's part. So we definitely don't need to throw that out there like it's a good thing. No. And the second thing, that's the reason why they have side chicks. We did a whole show on this, the purpose and what can a woman learn from a side chick. It's because what he's not getting at home a lot of times, and he's going to find it in another woman. So, but those side chicks, it's always been that the man ain't ever going to leave his wife, but they get those side pieces because they're missing something from home. So again, that's why I don't believe in what JR is saying.
That's why the guys get side chicks, though, Court.
Well, a lot of times it is because what they're not getting from home, they get it from the side chick. A lot of times
I think that guys get side chicks is just because that's just the opportunity that was in front of them at the time. I don't think guys are seeking out side chicks. I think they find themselves in a situation where she becomes a side chick, but that's not what the intention was in the first place.
Well, a one night stand would not be the intention. Is just doing that. But a side chick, meaning that they have a side woman where they go to for comfort. They go to because she's sweet to them. And like I said, we had a whole show on this. What can we learn from a side chick? And it was like, well, she's doing things that he's missing from home. And a lot of men, I think, feel that way, but they're not divorcing. They're getting another woman to satisfy what they're missing from home.
Now, here's the caveat to that, though. I
Mhm.
don't think that every guy is gonna get divorced, right? I don't
Mhm.
think that. I don't even think that every guy got a side chick, right?
Yeah,
But
I
my
don't
point
either.
is that I think that JR is onto something, even if it's not to the extreme to where they decide I'm gonna actually go through with the divorce, or they got to figure it out, or whatever, so on and so forth.
Mhm.
I think the point that JR is making is that guys are waking the piss up. Like they waking
Yeah.
up, whether they in a relationship or they not in a relationship yet, they waking up and realizing that, hey, I got more power than society taught me that I have, and I don't have to be a simp, and I don't have to settle, and I don't have to do this, and I don't have to do that, and I don't have to continue to subject myself to an unruly chick. You know what I'm saying? And so the idea behind guys waking up is saying that, hey, I'm not just going to subject myself to it. Either get yourself together, or we're going to have to figure something else out.
Wait a minute, I think you wanted to say something.
God, I forgot the question now. I'm sorry, I was listening so good. It was, oh yeah, men divorcing. Your prediction can be right to an extent. I don't think it will ever be that men are going to be the main people divorcing, but do I believe that the percentage of men filing for divorce will rise? I do. I do, because you see men are starting to take advantage of the system currently. They're starting to smarten up and say, well, I'm going to divorce first before this girl divorces me and takes all my stuff. And a lot of men are doing more prenups. You see men getting alimony, just like I think it was Kay or Courtney had mentioned that men are getting alimony. Oh, it was Courtney. That men are getting alimony. Who was the girl that has to pay alimony again? I forget her name. Something Carrie, I think.
No,
Uh,
Halle Berry.
what?
No,
Well,
the one
Halle
that,
Berry pays child support.
what's her
Oh
name?
my gosh, she's white.
You know who I'm talking about.
Little, yeah, I
Oh,
know
you
you're talking
talking about
Right.
what's
Okay.
the name off American Idol? I know you're talking
Yeah.
about. Yeah.
What is her
Oh,
name?
Kelly
Kelly.
God, why
Clarkson.
can't I
Yeah,
remember
there
her
you
name now?
go. All right.
Kelly Clarkson. There you go. So yeah, you see men are starting to wake up and use the system to their advantage instead of being the ones taken advantage of. So do I believe that it's going to be more like they're going to be the majority percentage? I don't, because men just typically aren't like this, and men will do what they have to do even in their marriage. Just like Courtney said, they might have a side chick, but they will not divorce. And does that say something about men? Does that say that men are more willing to go through things and figure out ways during the marriage, and all in efforts to not separate? It could be that, or it could be that men are just trying to not have to deal with the divorce process, so they're just having their cake and eat it too. I hope you guys are understanding where I'm getting at. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
understand
like I
what you're
said,
saying.
Hey,
okay.
as long as it's making me sound right, I'm all good.
You're right to
Hey,
an
You
extent.
on to something, bro. Real
hey,
talk. I think that you
I
on to
don't
You
know,
something,
man.
agree
man.
Like
with
I
you,
might be a
JR?
scientist with this, man. I might be onto something, man.
Nah, I think it's consistent with what we normally see when people are married for quite some time, and then the kids and they become empty nesters, and they find that the foundation of the marriage is really, like the love is gone. The foundation of the marriage was,
There's a
planted
lot of
on.
people out there like that, man. There's a
I
lot of
know, that's
people
what I'm
out there
saying.
like
That's
that.
what
They just
yeah,
ain't filed for divorce. There's a lot of
yeah, I
unhappy
agree with
people
you.
out there. I tell you that
Nah,
shit right now.
that's
That's a
yeah,
fact.
that's why I'm agreeing with you.
No,
I'm circling
you
back,
are
and I'm like,
accurate on
dang,
that.
you do have a
You
point.
said I'm inaccurate on that?
No, you are
Oh,
accurate. I
accurate.
remember
Okay.
when I back in 07, 08, the first job that I got out of the recession when I was going back to school was it was working at this place, and we was doing insurance verification. And so what we had to do was, in order for big companies like General Motors and Ford and all of that or whatever, in order for them to continue to make sure that their cost was aligned, we had to make their employees go through an insurance verification to verify everybody that was on their insurance was supposed to be on there. I seen more people that were separated, and the only reason that they were still together is so that the woman could stay on the benefits and get insurance, and so that the kids can stay on the benefit and get insurance. But it was so many couples that were designated as married, but they really wasn't together at all. It was literally just a process. So that's been happening and moving in that direction for a long time. And the more woke and the more information that these guys get, the more informed and better. My biggest problem and job is fighting and trying to help people to understand the benefits of marriage. I got an uphill battle every single day because every guy that wants to get married, even the guys that want to get married, is sitting there asking me, saying, Anton, okay, make this make sense for me. They'll ask me 10 times back to back to back. Every coaching call for the next 10 weeks, they're like, Anton, okay, so explain it to me one more time, bro. Why is this making sense for me? This is real, bro. Real talk. And so I see it, JR see it. Like, it's not a secret. The bag is out, like the cat is out the bag. Guys is waking up to realize that they got more power than society has taught them that they really had.
All right. Well, I'm standing on it, man. I might be on to something, man. I don't fuck what y'all talking about. Respectfully, I'm just using it as an adjective. Not directly as an attack, but I'm just saying. I might be on to something, yeah.
Talk your talk, bro.
It's just something to look at. We got the phone lines open up, so if you guys refresh your browsers, it's in there. I do have a line of people already in here. Guess you guys are on it. Let's bring TJ up. What's going on, TJ?
Hello, how are you?
Doing fabulous. How you doing?
Hey,
Am I displaying my masculine energy right now?
Oh, I was being so nice to you. I was like, yo, listen,
Pull up
I
on
can't
me.
speak on
Pull up.
TJ's behalf, and it is true. You have showed up on a platform and was like, yo, this is what it is, so on and so forth. Real talk. That's how you been.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get to it. So let me talk about it for a moment. I've written my notes because I'm 54 and sometimes I forget things. As I've stated on my channel, my mother, she identified me as a leader even as a child. I think that combined with being the oldest, born to a single mom, a single teenage mom with two absent fathers, meaning my biological father as well as my stepfather, who I love them both, but they were absent. I grew into the woman that I would become. Now, I think it's very interesting and unfortunate that the leadership principles that are employed by John Maxwell and all those other things, when a woman employs those same leadership principles and assertiveness, she is seen as masculine. I find it unfortunate, but I'm not surprised by it. Even when I was in ROTC, I was one of two women in my class. And every time we went through the field training exercises, each person was required to be in charge of the maneuver. So if anybody who's familiar with field training exercises, you're in a squad. It's about 7 to 10 people in a squad. It was two women and the rest were men. Each time it was a rotation, and the male had to lead, giving the orders, giving direction, and you evaluated them. But without fail, every time myself and my female counterpart, we had to lead the same exercise and give the same order, give the same instruction. Each time we were always rated last. Each time. We were given the same direction, being assertive, being deliberate. And each person that was last had to go before the TAC officer and explain why we thought that we were last. And I was very frank. I said, I think that I was last because I'm a female. I said, but I'm doing the same thing that my male counterparts, because see, in battle, we're going to be required to do that. So I'm not surprised by that. I have a tendency to meet, particularly in my professional life, I meet the energy that is presented to me, whether it be male or female, and it has resulted in promotions and change in every agency that I've worked in, civilian as well as military, as well as federal agencies. So if that's masculine, I'll be that. Let's get to my husband. Since it's intimated that I may have settled, I find it disappointing. However, I'm not surprised by the intimation. I will be very clear in that I did not settle for my husband. I think he settled for me, to be honest. I have never been one who has been hypergamous, because I was not raised that way. I was not raised to look at a man for how much money he brought in, because again, my grandfather was a blue collar worker, and that was the male example I had. And I knew that I was going to work because again, I'm a leader. That's who I've always been. So and even before I had my daughter, I've dated men in the effort to be chosen as a wife. I've dated men up and down the career spectrum, from blue collar tile setters to garbage men to lawyers, professional athletes to independent. My ex-husband was a entrepreneur. I guess he would be like, he's a millionaire. And he like yourself, he touts that. And that's great. So what has always been important to me was never about what they had, it's about how they treated me. Now, unfortunately for me, though, I didn't realize in my misguided attempts, and I've said that too, I think in my interview with Courtney, I thought that I was being supportive and nurturing, but what I was being was overbearing and controlling. So that was my misguided understanding.
So you don't disagree with the fact. So you don't disagree with the fact.
But I disagree with what you said. My husband settled for that.
Hold on. You don't even know what I'm gonna ask yet, because I just sat here and I listened to you say your whole point.
But I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I thought you stopped. Go ahead, do your thing. I'm not trying to slow you down. I'll ask my question after you're done.
So I have a couple of more points. So let me go ahead and finish this really quickly. With respect to my husband, I did not settle for him. He settled for me. And he's a truck driver, and I would have dated him and had our paths crossed, because he looked good. And if anything, my poor choices were largely due to I was attracted to how they looked and not looking at the character. So that's what wasted my time, is the fact that I was attracted to what I was attracted to, and what I was attracted to wasn't good for me. Because they looked good, they were tall, I was tall, I had a lot of the same prerequisites that many young women are misguided by having: tall, this, that, and the other. But it was never money, but it was still some misguided attempts. So, but I didn't settle for him, and I like I said, I'm disappointed by it, but I'm not surprised by it. So I'm done now.
So, do you agree or disagree based off of the stories that you've given us and the different things that you've pointed out, and even you at the very end of the first point that you made, indicating that if that's what masculinity is, then I guess that I'm masculine. So you do agree that you have exhibited in your life and on these platforms masculine energy?
Yes. Are you done?
No,
because you're right. You're right. No, you're right.
No, you go ahead and explain this. It's no cadence. You can say whatever you want to say whenever you want to say it.
No, I didn't want to interrupt. That's why I was asking. No, you're right. But what bothered me is the intimation, or maybe that's just how I took it. The intimation is that because of the display of masculine energy, I may have settled for my husband.
The settling part that I'm emphasizing is that you have on these platforms indicated that you have made mistakes throughout your life, and then you had to at some point evolve to be able to get to the point to where the husband that you're with now is with you and chose you, right?
Yes.
So the settling part had nothing to do with your husband, like you settled for him per se, but the idea of it is that if you had it to do all over again, not necessarily based off of your circumstances, like I don't want you to have to reverse life, right? But based off of the results that you were getting, you emphasize that you could have had a situation had you had changed that whole idea behind how you were operating in your masculine energy in the first place, right?
I would agree. Yes.
And time.
So maybe I misunderstood what I thought that the settling meant. To intimate that I had gone.
I'm not dissing your husband. I don't have no kind of disrespect for him in general.
And like I said, that's why I may have misunderstood.
No, I'm saying that masculine energy often at times calls women to miss opportunities throughout their life, and some of them are not as lucky. Well, I ain't gonna say lucky, but some of them, it does not result in what it is that you have now, because a lot of these women are dying alone. And so it's the masculine energy that forced them into a space to where they often at times miss out on opportunities. And then somebody brought your name up, so I just went ahead and said, well, she displays, in my opinion, masculine energy sometimes when she goes off or whatever, so on and so forth, which you agree with. But
Oh,
the
absolutely.
idea is that there's a lot of women that exhibit these same characteristics, right? And they are not able to make the shift. And then often at times they miss out, or they have to wind up settling for a guy that was not probably on their list, which not necessarily is you, again, because I wouldn't specifically speak on your husband because, you know, he's not here to defend himself. He's not a part of the conversation. I don't do that. But just as far as the behavior that's exhibited from women in masculine energy often translates into a situation where most people cannot recover from.
I will agree with that. And I will say to that point, and I think it goes to the original question was, can masculine women or something to that effect be
Yeah, that's-
trained? It absolutely. But again, I think either JR or Rilla said, you have to want it. And I did want it. And I think I shared on the other night with the Kings, I didn't realize that in as much as I was doing all these things as far as my career, I was not successful in relationships. And I think, you know, Courtney brought it, no, not Courtney, but my daughter brought it out by her perception of me in relationships, that I didn't even know that she saw that I was, and her words said was, you know, you had to be really secure in your manhood to date my mother because she would make you question your whole masculinity. And that threw me for a loop.
Let
So
me
I would
say
agree.
something,
I
TJ.
can see the point. Yes, I'm sorry.
Because I'm the one that brought your name up, and it was
I
the
was here. I saw you.
and it was in the conversation where, you know, can masculinity change to feminine, that conversation. And I said yes. And TJ is an example where she understood she had to change what she was doing to get the results that she wanted. So yes, people can change. Again, you do have to want it, but you know, I said about the redemption, and it you did, and you said it, and you got a husband because of it. So that was, I was reiterating that point, and you were the example to give. And a lot of women are now, you know, realizing I have to change, but you
the
know,
problem
the
with your
idea of,
argument, though, Courtney, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The problem with your argument is that TJ admits that she still exhibits a level of masculine energy. And just because a woman, because what I'm emphasizing is that it's a lot of people that get married, but they don't necessarily change. And I'm not using TJ as my example in order to illustrate this point, but it's a lot of women that get married, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they've changed. And she's even admitted that she still exhibits that level of masculine energy.
because I
So
truly
just because a woman gets married does not necessarily mean that she's changed and become a different person from holding on to that masculine energy.
Well, I want to clarify though, because the difference between Terry now or TJ now and TJ in my 20s and 30s, I was not able to compartmentalize. I was not able to, you know, when I took off the uniform or took off the title to be that person, I was not able to compartmentalize. And I think I shared that had I had a husband, I would have to balance that. And to be honest, that was one of the reasons that made me want to really take a step back. Because I think even Kevin has said that he has aunts and stuff like that. I didn't want to be an aunt who was in my 60s and 70s who wouldn't be married, because I have aunts and family members that are like that. And I didn't want that to be me. So I had to do some different stuff. So I am still, when I am in business mode, yes, I am. When I'm in business mode, when I'm out, I absolutely am. And I won't apologize for it. But when I'm dealing with my husband, and again, my daughter says he's the one man that she's ever seen in her life that I have he's it. But that's something she didn't see, and I had to grow into that. So,
TJ,
but I'm not.
That's cool.
Yes.
All right, we got our final points.
You used a word that I've never heard, so I just want you to define it.
Suggest.
It was
intimate. Intimation, basically inference, suggestion.
Intimation.
Mm-hmm. Intimation.
Okay. I will, because I was like, what? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You all have a good evening.
Bye,
All right,
TJ.
TJ.
So thank you. What's going on, our King?
Hi, King.
Good show as usual. It's like TJ had made a good example of that question: can a woman with masculine energy be trained to be feminine? The answer is kind of a yes, but like her example showed, it took a shock. It's like it took a shock before she started using it. It's like I don't think there's a woman out there that hasn't learned how to be feminine. I mean, it's kind of
Oh, you'll be surprised, Mr. King. There's some tough
maybe.
cookies out there.
Oh, I don't doubt that there's tough cookies, but I think it's more so that they've been trained to be masculine, more so than not trained to be feminine. I mean, social requirements will drill in certain qualities. Like even the softest guy out there will still have certain masculine qualities drilled into him just because he has to survive in society. The same thing is true of women. I mean, human nature is human nature either way. But I still think that once a woman has been trained to be masculine, it's going to take a hit of some kind of shock to get her to start acting feminine. And even then, it's only going to be in certain circumstances. That's what
fair.
I've seen for most of my life.
That's fair.
It's like there was the other question in there about what identifies a feminine man. That one's easier to sort out if you define both. And the way I wrote it down was like this. A feminine man is one that a feminine woman can't bring herself to rely on even in an emergency. While a masculine woman is one a masculine man feels little need to project or provide for. It's definitely possible for a woman to do what men do, but the approach has to necessarily be different, simply because women and men are not the same. I mean, we can accomplish the exact same goals, but how you girls would go about it versus how we guys go about it has to be different if you're going to achieve the result correctly and not rub just about everybody the wrong way. Not be labeled masculine when you're trying to be feminine. Or in guys' cases, when we try to do things the way women go about it, we end up getting labeled feminine. It's like that's just how it is. When we start using it's like being on the wrong side of the tracks. It's like if a woman crosses over to a man's side of the tracks, she's going to be labeled masculine. If a man crosses over to a woman's side of the tracks, he's going to be labeled feminine, and there's no way to get past that.
I'm gonna have to sit on that. I think those are really, really good points, fam. I don't
I have a
disagree
question.
necessarily.
You said that a feminine man is one that cannot be depended on in hard circumstances.
He is
Correct.
one not likely to be depended on by a feminine woman, even in an emergency. She won't immediately look to him as the source, especially if there's another man around. She will readily go to that other man rather than go to the one that she is deemed as feminine.
Can I ask you, why is that not being seen as just being an improper man or an unreliable man rather than attributing that to femininity? Because that's not a feminine trait to be unreliable.
That's horrible character.
Oh yeah, it does.
It's a bad character. That's what I was thinking.
However, how can I put this? You've heard the expression "one man's trash is another man's treasure," or something crazy like that.
Another man's trash is another man's treasure.
Yeah, it's something like that. It's basically the qualities that work for women that are good on women are complete junk for guys. We can't make use of those things. It will interfere with how we move. Likewise, the qualities that work best for men will cause problems for women. I mean, it may allow you to get some things done, but it'll interfere with other things.
Like what? Because right now we're talking about character, but what quality?
Take this for instance. Take when a woman becomes aggressive and competitive, right? It's great for business. I mean, that kind of woman can uphold a business just almost as well as any guy can, if not better in certain cases. Depends on the business. But if she takes that same nature into her relationships, it's going to cause problems. It's going to cause grief, especially if she's got a masculine man.
I understand, but when you attributed that bad characteristic to femininity is what I was asking. Like, why would that be considered
That's a little
feminine
backwards.
exactly?
It's a little backwards from what I intended, so maybe I worded it wrong. What I'm saying is when a man takes on feminine characteristics, that is the result. It's not that the result is directly attributed to feminine characteristics. It's that a man taking on feminine characteristics will end up in a position where he does not appear reliable to a woman.
That makes sense. Okay, that I can understand.
So, long story short, you telling us not to be like Lil Nas X. Is that the gist of it?
If that's how you want to put it.
Don't get pregnant. Okay, I got you.
That wouldn't be my choice of words, but if that's how you want to put it, go for it. Let's see. What else is here? Oh yeah, JR's prediction. I'm gonna give that one a strict maybe. I'm gonna give that one a strict maybe. See, here's the deal. On the one hand, it is ridiculously costly once you're married to get divorced. And I'm not talking about just money. Money is only the beginning of it. It costs a man in many different ways to go from married to unmarried. It can affect his career, even if it doesn't affect his mental state. It can affect his career options. It can affect where and what he is capable of doing, simply losing that married status. It's amazing all the things that it ties into. Now, let's see, where was that?
It's cheaper to keep her.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, in more ways than one. I think what's going to make your prediction more possible is that the crap ton of currently separated couples, they don't live together, but they're still technically married because neither one of them has moved on to divorce. I think those are the ones you're going to see actually becoming divorced, and it may be after a certain amount of time, the men will be the one who start doing it more often instead of waiting on the woman to do whatever she's going to do. So there, I can't put hands on that one way or the other. And Mira just bounced off. I hope she can hear this, but even if she doesn't, if she watches the recording, I hope she gets this message. Please don't start judging yourself by our cultural standards. I mean, really, it'll mess you up. Marriage has never been about being happy. It's always been more of a blessing to find happiness in your marriage. So it's like, don't start expecting happiness to be there. Just find it when it comes. That's what I would say to anybody newly married. Find the happiness when it comes. Settle your duty first, and then find the happiness when and where you can find it. It's like that's from somebody who was married for 14 years. That's all I can have on that one. And one last bit, Kay, I'm wondering what the result of your experiment is from your point of view. Thank you. That wasn't a shot.
That was an accident, man. My hand was. Fingers.
It's like I'm wondering what the result of your experiment is from your point of view, because I think earlier on in the show, when Anton and Rilla voiced concerns for you, notice they showed their intent towards you. They showed that they care about you, but it still didn't affect their opinion of what you think.
Okay.
It's like that was just something I remember from the Facebook group. All right, that's all I got.
Jesus. Courtney, are you looking up? Jesus, that is the coldest look that I've ever seen anybody give a panelist in my entire life.
Oh,
jeez, you see that, JR?
All right.
Really? They ain't here to play with y'all, man.
Get your girl, bro.
Hey, can I just shout out Kay real quick, man? I posted in the Facebook group.
No, you can't.
For real. Yesterday, man. Kay did a thing yesterday, man. I was
What'd
Yeah,
she
I
do?
was proud
Oh.
of you. I was proud of Kay yesterday, man. She did her thing yesterday.
Thank you.
Shout out, Mr. Palmer, F Child Support. Kay pulled up
Oh,
midstream and was like, "Let's just have the conversation." And she had the conversation. It was dope. I thought it was dope.
It was good. It was good.
How did you feel about it, Kay?
You know,
You still stuck on the 80%?
All right, King.
You still stuck on the 80%, Kay?
No. When I came on, I had not seen all the things he was saying before. So I got on, like, hey. And then like later in the night, I went back and looked and I was like, what?
What, you would have pulled the chopper out if you seen the
No.
He was just giving his perspective on the first part.
No, I know that a lot of people misunderstand me and want to go along with the hive mind. So I get it, but we had a good conversation.
And shout out to the family. The family pulled up to support, man. The family was there with you.
Do you agree with that, Rilla? That most people misunderstand Kay?
No, I think people understand who Kay is, man. Kay is exactly who she is. She's exactly who she is. But I thought she did really dope having the conversation with Mr. Palmer. They both exchanged ideas and came to some type of resolve. I think they did. I just think she's still stuck on the 80%. Okay, you stuck on the 80%.
I miss Kay tonight. I really do miss Kay tonight. I don't know what's going on, but I miss actually the normal Kay.
You've only seen me like 4 times. What do you know what's normal?
No, that's not true. I've been watching before I came on. You remember,
Well,
I've been watching.
let me say this. You don't know me at all. So what do you know? How do you know what's normal?
Amira, why you keep trying to be nice to this girl?
I was just telling the truth. I just said I missed her banter. That usually she does. I mean, I guess I don't know you
how
personally,
nice you
but
are to her. It don't matter how cool you are. It don't mean none of that to you. To listen and look, I'm sorry, JR be trying to like Anton, be nice. I can't, man. I just gotta be what I am in reality. And from my perspective, from my lens, from my point of view, I have not talked to Kay behind the scenes and none of that. In reality, you are the enemy to Kay. So it does not matter how nice you are, how cool you are. She has never shouted you out. She is never bigging you up. She is not holding you up in greatness. You keep being you. You keep being nice. You keep being feminine. You keep winning. And do not subject yourself to the mindset of people that hate you. Real talk.
Amira, do you think that Anton is like your leader on this show?
I don't have a leader. My husband is my leader.
Right. That's what I thought. Because Anton sometimes steps in and starts talking as if he's your leader. I was just wondering. Thank you for answering.
Anton just likes to say what he's thinking. I mean,
I get
there's
it.
nothing wrong with that.
I get it.
What's going on, Joel?
Hey, how y'all doing? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, we
Not
can hear you good.
Joel. That's not that man's name.
I don't know what you. It's like you going to one of them damn
Yeah,
rise
yeah,
up
he
Great
got the
America
capital
somewhere.
L
You
on
be
there.
standing.
Yeah,
That's
Joel burning
His
that
name is
midnight
Joel.
oil.
He doing donuts.
Courtney, you said not Joel.
Like he could,
That's not
look like he
that's
going
not
through the
his
future or
name.
something, man.
No, I'm always working. I'm in a truck right now, so I'm always working.
Yeah, we hear breaker 19, break. Hey, look, is it Joel or is it Joel?
It's Joel, I think. I don't think Joel is spelled differently.
Hey, I'm gonna have to come back on later. Yeah, I might have to come back on later. They ready on me. Hold on.
What is going
Oh
on?
man, Joel.
Can you suck
I'm
me
gonna call
out?
him Joel now. What is it you doing?
Breaker. Joel trying to tote that bar to lift
Joel.
that hay.
Gotta change that man to a female name.
Joel is not a female name, Courtney.
It is. Joel is a female name. You got
JR,
Joel.
he said he got to
Oh.
come back because they just called him in.
Okay.
No, Courtney, you're thinking of Noah.
Yeah, just talking me back in. I'm about to go
Joel
and break
is
up.
name?
I
I know
got
his
you.
name Joel. No. The man name is Joel.
Joel.
What's going on,
What's
What's
up?
going on, Roberto?
You said it right. Just chilling. So
Okay.
yeah.
Where you
I
calling
wanna
from, fam?
Where I'm calling from Norway, man.
Shout out to Norway.
Thanks. So yeah, what I wanted to say is I wanted to pick up a few subjects from other shows, not from this one. And when Amira said that Africans or Black people are the most racist ones, my parents are from Ethiopia, both of them. And in Ethiopia, there are 93 languages. It's on the official website. And 80 languages are official. And the thing is, the problems in Ethiopia is not religion. On my mother's side, they're Orthodox Christians and some pagans. On my father's side, they're all Muslims. And all the problems that is in Ethiopia is due to ethnicity. And it's so much prejudice and racism towards each other simply based on ethnicity. So Amira is right based on that thing. So yeah, and I've lived in 4 different countries and 10 different cities, and it's true, and it's sad. And I wanted to
Hold on. Go back to that. You said it's true that all Black people are racist, or majority of Black people are racist.
Majority of Black people.
Okay, how is that true instead of an opinion?
It's not an opinion.
Okay, what's the stats? What's the stats or the data that verifies it as a truth?
It's not no data, but it's just common sense. When you go to Africa and you are among the people, like for instance, Rwanda, they had a genocide. If you see Liberia, they had a genocide. Like many African countries had genocides, and they're primarily based upon ethnicities. It's not based upon culture or religion. It's ethnicities. It's people. Africans are the most racist towards each other. Like Africa is huge, people. Remember that. It's a lot of ethnicities.
Yeah, it's the biggest.
It's very, very big. It's not it's a continent. I know.
Yeah,
and it's a very big continent.
So that's what I'm saying. It's a in order for it to be a fact, I should be able to prove it, not on what you see.
It is a common knowledge that African tribes
No.
each other.
You can't say common knowledge.
It is. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it's not common knowledge.
Okay, tell me where you found it out. Tell me where you found it out.
No, I'm not talking to you, Kay. I don't like talking to you.
I don't care. You're on the platform, so I'm here.
I don't care. I'm just going to ignore you. I'm always talking to Courtney. Now, Courtney.
So what? You're a caller. I'm on the platform. I get to talk to you.
I don't care. I don't care. Straight up. I don't care about you, Kay. I'm just going to ignore you.
Stand 10 toes down.
Yeah, like straight up, I don't like you, Kay. I'm just saying to your face, I don't like you. I don't engage with people like you. If I saw you in the street, I would just keep walking.
Platform that I'm on.
Wait. Yeah, hold on. Wait. Hold on 1 second. Wait. Kay. Wait, hold on 1 second, please. Is it Rivera?
Rivera, yeah.
Okay. We gonna be respectful, right?
He didn't disrespect her. He did
I'm just
not,
asking.
He did not disrespect her.
No. I'm just listening. So I'm not doing that.
Listen. I don't care who come on the platform. I don't care how much I don't like or disagree with people or whatever, so on and so forth.
I got you.
I'm not gonna let nobody disrespect nobody on the platform. Cool. He never said one disrespectful word. He just said, "I'm not talking to you." He said, "I'm talking to Courtney," so on and so forth. He is not required to do anything outside. Like he not disrespectful. He just saying
no. I'm just asking the question.
Disrespect the entire Black.
He did not disrespect anybody.
He said Black.
He ain't disrespect nobody.
I'm just asking the question.
Call nobody out of their name.
Come on, y'all. Let's just have a conversation.
I know.
I
got you. I'm cool with that. I'm just asking a question, and I just want him to. I'm just asking the question. We respectful, yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
All right, thank you, bro.
No problem.
Sure. If you call into the
I enjoy listening to you, Chicago Gorilla. You're a very respectful person, man.
If you call into the platform, you are subject to whoever wants to respond. You can't say, "I want you to be silent," Kay. Like you don't have that power.
You can talk, but I'm not talking to you.
Okay, as you're talking to me right now.
Anton, I wanted to say something. And the thing is, you know, when you made the statement that you don't align yourself with people based upon race, but based upon character, I have to say, man, I respect you a lot for that, and it's just it's madness. But yeah, I get the point of the other people also, that you have to take care of the culture and stuff like that. It's true, you have to take care of the culture, but what you were saying was something else. Something else. It was not. You were not saying that I'm going to disregard the whole culture. You were
I'm
just
glad
saying
that you honest and you can look at it for what it really is. I'm glad that we don't have to be super duper specific every single time we make a statement in order for us to be able to understand exactly what I'm. People that's looking for real, you know, for growth and really looking to have the conversation from an honest perspective can see the truth. Like they can see what you mean by that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so obvious, but thanks for being stand-up, fam. Thanks for being real about what it is. And I don't even mind if somebody disagree with me or agree with me, but let's just be honest about where we standing on this stuff, and we know what really is going on. We know what I'm really saying.
Look, let me push back a little bit, Rivera.
Go ahead.
So would you say you yourself align with people of good character, regardless of if they look like you?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful and I'm not trying to be incendiary. Would you align with someone of Eritrea of good character?
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay.
Up. The
All
thing
right.
is,
I'm glad y'all there. Thank you, bro. Salute, King.
Well, let
the
me ask
thing
you
is,
too.
my ethnicity is Oromo, and it's the second biggest ethnicity on the whole continent of Africa. Not only, and it's the biggest ethnicity in Ethiopia. So the thing is, our population is between 50 to 60 million. We didn't really have so much beef with the Eritreans, anyways. So, but like, even if we had, I wouldn't care at all. Like, I wouldn't care. As I said, I've lived in 4 different countries. I'm only 22, and I've lived in 4 different countries throughout my life. So I've been, so I've like experienced different types of people, and so yeah. So I don't judge based on race. It's just pathetic.
Let me ask you
just
a
said,
question. Hold on, Kate.
Hold on, Courtney. Go ahead, Courtney. Go ahead.
Rivera, are you racist?
Not at all. Not
But
at
you
all.
have to be.
English is not my first language. I apologize. English is not my first language.
Okay. But are you racist?
No way.
Said no.
At all.
Most of us are. Then that would put you under there. So you are.
No, I said not at all.
Courtney, he just said what most Black people do, and then said that he doesn't judge people based on race, and that he's not racist.
But majority of Black people are.
How is that consistent, Kay? What are you talking about?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Courtney.
Fair point.
So, Courtney, does that make sense to you? It seems very all over the place.
Well, I guess if he's saying majority, that means he's calling himself racist, JR's racist, everybody's racist.
No. I'm not saying like, I'm just simply saying
he wasn't talking to you.
Majority of Africans are racist. Yeah.
She wasn't talking to you. She was talking to me. Use your own rules, mister. You can't come in.
Anyways, Connie, what I was saying was that majority of Africans are racist. Yeah, straight up. Like, you can deny it as much as you want, but it's.
You probably shouldn't watch.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on,
like,
Kay. Hold on, Kay.
Kay,
We got a guess, and I believe he said in Africa. He didn't say in the U.S. He said
I said in Africa, and that's where most Africans are. It's not in the U.S.
That's a fact. But that's a fact. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But okay.
Okay.
But I wanted to say thank you for having me.
Oh, no problem, man. We appreciate you.
I love the show. I enjoy it a lot, and keep doing what you guys do. And
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
What?
Oh,
y'all relax. Salute to Ribeiro, man.
Hi, Canadian-born Nigerian.
How you doing, Bounty?
What's going on, Canadian?
He's
doing good.
racist because he's
Very, very, very
Nigerian.
interesting story.
Right.
Hold on. Can we hear the
Everybody
guest, please, ladies? Can we hear the guest? Can we hear the guest? If you
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
control
It's
yourself, mute your
very,
mics.
very interesting show today. What I like to say is more of a comment. For one, what Rebecca was saying earlier, it was known back in the early 80s to the 90s that a lot of immigrants who came to New York City from different African countries experienced racism. I talked about it before in the last couple of shows in the past that Amira understand what I'm talking about. Because when you come to New York City, this is the first city a lot of immigrants come to first. If you live out here, either you live in Brooklyn, you live in the Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, Staten Island, there is a division among African American people and the Caribbean/African people. Elementary school, middle school, high school, they had racism against immigrants. I said it before, my wife is from Trinidad. I'm from Nigeria, but born in Canada. My wife told me how people make fun of her and her culture because they don't speak the same kind of English, which is mostly the British standard level of English, not the Americanized English. They like to say things to people who they don't relate to, who they don't understand to. Me growing up, I would call African booty scratcher. You're not gonna find no data showing how many people have been called African booty scratcher. I have been asked if it's true that your women in your country walk around barefoot, naked, and pregnant with their titty out. I would act that in elementary school. I would act that in high school. It got to the point when I had a thick skin that I started to roast a lot of these ignorant black people to the point whereby I let them know we African, we're not stupid. But when you do cross the line with African folk from the African diaspora, let it be known based on their culture, based on their country, you have to be careful. There's a few countries that put on the list to be afraid of. People from Ghana, people from Nigeria, people from Liberia, people from Senegal. Those four countries are considered quote unquote warrior like country. The men don't take nonsense to nobody. I have seen firsthand when I see a group of African people lash out on African American, and it's not funny. This going on throughout the 80s. There's no data because you know why? African people keep it to ourselves. We see it. We were taught not to mingle with African American people. We were taught not to mingle with African Caribbean. This is a cultural issue. So where America comes from, Lebanon, no different from what we go through in our own country, in our own culture. My country have 500 dialects. That's about 500 different language. Right now, my country is avoiding a civil war as we speak, as much as it can, because once that happens, Nigeria is gone. There being ethnic issues that go on in Africa deep in their history. The problem is, you're not going to find no data unless you know the history, let you know why people act a certain way, why there's division between Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. I'm from the Yoruba tribe. Now, we do the history of Yoruba, we go across multiple countries, which is true. But when they bring these things to the forefront, sometimes they want to act data. We ain't talk about data. We talk about history of massacre. We talk about history of ethnic cleansing. We talk about history where people trying to wipe out a certain tribe. The slave trade comes from that. If you think about that, the way you have African American brought into this country because the dominant tribe took over the weaker tribe, and the dominant tribe sold the weaker tribe to the slave traders. That's what really happened. If I look in my background, my own family, technically speaking, I'm from royalty. I live around rich people growing up in Nigeria for 7 years. I have 7 uncles who are multimillionaires, who have status, not just money alone, influence. It'd be political, it'd be business wise, it'd be agriculture, or into real estate. They got so much different connection that they can pull string to make things happen. When Amira mentioned status, it wasn't always about money. There's a particular man in my country, in my tribe, he had beyond money, he had connection. If you want a manufacturer to be done in his own area, he will sell the land. And no one can say no, not even the government can say no to that. They had to collaborate, they had to negotiate. That's a status. The thing about America, when we mention that, I think it's money. No, it's far beyond money. Believe me when I say this. You wonder why you have a lot of wealthy billionaire Nigerian coming to America playing game with American women, because they know that they don't understand our background. They want to live the life that we live. But when you come back to our country, you find out it's not what you think it is. It's not. This is why there's a great division between African American, Africans, and Caribbeans. Yet we're all black, yet we're all African. The difference is people from Africa were colonized. People from America were put into slavery. Different mindset, different ideology, different thinking. Same thing with marriage. Marriage is like a business in a way, mostly in Nigeria, based on the status of the family. Now, I believe this is true. I've seen it happen in my country. A man will get rid of his wife, keyword, though not divorce, get rid of his wife, if he find out she broke the oath or the contract being made between families.
Hey, Canadian, we gotta make sure you bring it home. I got some other guests.
No problem, no problem.
Okay.
Next time you have the conversation, I could talk more about it.
Wait. I got a question for you.
Oh, that was dope.
Who has
That
the
was a lot of
better?
insight.
No. I need to know, Anton, who has the better jollof between Jollof between Ghana,
Jollof rice.
between Ghana and Nigeria. Come on, brother.
This is a 15 to 20-year argument.
Mm-hmm. Who got the better jollof?
So my friend will get mad with me. It's between the chef and where they're from. Sometimes it'll be Ghana, sometimes from Nigeria. If you don't believe me,
really
there's a restaurant.
about
There's a
culture
restaurant
than
in
anybody I
Brooklyn.
know, bro.
There's a restaurant in Brooklyn that's known for that. You have to go and taste it first, then compare with another Ghanaian restaurant, because there's always a competition. That's the problem. One moment Ghana's on top, the next moment Nigeria's on top. They're almost identical, but it's based on the chef.
I'm going with Nigeria.
Hey, Canadian-born Nigerian, I appreciate you for dropping all of those gems and the facts and giving us more insight into.
I study a lot about my country because I spent 7 years over there when I quote unquote.
But I mean, that's dope, though. You know, that's dope. I think that gives us more insight. It allows us to be able to have these conversations from a source of truth based off of the insight that we get from people like you. And I think that that's absolutely dope. I wish that Courtney, I don't know if they listening or not. I wish they was here to kind of chime in on some of the stuff that you were saying, Courtney and Kay. But I think that
it's
you're
a big deal
absolutely
because
awesome,
you'd be
bro.
surprised. The culture is not something you can change. I thought I could change it. I would consider the black sheep in my family, mind you. I would not. How would I put it? My family say I was too Americanized. I chose not to marry a woman from my culture. I'm married to a Trinidadian. So according to people who know Nigeria, you marry after your culture, it's considered almost a taboo. But a new generation now is allowed to do that. But my group, hell no. Either you're married to a Nigerian woman or a white woman. That's a whole different story. Yeah, I know you look at me, Willa. I know you're looking at me funny. Yeah. I've got cousins who did it. I chose my black woman, doesn't matter where you're from, either African American or Caribbean or Africa. I chose not to marry from my own country for a different, deeper reason.
That's dope. Thanks, fam.
It's deep, trust me. I study my culture so hard like it's a encyclopedia. And I realize there's so much in depth in it that people do not comprehend. That's why when people from African diaspora, different African countries, and well from the Middle East, when they bring their culture here, people think it's easy to follow. My uncle got 3 to 4 wives. He's able to afford every single one of it because he has the financial backing to do so. If wife number one not behaving well, okay, fine. You stay right there and I'll leave that house for you. You will marry the second one. But you go to a prominent family that have a respectable daughters. Now, if the daughter had too many bodies, may God forgive her soul. That family not gonna take it easy with them. You come from a prominent family in Africa and you're a woman, don't shame that family.
Yeah. I hate you, Canadian, man. We got to get some other callers on, Canadian. I definitely appreciate you, man. Constant support. Every single show, you always there. Definitely
I try to
salute
share
to
as much
you, man.
information I can. I'm a nerd, just like Anton.
Thanks, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with
We
that,
rock with
man.
you, bro.
Appreciate you.
Think alikes.
All right. What's going on, you Black? What's going on, my guy?
That was super dope, bro.
Yeah,
you
it
dropped
was.
a lot of game and knowledge.
That's amazing.
What's going on, my guys?
Blizzy.
How you guys doing? Amira, I finally got it right. Kay, Courtney, wherever you are, cousin. JR, Anton, and Rilla. I'm going to talk, Amira, you might not want to hear about this, but I'm going to talk about the top 5 reasons why women want married men. Yeah. So the number 1 reasons why is because of clean penis. Women know that married men are sleeping with only one guy for 5 or 6 years.
Women know that married men are only sleeping with one guy for 5 or 6 years?
With one woman, I'm sorry. For 1 year.
Oh my God.
So women know that. So
what?
No, number 2, financial stability. When you're married, you're established. You're not spending money on trivial things. You're establishing a household. So whatever leftover money that you have is for trickation. So that financial stability allows for a woman to be attracted to, or a woman to be attracted to that man. The vacations, the experiences. We have to lie, call off. We have to make an experience of we have to make an experience of your time.
Anton, you okay?
So when so when women who see a married man, they understand that their time is going to be treasured. And we're going to take the most amount of our time because we don't have a lot of time. We have to spend it with our family. Number 4, the character of a married man. You know, married men are, like I said, financially stable. We're married. We've handled our business. Single guys aren't like that. We are tried and true character proof. And number 5, and the last reason why married men are attracted.
Wait. So we got good character, but we cheating.
Yeah. So, number 5, the reason why women find married men attractive is because of freaky sex. We are
putting the cap on, really? Oh.
So number 5, you know, the freaky sex. We're doing things that we can't do to our wives. We're doing all the lovely things that are not available, that are reserved within our wives, and we're giving it to you. You are a special treat. What? Eating the booty, groceries, all that, it all goes.
What? Jesus
Christ. Wait, so you go buy groceries together, so that makes it what?
No, Amira.
What are you talking
Amira,
about?
Look, sit this one out.
Amira, you might want to sit this one out. You might want to sit this one out. So, just to review, it's because of the cleanliness of a married man. It's because of the financial stability of a married man. It's because of the vacations of a married man, and because of the character and the voyeurism of the sexual experience.
So Blizzy,
who came up with this? Who came up with this list?
I mean, I'm just
you put this list together.
Yeah, I had thought about it, and I did some surface level research.
How long did it take you to get this list together, bro?
Honestly. About 5 minutes, you know.
Go ahead, Rilla. Do your thing, bro. I don't have any comments whatsoever, bro. I have no comments whatsoever. I'm just curious as to how this is playing out. Go ahead, really do your thing, fam.
No, I just want to know when you're eating the groceries, what type of syrup is you using?
I mean, all I'm saying is that when you have a man who's sleeping with the same woman for a number of years, he's gonna want to do things that he doesn't normally do. So I think a married woman can see that, and I mean a person who's going after a married man could see that.
So eating the groceries, fam? You said specifically.
So wait a minute. Wait. Hypothetically speaking, because I think you married, right?
I am married.
And okay, cool. Sounds good. So hypothetically, because I would never assume that you've ever cheated or anything like that, but let's frame it and assume that you would. Are you telling me that you would do things with the other chick that you wouldn't do with your chick?
Well, I would think that would be the reason why most men would cheat is because of the sexual experience. You're doing things that
it's ego. It's all ego.
Yeah, but I think you're also creating another character. You could be also creating another character within yourself.
But why wouldn't you do that with the chick that you're with, though?
Facts.
I don't understand.
Facts.
I don't understand what. That's the whole thing. Like, there is no limits to what it is that you can do. Why wouldn't you do that with the chick that you're with? I don't understand that part.
But there can be certain mental blocks and areas in which your wife may not be able to provide the experience that you fulfilling want. Sometimes a stripper can fulfill the needs.
What?
Blizzy, are you speaking from theory or experience?
I'm speaking from theory.
Hey, Chicago tried to corner you on that one.
I know.
I'm just asking questions because this seems, I've said on this show, man, like I don't understand why.
Can't I do whatever I want to do
with your girl? Yeah, exactly.
But let's be honest. Come on now.
Yeah, let's be honest.
Let's be honest. Women sometimes get in that comfort zone and they may not want to do things that it may take 2-3 months to get down that line. I got Shorty right here.
I don't understand. Like, you can't. I don't know. I don't get it. Honestly, I don't get it, bro.
I think I've really put together a well-rounded list, and I think the cleanliness of a man who's married is probably number one. That's why I put it first, is because a lot of women do not know the status of a man who's single. Think about it. If you're single, how many women would you sleep through in a year? So if you're married, you're only sleeping with one woman. So a married man is more attractive than a single man in that case.
But if he's cheating on her, then how is he a man of good character, B, a man with a clean penis, C, like I don't it don't make no sense, bro.
Look,
none of it makes sense.
Rewind the tape. This was internet gold. This was internet gold, and I really put together a well-rounded list. So I hope you guys appreciate the level of what I put together. Okay, for you guys.
Okay.
Blizz.
We don't understand.
That smile is gold, Blizzy. That smile is gold, brother.
You black, I love you.
Well,
we don't understand.
I appreciate it, and like I said, it was a great show today. It really was a great show, whether you like to believe it or not. It was a great show.
Appreciate you, Black.
I'm gonna leave on that note.
All right.
Booty.
This dude said you can get the next chick and eat her booty. Oh no!
Why are you eating random chicks' booties?
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? And then, oh my gosh!
Bring that back to the crib, and then bring all the outside things back to the crib. Come on.
Wait, hold on. Is it the problem with eating the groceries or doing it bringing it back?
A random
all
chick.
All of it is bad.
A random chick.
Eating the groceries is a bad thing.
Oh.
Listen, I don't care what you do. I'm just saying, why would he? If he's gonna eat the groceries, then why wouldn't he do it with the chick at home? Why is he doing it with a random chick?
Well, I ain't got no dog in the fight. I was just asking a question. But
bro,
what real
backwards?
I'm asking a question.
Trapeze.
I was listening to
Banana split.
No, I was eating.
That's crazy.
I
No, why would he put his face in a random chick's?
A random chick.
Listen, Don't get me started. Go ahead. Do your thing.
Let him have his thing.
What up, Bolo?
What's going on, family? How's everyone doing?
You kind of low, fam.
You
What's
sound kind of
happening?
low, Bolo.
My voice is killing me. My voice is crazy. So forgive me for the hoarseness. That forgive me. But let's get a little serious, right? We talk about women being in their masculine, being feminine, and men being masculine. The one thing that we need to focus on is before we're wives, husbands, mothers or fathers, we're men and women, right? And that focus must be on the Creator. Why did He create men and why did He create women? He created women to be feminine. He created women to be in their purpose, not outside of it. The same reason for men. He created men to be in their purpose. Now understand, I'm a man first, so I'm always connected to the Creator. When I meet myself a wife, then my love for her becomes linear. But I'm always still connected because first I'm a man. So I want to read a scripture to you guys that is short. It's Titus 2:4. It says that they may teach, talking about the older women towards the younger women, that they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to their children, to be discreet, chaste, keepers of home, good, obedient to their own husbands, that the word of God be not blasphemed. So you do not present the Lord's word with blemish. You are not a disrespectful woman in that spirit. You have to understand that your femininity has more power than you guys think it does. So when you try to match energy with a man, you're now tapping into something that is outside of your scope. It's outside of your pay grade. So when you have to get angry, loud, insisting in your femininity, it doesn't give you the right to get outside of your femininity. Same way it doesn't give the man the right to get out of order just to prove a point, just to get his word heard. It's the same difference with the woman. You always stay in your femininity. You never get out of it. That's the obedience of the Most High, not towards your man, but towards him, so that you do not blemish his word. So we have to understand that this is bigger than us. The reason why relationships break up is because the focus is on the man and the woman and not the Creator, not on your biggest purpose. The greatest purpose is to serve the Father. So if I'm already in my intention and in my direction, and in my focus and my purpose of what I am, when I meet a woman, she locks horns with me. So we know that there's a bigger goal that we need to reach on. So divorce, leaving is the last option, if any. It's the last. So we need to really understand what our purpose is. So when we start talking about, I'm going to get out of order just to make my point, I'm going to get out of order because you are, there's a problem with that. You need to stay in your place the same way the man needs to stay in his place. If my woman is getting out of order, the law, it doesn't give me right to get out of order with her, because now when the Creator comes to correct, we're both getting corrected instead of just her. And that goes vice versa for the woman. If her man is getting out of order, it doesn't give you liberty to get out of order with him. You stay in your femininity. You stay the way the Lord created you, so that when judgment comes, it stays for him and it glosses over you. Thank you for having me tonight. Good night, everybody.
Appreciate you, Bolo. Thank you.
Hi, Bolo.
Went on detox.
What's going on with y'all?
Yeah, what up, Detox?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Detox,
I got my mic.
over there chewing on, honey.
What's up with you, Courtney?
Hi, darling. How
First
are
of all,
you?
I want to give a huge shout out to E Black drunk ass and his extensive 5 minutes of research.
I love Detox.
But I wanted to say, I think E Black got it wrong, right? I wrote down a couple points here. What makes a man more attractive, a married man more attractive than a non-married man, is because of what the ring is an indication of. It's not because he has financial stability or because, he has a nice house or a nice car. The a ring is not a symbol of a man's dedication to a woman. Right? When another woman sees a woman with a ring, it's a dedication of her love for him. Okay, it shows that that woman is dedicated to that man's behavior. The ring is an indication of steady behavior. Right? Money is not the primary attractor like most people make it out to be. It's a result of the man's behavior. Okay, he's dependable. He wakes up on time. He goes after what he wants. He's confident. He's optimistic. He goes after things that he thinks he deserves. Those are the things that make, most people will see the money and assume it's the money that makes the man attractive, but it's not the money. It's the indication of behavior that gets those things. That's what makes a man more attractive. When a woman sees a man with a ring on, she says to herself immediately, there is a woman that loves this man for his behavior, not the other way around. And then the other thing is, why would E Black marry a woman that didn't satisfy him sexually? That kind of threw me off. I don't understand why he would have to go to another woman if he's married. Like, usually you find out if a woman can satisfy you within the first 2 to 3 dates. You don't marry a woman that doesn't do the things that you're willing to do.
Now it depends, because we talk about women and men getting married earlier, especially with women. We talk about chastity. So you're supposed to be married before engagement in sex, right? So maybe
that whole system was created to protect the woman. It doesn't. If a man's
protect the woman from what?
From a man having sex with her and leaving, just bucking. That's what that's for. It's to keep him around.
Okay.
The whole issue is will a man stick around after he gets me pregnant, or will he leave? Which kind of leads into the next point, is do women care about body count? Y'all were talking about that earlier tonight. And I would say to a certain extent, because part of being able to care for how a woman feels and making her feel good is making her feel special, right? A woman is not going to marry a man that doesn't make her feel special, right? Men oftentimes get this confused. They think when we're young that we need to go out there and sleep with as many women as possible, which is what you see with the fresh and fit dudes. That they're not experienced to know that it's not possible for a man to make a woman feel special if he sleeps with every single woman that he meets. Mm-hmm. How can a woman be that special if he's sleeping with all of them? What it means is that he's not selective. Okay. And a woman instinctively might be attracted to a man like that, but they're not going to stick with a man like that because she's going to feel like, well, I'm just another number. Follow? So then,
wait, I got a question, Detox.
Hold up. As far as body count, it's an indicator it's an indicator of a man's behavior once again, but it's a bigger indicator of whether or not she's been, like, in the terms of a woman, it's an indicator of, has she been inseminated before? Will she carry to term? Is she loose? There's so many different aspects that body count affects for a man's perception of a woman. With the man, it's the same difference, but it's different issues for the woman. Like, the woman wants to know that the man is going to stick around after she's been inseminated. So if the guy is out there sleeping with everybody, then she can expect that that's a reflection of the type of way that he's going to treat her after she's impregnated. Go ahead, Rilla.
Nah, it's okay.
I got one more. As far as for men, it really does matter a lot. It's a major issue because it's an indicator of how many times a woman has been pregnant. You feel me? If she's a woman that's continuously getting pregnant, and y'all also have to keep in mind that even in the terms of like health, right? Let's say a woman gets pregnant and she goes ahead and gets it aborted, right? That's still going to affect the way the man perceives her, whether he thinks she's like slutty or what, because you guys have to keep in mind that a woman can always abort a pregnancy and then not have to bring that child to term. But humans evolved during a time before we had that type of technology, like what do you call it, birth control and shit like that. So yeah, as far as it being an issue, it's a major issue. Body count absolutely matters. And then the last thing I wanted to say is it's also an indicator of a woman's body count is also an indication of how loyal a woman can be, right? If she, is she having kids with all these different dudes? You see some of these chicks calling on here with like 3-4 different baby daddies. No man is going to want that, unless it's like a man that's not that attractive, who's willing to take everything, and he's not really looking out for his own self-interest. He's just willing to sleep or make a baby with anybody because he's desperate, lonely. And all of those things will make a man more attractive, or less attractive, is what I meant to say. So,
Detox, what do you think about peer bonding? Do you believe that the more partners a woman has, the less able she is to peer bond?
What do you mean, like whether
Like
or not
to-
she's able to like connect with somebody, or what do you mean?
Yeah, to connect on, how can I say, on a more intimate level. To pair bonding is basically being able to be one with someone, to latch onto that person and only that person, and stay loyal to that person.
Well, but who is the thing is she wanting to do that, or are you just saying does it affect her ability to do it?
The amount of bodies, as you say, the amount of people that she slept with, does that affect her ability to properly bond with her husband if she does get married? Does that affect it, or do you think not?
Absolutely. Like what I said before, it kind of goes back to how desperate the man is. If it's a really attractive man, he's not going to go for that. So even if she wants to, she's not going to be able to connect. He's not going to take it seriously. You feel me? Even if she wants to connect to him in that way, him with that in the back of his head, he's going to have that perception that she's willing to do this with everybody. If she gives away her most valuable possession, which is her womb, to every guy she meets, then what does that mean for me as her partner? Now, a more attractive man wouldn't accept that. He would go for someone younger, more attractive, someone who hasn't been impregnated before, et cetera, et cetera. Someone he could actually start and raise a successful family with. But as far as your question is concerned, it will, if she has a high body count, it will interfere with her ability to pair bond with another dude, because men just won't take her seriously.
Detox, do you think that a woman should
what's up, Kay?
Hi. Do you think that a woman should take a man seriously if he has kids before her?
Well, for a man, for a man, it's not the issue. Or if for a man, it's not really a major issue.
Okay, I'm just, it's a simple question.
Yeah, no, I just said no. For men, it's not a major.
Take them seriously.
Hold on, let me answer your question. For men, it's not an issue, or it shouldn't be an issue, because men are expected to take care of theirs. In a woman's situation,
that's not what I asked.
Different. It's different for a woman.
Okay, I said so. So do you? It's just yes or no, maybe. Do you think that a man, if a man has children or whatever, that a woman should take him less seriously?
Not really. No.
No.
And it's definitely different for men and women, because men are going to take.
No, that's fine.
Men are going to take care of their own regardless of the situation, right? When it's a woman on her own, it's a different situation, because she's been impregnated before. So she's not going to have the same value as a woman that hasn't had kids before.
What does that have to do with take care of their own?
What do you mean?
You just said a man is going to take care of
some other callers. We have some other callers we got to get to. We have other callers that we have to get to, okay? We got other callers. All right. Appreciate it, Detox. Thank you. How you doing, security boss? Welcome to the show.
Hello everyone. How are you all doing?
Right there. What's going on, security boss? What's happening, baby girl?
Everything is good. It's getting late, but I am glad I made it in. How's everyone doing?
Fantastic.
Doing phenomenal.
And thank you for allowing me to come in. I just want to speak on 2 points that was made, but I first want to tell you something. I have been married over half of my life, okay, to the same man. And that's 25 years I've been married.
Shout out to
I
you.
advocate marriage. I advocate men, because some of the things that I'm hearing about women right now, it just blows my mind. So I really cannot relate. So I'm going to say that first. I mean, from that point of view, I just don't get it. But men are a catch and women are the prize. That is very true. But I do think they need each other. I think it's operating in completeness or oneness when they're together in marriage. So
That's absolutely
go
awesome.
back to the initial thing that was said, a man does need a woman and a woman does need a man, a husband. That's what's worked for me. And I think it's been pretty successful. A lot of times on lots of panels, they talk about, the meeting, the dating, but nobody ever talks about the actual marriage and how to last within that marriage, what you have to do, how hard it is, the work that you have to put into it. We don't talk about that. And that's where, well, I'm not telling anybody what to talk about. Okay, that could be my platform. But we have to discuss it, because JR, the second thing I heard you say about the men thinking about getting divorced, that hurt my heart, because it's so simple. If they are actually waking up to being these kings, these leaders, these heads, it's just time to pour into the wife that you have, because now you got the knowledge. You lead this thing. Anton said it best, I think, a couple of nights ago. The men, you're the leaders. Women follow, and all women really want are good men. I promise you, that's really all they want. Men, you just have to display it. And now that you have the answers, you say you have the answers, I'm with you. Then pour all that into your wife, the wife that you have. Because guess what? You can trade up for another problem, because that's all it is, because nobody's perfect. So whatever it is, the problem is, if she's gotten fat, if she wears rollers in her head, with the Jiffy Pop on her head at night, whatever it is, sit down and have the conversations and, baby, I need this, I need this, I need that. And watch her respond. Don't, it makes no sense. You just trading it in for another problem. I promise you. All these years I've been married, I have read books, I have prayed prayers to understand my husband, because he's the man that I have to live with. I'm serious. I ask him so many questions because I want to know about the man. I want to know about males. I want to know how you all think. And I realize I am the left side of his head. I'm the left brain for him. I complete him. I really do. We complete each other. I mean, it's been 25 years, so things have to happen. You understand that. But I really work at it. We really, really work at it. I'm a security boss. I'm in a profession, mostly men. Okay. I met my husband, lady, heels and jogging suits. Yes, I did it. Heels and jogging suits 25 years ago. He laughed at me. He was like, what are you doing with heels and a jogging suit? That was just me. I decided who I wanted to be at 19. I wanted to be this lady. Okay. And that's who I was. So now
let me ask you a question, security boss. How old were you when you got married?
I'm not telling.
You know what? All right.
You just told us.
No, I didn't.
You said
nope.
Okay.
Well, okay. So let me ask this, because I don't want to ask your age.
Half of my life.
I heard half. I didn't have an over.
I don't want to ask your age. So let me ask you this then. Let me rephrase the question.
Listen, Anton.
Then if you
Anton, I'm 50.
No.
I'm gonna give you the answer. I was just kidding. I'm 50.
Oh, so you got married basically in your mid to early 20s?
No, I am 50. I'm 50 years old.
No, I know. I'm saying, so you've been married for 25 years. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got married in your mid to early 20s.
It'll be 26 this year.
Congratulations. Shout out to you. That's pretty awesome.
You.
That's all I wanted to know. I just wanted to.
Just kidding with
a lot of people
I'm
make
actually
it.
proud of that.
A lot of people act like, if you get married too early, because I got married when I was 22 years old. So a lot of people act like it's impossible, and I don't believe that. I don't think that that's real. I think that it's very much.
As security boss, I want to chime in a little bit. I agree with everything you're saying. And I think what stands out for me is that you were willing. So the thing that I spoke about when I was speaking against was the women that are not willing. Like I have seriously, and it's just my personal experience. I'm not speaking to the masses. It's just something I was thinking about. There are men that have had conversations, that have came to their wives and said, let's do therapy. Let's try to get through this. Let's try to make this work. And for some reason, they're not receiving it. They don't want to take it up on an offer, or they're going against it. They're just saying, no, 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 or they're pushing it off, and then another issue happens again, and then it's a repeat. So at that point, is that man supposed to keep going through those cycles, or is he going to take the initiative and say, you know what, enough is enough? Because how long does a man have to suffer and keep wasting that time? He wants to be there. I'm not promoting that that's the option, but I'm just speaking when I said that opinion, again, it's not a fact. It's a possibility. It may not never happen. I'm cool with it, but I'm just listening to the people that's in my circle and the issues that they're going through. And they like, what am I supposed to do? And I'm trying to give them advice saying, stick it out, stick it out, stick it out. But we don't know what somebody's truly going through as a man, because I'm not in their shoes, but I hear their pain.
Right.
So it's just like, I hear what you're saying. I want them to stay and work it out. But if the woman's not willing to work it out, then what?
Well, this is what I would say to that. Well, let me say this first. That woman was that woman from the beginning, and he picked that woman. Okay. Now, I just can't imagine, and I hear what you're saying, but mistreatment, it sounds like almost during the abusive, what you're talking about, but any mistreatment is not acceptable. But I just can't imagine a woman not wanting a good man. So that's very hard for me to hear. And then it could be, no to therapy. He would have to just sit back and just weigh all his options. That would be an absolute last resort to leave a marriage. I don't advocate that for anybody. It seems to be very difficult, but he's almost like ruined once he does it, because from what I'm hearing, it's not out there. You just trading for a different problem, maybe. It's just, I don't know. I would just say, keep trying, try a different approach, and hope maybe she'll leave. And if she leaves, then there's nothing he can do, because you can't be married to somebody that don't want to be married.
And I think that's where like their stance is. Now, I did hold them accountable. I said, was there any red flags of this? Was there anything in the beginning? And, for some, they say they did see some things, they overlooked some things, or now that I look back, these things were happening. So there's some accountability. But once you're married and you have kids, then it becomes more of a serious issue. And it's just like, do we separate? Do we, like, what do we do at this point? Because we do have other people that's involved with it. We do have these years. We do have this commitment. We do have, this vow that we took. So it's tough. I'm not advocating for divorce, but what I'm saying is that I do know that people have situations, and even some of our friends we talk to, we don't know what they're going through. They just only tell us what they want us to hear, but it's probably deeper. But I've heard some guys that really opened up and was like, man, I feel unwanted because I'm trying, but they're not receiving it. And it's just like tough for me to tell them what to do, only to just keep pushing. But at the end of the day, they're going to make the best decision that's for them.
Yeah, that's difficult. That's a real difficult thing. But I've been hearing a lot of things about women. I'm a little outdone with women lately. So I don't know that. I just want him to make sure he's attempted to do everything possible. But one thing I'm hearing about marriage a lot on the platforms is nobody really takes it serious. It's just a thing that you do. And it's just so serious. It's just so deep, It seems like we make it hard when it should be easy. I think we add the problems to the marriage, because the marriage itself, if you go through those vows, holy matrimony, it's just or poor. If you're there saying those things and you hear what you're saying, I don't know. But, again, my husband and I got married on principle, and not everybody has those same principles. A lot of people get married on agreements, and agreements don't work because you know how contracts are. They change, people default. And I think that's the major problem. And if you can't get that spouse back to the principle, then you will have problems, and it might be best to let it go. I hate to say that, but that might be the best. But what do you do from there? I mean, a bad woman really breaks a man, a good man. It really does. A bad experience like that, it really breaks a good man. Women, I don't know what it is. We're resilient, I guess, but a bad woman can really tear down a very good man. So,
all right, I appreciate you, security boss. We got to get to some other people. I'd love to keep you on, but we got to keep it rotating.
no problem. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you for having me.
No doubt. Thank you. Oh, what's going on, B now?
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing tonight?
Man, how you doing? Welcome to the show again.
I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Another wonderful show as usual. I want to kind of reclassify you though, because you are a great show, but you also seem to be a case study. Like a sociologist could write his dissertation off of what I've been observing lately. And to Miss Kay and Miss Courtney, I'm baffled, ladies. I'm truly baffled. Like the only energy that I really saw tonight was when y'all tag team a mirror. Facts. That's the only energy. And when you tag team the Ethiopian guy. Like when y'all tag teaming somebody, that y'all energy was up tonight. But other than that, like right now, Kay is somewhere in La La Land doing whatever, looking at whatever. And the funny part about it is, I know 100 out of 100 times you wouldn't do this if this was your platform, Kay. You'd be putting your all into it, trying to build it, trying to do this and that. But I'm gonna be real, JR's a lot nicer than I am because you're using JR. You're using this platform and it's disgusting. There's nowhere in the world that you would act like this on what you're doing. But then you come here every Thursday and then pout and then act a fool, act out of place, or act. And I mean, what the hell is going on? If you're going to act like this, why are you here? If you're going to act like this, why are you not KAing it somewhere? Because you know you ain't going to get no views. Because you know you don't have the platform that Lapeef has.
B9, let me ask you something, bro.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Let me ask you something. Do you know why KA is on the platform or why she has a circle?
Enlighten me, sir.
No, I'm not. It's not for. I'm not trying to enlighten you. I'm asking you a genuine question. I'm asking if you know why.
I just answered your question. We kind of playing Jeopardy a little bit, really, because I kind of just answered your question when I was addressing Kay. I only know about Kay.
Hey, Rilla, hold on, Rilla.
Go ahead.
Kay through the Lapeef.
Hold on, Rilla. Hey, B9.
It's not the Lapeef platform.
Hold on, B9.
Yes, sir.
Let's just keep it strictly on what the topics is. You know, let's not indulge in that because
okay,
you know, that's conversations that we need to have if we're gonna have those conversations. So just keep it strictly about the topics and let's just move forward on that, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right,
my apologies for that. Like I said, I'm just observing your show and that's what I saw. But
yeah, I know, I understand, but let's just keep it to the topics.
Yes,
all right.
Topic wise though, as far as the merge thing goes, yes, men do not need women. Point blank period. Merge is a luxury for women. Adam lived many years on this earth without Eve. Eve was given to Adam as a luxury. Eve did not have to live by herself. We've already proven that we can live by ourselves. Now, I give God credit. He's an amazing engineer and architect because women are the most beautiful thing ever created. No question there. But as far as all of this entitlement and all of this, well, what you all need and what you all deserve and this and that, Y'all are already winning. And the reality of it is God made women at a ratio to men where we know that most women aren't going to get married if every man in the world got married. But then that's if every man was a heterosexual. We got men in jail. We've got men that's homosexual. We've got men that's just non-sexually active. So that takes all of them out of the mix. So it makes sense why it's hard for a woman to find a good man. But why is it so hard for a man to find a good woman when we have such great numbers out here? When we have a plethora, especially when we're taking over for the men that are gay, or the men that are in jail, or the men that are in jail. So our numbers are incredible. So why do week after week, or platform after platform, or no matter where I go, even in the outside real world, I'm hearing the same things about how hard it is to find a good woman, especially a good Black woman in today's society. Anybody want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I wanted to ask something first, because you were saying that, and I know this narrative goes around that men don't need women, women need men. So when God created Adam, walked him in the garden,
right?
So this is your dominion.
Yes, sir.
Let him name everything from the rooter to the tutor.
We know the story.
What did the guy say next then? Once Adam named everything from the rooter to the tutor, what did he say next?
Okay, but
well, I'm just asking.
Like I said, you're gonna have to tell me. I don't.
He said it's not good for man to be alone.
Okay, now, but my only point out of that is by the time he went through the rooter to the tutor, many years had passed.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that man shouldn't be alone. I agree with that statement.
No. What I'm honing in on, B9, is you made a statement, and I'm not. We just having the conversation, so we kicking it.
I'm talking to you, really.
And I think that we got to be careful, because there's already a movement among young bloods that's divesting from women, specifically our women, Black women in particular. And I get it. Like, cats is fed up, we frustrated, like we ain't putting up with it, cool. But when we get biblical on the platform, which I know we try and stay away from for the most part, but we deep dive into it, God specifically said it's not good for men to be alone. Why did he say that? Wait. But then we can't. But then B9, we can't go back and say, well, we don't need y'all. When the Creator said it's not good for man to be alone.
No,
you're conflating the two statements, though. And I can break that down.
Well. Okay. Let's do the Bible study. I'm ready.
What's good for you?
Say that again.
I said there's a difference between what's needed and what's good for you. So I'm not arguing that a woman is not good for a man, but there are men out here that have been very successful and have conquered industries that have never been married. And they've made great contributions to this world, greater that have outlived them and their grandchildren.
But that's your job.
George Washington Carver got castrated as a youngster. He's one of the greatest men of all time. So
wait. Hold on. Is he the rule or the exception, B9?
Oh no, you gotta let him finish his statement, really.
Okay, because I want to hear empirical data on this one.
I'll entertain Rilla.
Sure. Oh, thank you for entertaining me.
Yeah, he's the rule, because we're talking about extraordinary. He's the rule because he's the rule. We're not talking about people that are going to die and you're never going to know that they existed. There's over 1 billion people in Asia that aren't making contributions that are going to pass away, and I'm not going to know about them. And when B9 passes away, they're not going to know about me unless I do something that is of great significance to make my name last forever.
Yeah, I don't. So when Anton interjected and said that, I'm conflating with that particular statement, I think that's what we're doing here. we're talking about the purpose of woman and man. And you started by saying, sir, that men don't need women, but women need men, which is a popular refrain that I hear going around in these circles.
So it's not a popular refrain, it's a fact.
Okay, well, then explain that to me, because, and Anton, please, if you can break down Genesis, I mean, help me understand, because I may be confused all around.
Real, I agree with you on this.
Well,
Wait, hold on, B9. Why do you agree? Can you give us some insight, Courtney?
Well, I mean, he took it biblically, and again, God didn't just make Eve just to be there and he don't need her. He didn't. He did say it is not good for men to be alone. It's a reason. You need companionship. Men are creators. Men are leaders. God made you that way. So therefore, the world is going to be created by you.
At what price? Because right
What
after
do you mean,
that, shortly thereafter,
Mhm.
she was entertaining something outside of the dominion of her husband, and then brought it back to the husband in order to completely destroy what it is that we're doing going forward. So if we're going to have this conversation, we got to have it in its entirety. B, we're going to have to relate it back to what it is that we're doing today. So it's not enough to just understand what happened and read and recite it. We also have to relay those lessons forward to where we are today and why it makes sense for us to be able to understand that happened.
Okay, so let's start at the beginning. God knew men could not be by themselves. So he created her. He said,
hold on, B now. Let her finish, B now.
It's in your Genesis. It's in Genesis. It's not good.
You're
So
correct.
I'm creating her to be your helpmate because you need her. Now I'm bringing it back to Adam, the garden and the snake, the serpent or whatnot. She brought it to him. But again, as a leader, as a man, as you are, as you having the say so and you making the final decisions, that wasn't done.
She had already ate before she ever brought it back to him.
Wasn't
She had already did what she wanted to do when she wanted to do it, and then she deceived him. She deceived him.
How did she deceive him?
Jesus.
She said
No,
in the Bible,
it didn't say it's.
It didn't say that she deceived him. She said, "Do you want?"
It don't
this?
have
Let
to
me
be
tell you,
specific to
she
say,
didn't
"Hey,
deceive
she
him.
deceived him." But what she did was she brought him something, and she told a half truth. She didn't tell the whole truth. She told a half truth because she wanted him to join her in her future misery. That's literally what happened.
Okay. So
Yeah.
as a man,
Hold on. Just hold on real quick, because I want to be specific, because when we go down this path, we can do this. So when you go to 1 Timothy 2:14, it says Adam was not deceived, but Eve being deceived. Right? Now, this is the conversation that we continue to have, and JR, you can move the conversation as you need to move it. But I do not want us to get into this space. And I see y'all in the chat with the Rilla Beta Simp, Super Saver, whatever whoopty woo. But we gonna rightly divide this word. Now I got you, Anton. But we gonna rightly divide this word of truth, because the scripture, 1 Timothy 2:14, Adam was not deceived, Eve was. And this is why we go back and forth with the conversation about, well, whose responsibility was it? And we know everything rises and falls on leadership. And if that's the case, Adam was responsible.
He was saying that Adam was not deceived by the serpent. He wasn't saying Adam wasn't deceived by his wife. You need to reread it, Gorilla.
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up now.
He's saying that Adam wasn't the one that was beguiled by the actual serpent. He was defining it to say, no, reread it. You can read the whole scripture. He was saying that Adam was not the one that was deceived by the serpent. He's saying that Eve was the one that was deceived by the serpent, but Eve did deceive Adam in not forcing him, but giving a half truth in order for her to eat. Hold on. Come on, Rilla.
Wait. Hold on. So now let me go with yours. I'm with you, bro. Look, we having a conversation, brother. Listen. So now, if God gave explicit instructions to Adam, right? Is that true or not? God gave explicit instruction to Adam. How can he be deceived by anyone, including Eve? And Eve was taken.
People
Oh.
deceive people every single day. And again, this is one of the reasons why I emphasize that we have to not only just talk about the Bible in itself, but you also got to relate it back to today. The reality is, and we could debate this all day long, men don't need women. And it's one of the reasons why we emphasize that it's more important for you to chase checks instead of chasing chicks. You should not focus on women in any way, shape, or form. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and everything else will be added unto you. You're going to get the women. You're going to get the money. You're going to get the riches. You're going to get the success. You're going to get the legacy. You're going to get all of this stuff. You should not be chasing women. You should be chasing your purpose. That is what we're emphasizing. The women just come along with it. You don't need them. They're nice to have. They add value. We can understand how we can use them more effectively in the same way that you can use the internet effectively. You can use it to market your business, right? But it doesn't mean that you need it in order to be successful. The point that I'm making is that we're having the wrong conversations when we're talking to these young guys, and we need to be telling them to focus more on your purpose and stop focus on having conversations with women, because focusing on a woman is not going to get you to be successful, even in your relationship. Focusing on being the best version of you is then going to translate into your relationship. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and everything else will be added unto you.
That part we agree, sir. I just think we got to be careful when we run around talking this message of men don't need women. That's where we disagree.
I'm gonna tell you what this says right here. We gotta have some type of Bible reading. I'm telling you, gotta break this down.
But that's
hey,
not
B9, final point, because we gotta move on to these other two people.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Anton, I'm calling you tomorrow, man. We're gonna do this.
But the
I'm
point
ready. I read every day.
The point of it is, though, is that Adam was made first. Adam understood and roamed his domain of the Garden of Eden and understood the terrain. It was not a thing where Adam was building, then snap your finger, there comes Eve. Adam had to survive by himself. Thus, by fact,
I see you, Joe.
That a man has lived without woman even in existence at all. So he can definitely live with women here on earth. Now, that's irrefutable, Rilla. And my last point, and I'll let you go, is Rilla, as this is for you. I rock with you, I roll with you, dog, because you on point with a lot of stuff. But don't hate against yourself, my brother. You are a black man, and you need to be a little more tighter with the black man agenda, because we love our black women and we will always love our black women. But the reality of it is, they don't even understand us. They don't even understand our struggle. If they really understood our struggle, we wouldn't be as combative with one another as we are. So I need you. So when these ladies are talking about code and this and that, I'm looking for you to stay a little more on code. I always expect you to be a protector, because I'm going to protect women too. I have a wife and daughters that I'm always going to protect, and mother. So I have no problem with the protection part of it. But as far as going against the grain to do it, we got to stay 10 toes down. We only as strong as the fist. And if one of the pinkies is up, that's going to be the finger that gets effed up when you throw a punch.
B9, you in the Facebook group?
I don't do Facebook.
Okay. I'll figure out how to tap in with you. Hit me
Shout out
behind the
to
scenes
B9.
so we can chat.
I'm on IG, and I got my own YouTube.
What's the IG?
B9.
All right. That's it? B9?
Hey. Yeah, shout out to B9.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap in with you tomorrow so we can chat, bro.
But I love you all. Like I said, I know I heard, but it's all in love. Keep up the great work. I'm here every Thursday and Tuesday, because that men's King Talk is the shiznit. God bless.
Appreciate it. All right.
Listen, every single guy that I've ever heard say, I need a woman, was a weak man. And then somewhere in his life, he was missing. He was not on point. There's something wrong, bro. I don't like, get you together, and then she'll follow.
And it's the thing, Anton. I'm with all of that. What I'm not going to do is negate the reason and purpose for why God. He doesn't make mistakes. He created everything for a reason. So we almost treat women like they're a side dish or an accessory to men.
They are.
I hear you, brother.
That's exactly what they are, bro.
So we don't need them. So then why did God create them? If we didn't need them.
Listen, God created the serpent too.
He did. And the serpent has
a lot of
purpose.
things.
And
you're right. And some purposes, and I'm not saying that women's purpose is negative, but I'm using the extreme version of your point to emphasize that everything that's created is not necessarily good for you. It's not necessarily good for you, but there is a purpose for it.
But God made women.
Wait, somebody just said, I love you, Rilla, but God has made a lot of mistakes. I'm gonna get out these comments, man. Anton, I'm definitely gonna tap in with you. We're gonna do give me at least 15 minutes of Bible study, bro.
What's going on, Polo Bear?
Hey, JR, how you doing? Hello, Kay. Hello, Courtney, Rilla, Anton.
Like those glasses.
Oh, thanks.
What's going on, my friend? What's going on, my friend?
My old ones weren't doing as well. So, Kay, your hair is awesome. I like the style. So, let's see.
However, Polar Bear, thank you.
So, hey, look, JR, before I get into my topic, which I'll try to be short on, I just wanted to do something. A little song. So if I can do it for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I used to believe the Lapeef show was just a fairy tale until that first broadcast, until that first live chat. And if I had to watch it all again, I wouldn't change a thing, cause the Lapeef show's everlasting. I can't go beyond there. It's too high of a note. So.
I like it. I like
it, man. I love it.
I'm about to clip that up and make that a part of the intro.
That should be the theme song at the beginning of every show.
Oh yeah.
I'm about to clip that up.
That would be dope.
I want the royals now. Okay.
You volunteered that.
Yeah. So if I can have enough time, I know we're short. One, I'm talking about with the children and the, I guess, 3 circumstances: having both parents in the household, or having only one person in the household, or was the other one person and then the other one just visiting part-time? I forgot what the third one was.
Just basic co-parenting.
Okay. So I will say, in the ideal circumstance is when you have both parents there united in raising the children together. That is the best solution. And if that can be had, and sometimes if those two parents are at odds, if they can resolve their differences and come back together, that's the ideal circumstance. However, I do also believe that if the two parents, for whatever the reasons may be, that they're in conflict and it's being shown in front of the children, it affects the children. And I'm not an expert, not a psychologist, but my opinion is that more often than not, it is better for those two parents to be separate so they can be cordial, hopefully, and be able to parent the child in their own styles, but not like in opposite ways. My ex-wife, I had different ways we had our grievances and resentments against each other. We divorced. She was still a good mother. I was still a good father. Now, I had some things I was better at than her, and vice versa. She was better at certain things than me. So that's on that topic. The other topic that, JR, that you brought up had to do with more men that you were predicting will probably start filing more divorces. I can't say that you're wrong, but I really haven't seen much of that from the guys that I'm familiar with. I do have run into a lot of guys that are married, that if something should happen and they do end up getting divorced, they doubt they would ever get married again. You know, and some of them say, because, you know, of course I've been married and divorced, but they also say, just don't get married again, you know. And 1% chance I might get married. I'm sorry?
Mr. Bear, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sure.
Would you ever get married again?
I won't say never, but it's probably like only 1 or 2% chance. And if I did, it would probably would not be in the United States with the current family law system. I would go to a different country outside the United States where it is more equitable.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, which is actually my plan. I retire in just under 3 years, and once I do that, I plan to go global. I'm gonna go to almost every continent other than Antarctica, and live the rest of my life as much as I can before, you know, God tells me to stop rolling. You know.
Well, just make sure that you stay tuned into the Lapeef Let's Talk show on your.
I'll do that. You're going to see me. I'm going to be like your roving reporter.
Polar Bear gonna tell us what's going on in Antarctica.
That's right. That's right. So the other one was getting back to the thing about the divorce thing is, in addition to that, you are seeing more men that will not get married to begin with. There's more of that happening because now there's good women, there's bad women. So I'm not going to get into fussing about women one way or the other. Okay. But I will say the law system, family law system, even though on the books it might be, quote, more equal, but the application of it is definitely against men on how it's applied. Okay. So, and also the other thing that's happening with men, and they're getting the snip, you know, so they don't get trapped with having children where certain selfish-minded women, I'm not saying all women, blah, 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 will try to have a child, particularly from a man of means and wealth, so they can have a guaranteed paycheck. You're mute, Anton.
I say, yeah, I'm snipped.
Okay. Yeah, I got snipped after, you know, for 2 reasons. One was selfish. One was what I call a responsible reason. After I got divorced, my finances were terrible. And I wasn't going to be like some guys out here that go and, you know, start making little duplicates of themselves and not be able to financially take care of them. So I wasn't going to do that. And the second reason, which was my more selfish reason, is I'll be damned if I'm ever, excuse my language, that I was ever going to let a woman have control over me like that ever again, or she would murder my child in the womb or use it as a tool to manipulate and control me.
Mm-hmm.
So,
shout out to you for controlling the narrative.
Yeah. So.
Hey. You just shooting the club up willy nilly. Blank ammunition. Polar Bear out here in these streets shooting the club up.
Yeah, it ain't mine.
I can tell you a different story on a different night. I'll give you a story about two occasions where women claimed that I was a father and I wasn't. But
okay, you out here killing these streets. He out here shutting these streets down, bro.
Polar Bear hitting him with the chopper.
So, but anyways, you probably got other people in line, so I don't want to hold them up. Okay, it's been great being on.
Yeah,
again.
Polo Bear, I appreciate you, man. You've been a constant supporter. It's great seeing you every week, man.
All right, bye, gentlemen and ladies.
Bye.
Right. Have a good one, fam.
JR done changed his name to Polo Bear. He ain't the Polar Bear. He the Polo Bear. I love it.
You out here killing these streets.
He's hitting them with the chopper. You gonna get this work.
What's going on,
killing
Joe?
these streets, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, how we doing? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I really want to talk to the fellas tonight. I don't mean to exclude the ladies, but if you listen to understand, you might appreciate it. First of all, I'm a fan of the show. I'm a supporter. The show is dope. It's great. Anton, I don't know if you remember me, but we cammed up a couple times. I'm a fan of your late night too. I I want to go to the integrity right now. They're not looking good as a unit right now. I just need y'all to listen to me for a second. They're not looking good as a unit. It's not looking like all for one, one for all. And I'm sure if I can see it, I'm sure some other people can see it. But you know, I'm the type of man that if I don't feel something right, I got to speak on it. You know, so Anton, I felt you earlier when you got a little agitated with Kay because she wasn't speaking. I seen that before you noticed it, because her energy was like that from the beginning of the show, right? So I want to go to Kay this week was Courtney last week. Listen to me, listen to understand. Kay this week was Courtney last week. Because Courtney was in her feelings last week. And Courtney had all the silence and she didn't want to talk and she was in her emotions, she was in her feelings. That's Kay right now, right? And this is not from Simp. I'm talking to the brothers because y'all the brothers and y'all command the show and the ladies follow y'all, right? This is what we preaching, right? So last week's show was Friday. Anton, you being the brother, one of the big brothers, you reached out to your sister Courtney. You came up early Friday. I watched it. I was there, baby. I was there. You did? Listen to me. Let me finish. Let me get it out. You cammed her up. Let me cam my sister up. Let me see what's going on with her. What's wrong with her? Let's talk about it. JR came in a little later. I watched the whole thing, right? That's how brothers and sisters supposed to be, right? Now, by no means, 85% of the time, I disagree with Kay. Understand me, 85% of the time, I disagree with Kay. But you know what I learned after watching and watching and watching? Like Rilla said, Kay is Kay. She's gonna be Kay, right? Anton, but you know what, Anton, I understand your stance. You know why? You trying to save Kay. You can't save them more. Kay is, listen, let me finish. And hold on. Let me finish and I'm gonna explain why I'm saying you're trying to save her, right? Because just earlier, you got agitated with Kay because she wasn't talking. But when Kay is always talking, you always diminishing when she talk. So which one you want, eh? You want her to talk or you don't?
Here's
wait,
the
no,
difference.
let me finish. No.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought that was a question. Go ahead, do your thing.
Let me finish. I feel you trying to save her. But she's in her 30s, Antoine. We can't save her. We can't. Hold on, Kay, because this is for you. And I'm not simping, but when I said something's wrong and it's making the show look wrong. Anton, Kay is definitely needed for the show. She's needed. It's like the sister in the house that you argue with every day. You might come to blows some days, but you're never gonna let nobody come in that house and disrespect her, right? You don't have to agree with me. Listen, opinions are not to be accepted. They're not. They're to be disagreed with, debated, or accepted. Because it's opinion, it's not a fact. And without people's opinion, most of the time we won't have dialogue. And that's what this show is based on, dialogue. So the reason I'm saying this is Kay being quiet tonight, I felt it. And it felt like a totally different show. And I'm a fan. And I'm sure other people felt it, but you know, a lot of people don't have balls. So I'm camming up to tell y'all that, you know, as the brothers of the show, she's still here every week. She's part of this platform. So there's no reason why the first African dude, not the dark skin brother, the light skin brother, should be able to come up here and tell her, oh, I don't want to talk to you. First of all, it's 6 people up here that's here every week that talk every week. So there should never be an outsider come and tell somebody that's on the inside, I don't want to talk to you. It should never be like that. And I'm sure this show wasn't like that months ago. I know you want to talk, Anton. Give me a second, though. Give me a second. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I want to know, what's the difference from, you hitting Courtney on the side and understanding and, let her get her words out, listen to her words. You do disagree with her too. I'm not going to listen, Anton. I don't know if you remember me, but I don't always agree with you.
I remember
came up on
exactly
your
who
show.
you are.
Yes,
I remember who you are.
yes. So, just don't make her feel alienated, because that's how I can see it on her face. It's looking like alienation. You get what I'm saying? And this is not for simping. This is not for, I don't know, I'm sorry, Courtney. I don't know Kate at all. At all. But I like what she brings to the table. Whether you agree with it or not.
Really?
Yes. Because, like, all right, so if all right, JR, so if you want to do that,
I didn't say nothing. What?
No. I know. Listen, JR, I'm a man like you. I know.
It's B Nix. B Nix is on the. B Nix is controlling everything. It's B Nix.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I heard you.
Shout out B Nix.
If we're gonna do that, if Kay don't speak every week, the dialogue ain't gonna go as far.
You gotta let us respond. You gotta let us respond.
Yeah, man,
all right, go ahead, Anton. Go ahead, Anton. I know you come in, Anton. Go ahead. But I
don't even remember all of the different points that you made, but
if you want to go through them,
wait, Anton, just real quick, Joe. Can I just tell you something real quick, Joe?
What's up?
Boy, they killing you in the chat over that damn fire.
It's all right.
They killing you over that chirp. Man.
Over what? Over what?
That chirp in the background.
I don't know. It might be my earbud.
Boy, they lighting your ass up, boy.
Change that battery, man.
Listen, I ain't worried about that. I'm on live. I ain't worried about that. You know what I'm saying? They under me. I ain't worried about that.
Hey, them jokers said chirp size.
It's all right. They under me, though. They under me. I can't see what they talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm up top right now. Hey, Anton, what's up? Talk to me.
Listen, my concern wasn't necessary whether or not they talk or not. Like, I don't care if they do or not. Like, listen, the beautiful thing about the show is that it's real. So whatever you feel, however you want to communicate, I'm just trying to make sure.
That's what you said, why are you not talking?
I'm trying to understand whether or not it's like, if it's an issue or if it's something wrong. I don't care if you talk or not. Like, I'm gonna keep doing what I do regardless. But here's the key, though.
I know that.
Here's the key, though. You can show up and act like you don't want to be here, versus when you are here, like, are we driving the conversation? Like, is it just like, it's a difference between being able to communicate and being able to communicate effectively. Anybody could just say a bunch of stuff, right? But very few people know how to communicate effectively. And when you drive, like, for example, if we ask her a question, right, she'll be one extreme or the other, in my opinion, right? She'll either say, like tonight, she'll be like, yes, or no. And then if she feels spirited, then she'll do a little bit more if she want to team up on somebody, right? But then on the other end of the spectrum,
it's not K. That is not K. You never get a yes or no. You never get a yes or no out of K. Never.
Hold on. On the other shows, you can't get a yes or no to even start off the question. So it's just like, it's no middle road, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's never a middle road. And coming into the conversation, from my opinion, from a place of genuine curiosity or concern for actually driving a conversation forward. Like, why does it have to be two extremes? You know what I'm saying? And it's, for me, it's just inauthentic. It's just like, literally, it's an agent of chaos. It's somebody that's going to be, oh, you don't like the way I'm communicating, so I'm going to cut you off. Which, again, she's her own person. She can do whatever she want to do. But that's why I'm asking the question, is because it's a place of two extremes. That's A. B, you're gonna have to be able to support your own argument, right? I may agree with you and rock with you, but the same energy that I give you as far as when I agree with you is the energy that I'm gonna give you on the other side. I'm gonna be like, I don't rock with that, and I'm not kicking it with it, so on and so forth. So I'm consistent across the board. But my point is that you still your own human being. I'm not here to save nobody. I'm not gonna save nobody, none of that. I'm gonna have your back. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you somebody that really rock with me. But at the same time, you're gonna have to support your own arguments. And like Kay always says, she's a grown woman. Kay don't want no help from me. Kay ain't checking. She ain't send me no text message. She can do whatever she want to do. She can speak up for herself or whatever. But at the same time, again, she her own person. She gonna have to do her own thing. And I'm not here to save nobody. And let's be clear.
I got a question.
Let's be clear. Hold on. Let me just make this last point. Let's be clear. We've seen a lot of iterations of this show since we've started.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a lot of. Ain't nobody irreplaceable, including myself. Nobody is irreplaceable. I'm not arrogant enough to even think that I'm irreplaceable. I mean, you know, you see what I'm saying? So we all got a role to play. We all got a job to do, regardless of who does what or what's happening in the background. Should nobody be that arrogant to think that they're irreplaceable.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
And that's not saying nothing to nobody on the platform. That's just speaking to your point and saying that whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. So, all right, so like you said, Kay is her own woman. She stand on her own thing. I never, all the shows I watch, I never seen Kay this quiet. Like this is a first for me. I can't speak for. I might have missed some shows. You know a little bit more about Kay than I do. I never seen her this quiet. And yes, Kay. 9 times out of 10, she stands.
You
on
ask her.
toes.
But see, the problem is you came on the platform and you said, Anton, see what you've done.
No.
And this is what you asked for, Anton. You never had a conversation with her. You only having a conversation with us. You said when you first started on. No. Hold on. That's exactly what you said. So now you need to talk to them. Instead of assuming, you need to find out what's wrong with her. I can't get nothing out of her. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's your voice. Maybe it's the beeping in the background. It's gonna get to it.
All right. Cool. That was cute. Cool. Right. Let me ask you a question. Are you gonna let a caller come in and disrespect Courtney? Talk crazy to her? Yes
Nobody disrespected anybody. Nobody disrespected anybody on the platform. Nobody.
All right. So all right. Cool. I got it. I just wanted to say that the show didn't look right today, ladies and gentlemen. It didn't. And it was all from...
You still ain't asking no questions.
Wait, you didn't ask me no question.
You didn't ask Kay any questions. You just assumed and spoke on her behalf. Why you ain't asking her no questions?
I mean, y'all talk outside. You know what, Kay? You know what, Kay? Talk about it, because it's all over your face. Talk about it. And don't be quiet now, Kay. Talk about it. Talk about it. Nah, you acting shy, Kay. This is not what you do. Talk about
what?
You gotta tell her it's a safe place, Joe.
Wow, Kay. So this. Wow, Kay.
Banana split.
No, Joe.
Wait,
talk about what?
So, Kay, you telling me there's no reason that you didn't speak through you spoke like this, and you don't know what this is. You spoke like this today.
That's a small amount.
That's
Are you from New York? Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from New York. I'm from the Bronx, New York.
I knew it.
I'm from the Bronx. Yeah. BX.
You're giving real Wu-Tang vibes. Okay.
No, I'm not Wu-Tang. That's that now. But anyway, listen.
I just said you're giving the vibe.
All jokes aside, Kay, seriously. You're going to tell me that is not a reason why you was quiet tonight. You didn't just come in saying, I'm going to be quiet for no reason. Like, stop. Talk about it. Anton want me to ask you, so because I thought y'all can talk about this off air and figure it out, but I guess not. So talk about it. Why were you so quiet tonight?
Hello,
because I felt
it. See how the sounds? Let JR just play sounds through. I'll go back on mute.
Answer the question.
Good luck,
Answer
Joe.
the question. See, you proving Anton right
No,
now. That's what
JR
you doing.
was playing sounds. I've decided I'm not going to try to talk over them anymore.
All right. You good. You got the floor. You got the floor. What's going on?
I thought I just answered the questions as they were presented. I gave yes or no's. I just
That was cute, JR. That was cute. That was cute.
I just
JR.
answered the questions. I mean, what did I do wrong? It's like no matter what I do, people think it's wrong. So what do you want me to do? You want me to argue more? You want me to be louder?
It's not. No, I don't want you to argue. You obviously have an expression in your body language. Maybe you can't see it. It's in your face and your body language the whole night. Even the mirror seen it. Wait, did a mirror not say? Did a mirror not say?
A mirror doesn't
what's
know
wrong?
me.
But I seen it though. Okay, I seen it.
You don't know me either.
All right, okay, you got it. You got it.
I got it. I know myself better than both of y'all.
Okay, you're right. You got it. You got it.
I am right. I am me. I've been me my whole life. You have only Amira. Y'all have what since maybe April? If y'all started watching when I first came on. So, like, what are you saying? I mean, ask a direct question and I'll answer it.
Okay, I just asked it. It's all right.
Why was I more quiet tonight?
It's all right. 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 It's all right.
Okay.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I thought I was doing, a little justice.
No,
I
appreciate your
No,
support.
you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. But it's all right. It's all right. I'm not even mad at you. I ain't mad at you. You still need it for the show. We need you to be you.
This is so weird.
You just proved it to me that you're gonna be you. Anton, all right.
I was just silent. You told me to talk.
Anton,
as soon as I started talking, you don't like it. I don't know what you want me to do.
She wants you to ask her a direct question, and she said she would answer.
I did. I said,
yeah, and as soon as I started talking,
try again.
As soon as I
Let's
started
all
talking,
reset and then try again.
As soon as I started talking, Joe, you didn't want to hear it. What do you want me to do? It's like there's nothing I can do.
Can I talk? All right. So I said, Kay, I'm gonna tell you what my question was. I said, Kay, what was the reason you was quiet for most of the night? And then you played shy, and you said, "Well, I answered questions," and that's not who you are. You're more than just answering questions. On top of that, I said, it's showing. Maybe you can't see it. And then I gave you some more proof that it's happening. I said, a mirror even seen it. And you immediately said, well, a mirror doesn't know me and you don't know me. So obviously you don't want to answer the question because I asked the question. So for you to say that to me means that you're just going to be who you are. And I need to just leave it at that.
If you're gonna ask the question, just ask the question and let her respond. Because now you take it. Kay, do you want to respond?
This is really weird because I was really silent, and then as soon as I started trying to talk, he said, "I'm not correct" or whatever.
All right, Joe.
I don't know what he wants me to do.
On to the other callers. Are you gonna ask her a question or not?
Nah.
Okay, it don't sound like you're gonna ask the question, man.
No, Anton, you got me, Anton. You got me.
I warned y'all.
This is so weird.
You got me, Anton. You got me.
It's weird. It's weird.
You guys don't laugh, Anton.
All right.
You got me.
All right, Joe. I tried to give you the opportunity, Joe. You got to capitalize on your opportunities, man. You didn't capitalize.
How can someone be like?
I did what I needed to do.
She said, "Ask a direct question." You had to just ask her the question again.
Anton, I didn't ask a direct question.
He asked her a question, JR.
I know. I mean, he did. He
did.
did. But I was just saying, in the moment when it was just both of them, just ask her the question again, and then just see if she answered.
And then when
I hear you, Joe. I hear you, Joe. I hear you, Joe. But I was just saying, just I hear you, Joe. I hear
my
you,
boy.
Joe.
You know that. Listen,
and then when I answered,
Courtney, Kay, have a good night. Like, what? Now you want to talk?
I've been trying.
I asked you the question twice.
Can you be quiet so that I can?
All right.
All right.
Go ahead, Kate.
I don't know what you want me to do.
I just asked. First
Okay,
of all, I
just
didn't want to. No, wait. I didn't want to ask the question.
Are you gonna
Anton
let her
wanted
answer?
me
Just let her
to ask
answer
you
the
the
question. I
question.
think she's about to answer the
okay.
question, Joe. Hold
Well,
on,
I'll
Joe.
go back
Hold on,
on
go
mute.
ahead. Okay, here we go. We playing these games now. All right, Joe, I gotta move on, Joe. All right.
Oh, I
Do
warned
y'all
y'all.
see how somebody asked me something? I try to
I
answer.
warned y'all.
They don't let me. Like, what am I supposed to do?
I warned y'all. Y'all decided to come up here and try to save him and simp and all of this, and it backfired. And then she told you, you don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know me. Amira don't know me. Don't nobody know me. Y'all gonna get enough of this. Y'all
Anton,
gonna
does
get enough of
Amira
it.
know me?
What's going on,
I warned
Freezy?
y'all.
Freezy.
Anton, does Amira know me? Does that random man know me?
He was trying to reach out to you. He was
Okay,
trying to
but
have a
do they know
conversation with
me? Yes or no?
you. I don't have to answer you.
Okay.
You're not gonna.
Oh,
You're not gonna.
okay.
You can't bully me.
I'm not trying to bully you.
Freezy, what's going on, Freezy?
See how that
What's going-
happened? That's why I haven't been saying anything.
Yeah,
Hey,
get some
man.
headphones, Freezy.
I just want Kay to get everything out, man. This shit is real. It's real in the field. Kay, can I play a song for you, Kay?
No. Sorry, but I don't want to do it.
I had the same clothes on I had on last night.
I knew that was gonna make you laugh.
I love it.
Okay, but listen.
Bruh.
I wanted to touch on a couple of I wanted to touch on a couple of subjects, you know.
Oh, you just had that on cue? Like you had that ready for me?
I was gonna make you sing it, but I said let me just play it.
Bruh.
Like, you weren't in the mood to sing tonight, so
I like that song. You know I like that song.
Hold on. You might gotta play it again, Freezy.
What?
No, that's
y'all are on 10 with the simping tonight. What is going on tonight?
Nah, Case
Anton, you are pressed.
Nah, Anton don't know the backstory. You sung it. You played a video with you singing that song on Facebook or whatever.
Anton's so pressed. It's okay.
I'm pressed for who?
You're just pressed.
For
You've been
what?
pressed the whole
What am I
episode.
pressed about?
I don't know.
Hey, I was just trying to lighten the mood, man. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. That's all.
Freezy,
But
I love that song.
I know you do. I know. But I wanted to talk about the body count, man. That the body count matter. Body count matter definitely, but it's all relative to me because I know females that have had sex with numerous of guys. They say they never gave fellatio during that time, never had an orgasm during that time. But I know females who only had sex with one or two guys, but those one or two guys took those females all the way up through there. I'm talking about gave fellatio, did everything up under the sun with just those two guys. So my question to the guys on the panel is: would you rather, if you had to pick between those two girls that had sex with, you say, Anton?
No, thank you.
If you had to pick between the girl that had sex with, let's just say 10 guys, but really still is not that sexually experienced, never gave fellatio, never really did a lot, never had an orgasm, but had sex with but also had to pick between the other girl that had sex with one or two guys, but she did everything up under the sun. I'm talking about from the rooter to the tutor. Which one would you choose? You know what I'm saying? So it's all relative.
No, we got so many options, bro. We don't have to settle for them too.
No, you don't. I'm just saying what I'm saying. The body count is just relative. I was trying to prove a point that some girls have had sex with more than other girls, but they're still inexperienced. You know what I'm saying? It's just all relative to me. So
They're not supposed to be really experienced.
So Freezy, so
that's
you
the
saying
whole logic behind it is that
so you saying that you
they're
rather
not
have a woman
supposed to have a lot of bodies
have
at
a lot
all.
of bodies so that they can because
Nah, I'd rather have a virgin, but I'm saying like
So why you only give us two options?
what I was saying, body count, you can't be fooled by a person that only had 2 people. Let's just say 1 or 2 people. She might have did everything up under the sun with just those 2 people. You feel what I'm saying?
I mean,
You understand what I'm saying, do you? Huh?
You talking to Rilla.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
I'm talking to
They
Rilla.
already said he don't care about the body count.
Okay.
He said he inflate that number times.
I'm just saying it's not gonna matter. She's not gonna tell you the truth.
She ain't gonna tell you the truth, so he don't.
Right, that's why I say, you'll know if you had sex with her. You'll know how experienced you are.
You ain't gonna know.
If you have sex with her, you gonna know. You gonna know.
You ain't gonna know. Okay.
She gonna take you all the way up through there. That's
So
what
wait,
I'm saying.
so Freezy, if you had to choose between the 2, I'm assuming you gonna take the one that had the train ran on her.
No, hell to the no.
He gonna take the 10 bodies.
I mean, yeah,
he gonna take the 10 bodies. The 10 bodies.
If I only had 2 to choose from, and it was the one with the 10 bodies, but she never gave fellatio, never had an orgasm, still not that sexually experienced, versus the other girl that only had sex with 2 guys, and she got took all the way up through there. I'm gonna choose the one with the 10. Okay.
You know, you don't have to subject yourself to either one, right?
I know what you're saying. Bro. I'm not saying that, Anton. I'm just hypothetically making a situation. That's all.
I feel you. You my guy, bro. I rock with you.
But
I'm just saying we gotta have better expectations.
Listen,
bro.
I would rather have a virgin. If I'm talking about, that's the ideal situation. I would rather have a virgin and not teach her everything I know, whatever.
Hey, friends,
yeah.
How many pull-ups you do tonight?
Man, I ain't even started work. I'm gonna work out soon. Right after this, I'm gonna work out. Man.
I don't care.
But also, I want to talk about a woman making a change from being masculine to feminine. It's plenty of women that will make a change to that individual guy, being hypergamous, trying to land that guy. You know, women make changes all the time to that individual guy. But you will know when the woman has made a significant change when the whole community can see it in her, or a lot of people, her surroundings, can see it in her, not just that one guy because she's trying to persuade him to do this or that or whatever. But when a lot of people as a whole can see it in this girl, in this woman,
you know it's gonna come out eventually, though. Freezy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to come out. It's not a true change. It's not a true change.
It's not real.
What yeah, you're right. Well, I'm just saying that yeah, you're right. It's not a true change. But you know, a true change is when the whole community starts talking about, you know, such and such. Man, you know, she's not the same person, such and such. You know, she's different. Everybody notices it.
Man, you know that's not how we talk, bro. You know how we really talk?
What's that?
I remember when she was getting buzzed down back in the streets.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
We don't do none of that. Yo, she's changed. I'd be like, yo, I can't believe that dude is the one that decided to take her up on that offer, fam. I can't believe it. That's the way we really talk.
That's the way we really talk. But it's a guy that will probably take her up on that offer. It's one. It's a guy out there that will do it.
God
you know
bless
that.
God bless. I'm not Boyce Watkins, bro. I can't do it.
But also, as far as what you and B9 was talking about, and men needing women, I align with you, Anton, and B9. Men don't necessarily need women, other than for procreation. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like needing a woman, some of the most important men in the Bible accomplish their goals according to God without women. You talking about Jesus Christ? He never really had a woman by his side to accomplish what he had to accomplish. And then you talk about Paul.
None of the disciples, not Paul.
Also,
the greatest man
Paul.
in the book did not have
Paul,
a woman.
Wait, you said wait. You said wait. Hold on, real quick. Anton, are you saying none of the disciples?
I mean,
nope. Unless you can educate me, maybe I'm not.
I can't think of one disciple that was
married.
Nope. I don't remember one disciple where they mentioned anyone played a role in anything that happened. And None of that. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts of the Apostles, Epistles, none of those people. I don't remember any woman that's played a role in any part of the New Testament in the beginning when they documented it.
I'm tapping in.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'm open to the possibility.
Or maybe it just wasn't in the Bible.
Nope.
They didn't talk about their mothers either. The apostles had parents, but that wasn't in the Bible either. So it doesn't mean they didn't have parents.
As a matter of fact, when Jesus's mom tried to rock with him in Acts, he said, "No, don't even let her in the door."
Nope.
She ain't a part of none of this. We moving forward, gentlemen.
Also,
we going forward.
You talk about Apostle Paul. Paul actually encouraged the men to stay single and to so they can stay more purpose on so they can
context matters.
Nope.
He gave his opinion and his
I don't know who had a trick wedding or not, so I can't speak on that.
Paul gave his preference on what he thought those men should do. He said, if it was my decision, I would have that you all abstain, but it was because they was wilding out.
No, well, they were. What he was saying was, when a man gets married, his attention is going to have to be focused on his family and his wife and kids. It's going to be his focus is going to be somewhat taken from the purpose of God. So he was saying, "What's not
true?" Listen. If you want a man, if you ever want to bring down a kingdom, all you got to do is send a woman.
Well, also,
every great kingdom has been brought down as a result of a woman.
Okay,
every
Anton,
last one of them.
Anton, you're right, because one of the most popular scriptures is Proverbs 31 when it's talking about, the ideal woman. But if you read the first verse in Proverbs 31, Solomon told a story about King Lemuel. His mother actually encouraged him to not give his strength to a woman, to that which helps destroy kings. So King Lemuel's mother encouraged him not to give his strength to a woman. And that was the first verse in Proverbs 31. So
almost all of the downfalls that happened, a lot of the downfalls that happened in the Bible came as a result of a woman.
Hey, we got a couple more guests, y'all.
That's true. But I just want to say one more thing. What's his name? It was a caller named Roberto or something, whatever.
Yeah.
He was talking about and I'm not going to discount his experience or whatever, but he was saying Africans are the most to him, Africans were the most racist. And I think he was like kind of agreeing with Amira, because Amira gave her experience as far as Black people, as far as her experience, Black people in her life has been the most racist to her or whatever. And I just want to say that I would encourage Amira to understand this, that Black people, our nature, especially in school, our nature is to crack on you, to join you. We crack on each other. You know what I'm saying? We talk about each other. But as far as we got to get a understanding of racism. Racism, I don't think racism on a certain level is bad. Because if black people were more racist, we would show more favoritism as far as shopping with each other, economically spending money with each other, just like other races do. I really do think so. Yeah. I think that
racism.
I think a certain level of racism is okay. I think it's okay because
until it's perpetuated against you.
No, to be honest with you, I can have a full-on conversation with a Ku Klux Klan guy. I can do it. I can be diplomatic and I can be diplomatic.
Let me know when you get to the next
person.
Well, he might not understand, but I can have a diplomatic conversation with a KKK guy because I can understand some of his points. I can, because it's all about preservation. Black people, how can Black people be the most racist when we spend most of our currency with other races? We're more disadvantaged towards each other.
Did you hear what he said? He was talking about Africans, man.
Okay, I'm about to get to that point. Even in foreign lands, Black people, Africans have not been the most racist in history. We're talking about King Leopold. King Leopold was responsible for the largest genocide in African history in the Congo because of rubber. That's what he was capitalizing on, rubber. And also, you talk about Christopher Columbus, responsible for another large genocide with African American people in the Caribbeans. So how can the most racist people be African? That's just crazy.
Freezing.
Yeah.
I honestly think he was just talking about his experience being in Africa.
No, but
that's what I got from it. I don't think he was saying black people as a whole are racist. He just said Africans in Africa.
Well, I was trying to do was trying to get him to give him a different way of looking at it, a different
I get you, but I just think he was just speaking off his experience. So I mean, I don't want to take that away. I didn't get that he thought every black person was, even though we call ourselves African Americans. I don't think that he was talking about particularly us. He just said it's his experience. He's still young, so he may not be able to. I'm not making no excuses for him, but that's just how I read it. I could be wrong, but that's just how I read it. But
no, I understand what you're saying. It's just when you talk about racism, we got to put it in the correct context. And history has to be involved.
I don't think there's a lot of people that don't even understand like racism themselves. I'm not saying people on the panel. I'm just saying in general. I think them people really got their own interpretation of what racism is. So we ask 100 people, we're gonna probably get about 50 different responses, 50 different answers. Yeah,
I feel what you're saying. That's all I wanted to say, man.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I got to move on to the other people real quick. I definitely appreciate you, Freeze. You know, we're gonna wrap it up tomorrow. I already told you we're gonna talk tomorrow.
All right, you know what it is.
All right.
Shout out to Freeze.
All right. We got 1, 2, 3. We got 4 people. 4 more people, y'all. Last 4 people. And we got here still early night though. Oh, thought it was early. I say it was early. I looked at it.
We're gonna have to go. Let's wrap it up. Let's get it going, guys.
It's like 10:49. Hey, keep your guys' responses to a minimum of 2 minutes. 2 minutes, y'all. Here we go. Start with Shannon.
Y'all got me having
no, Shannon can talk. We love Shannon.
Hey y'all got me having whole sleepovers tonight. I'm like, dang, my battery about to die. I only got 18%. No, but real quick, first I just want to say y'all on here working a second job, and I just commend y'all because and Courtney, you take care of yourself because you look like you still recovering. So get your rest and stuff. I think that's why you kind of quiet tonight because you still trying to recuperate. But no, great show again, and let me hurry up. So as far as the topic about women changing their masculine behavior, I think it really depends on the person. It definitely takes a lot of introspection and hard work. Like me personally, I really didn't grow up seeing any feminine women. Like I did go to charm school and stuff like that, and I know that I've had a lot of feminine qualities, but I'm grateful for this platform and other shows because since you guys have come around, it just kind of helped bring some things to my attention that needed to be tweaked. That of course are going to make me better. So everybody's not willing to do that work. And it also depends on, the people that you surround yourself with, because they might not even be identifying it, to tell you that you're out of line because they're out of line too. But I think all women do possess the ability to get out of pocket because just like Amira said in one of her streams, about on her honor stream about her husband had he had the popper one time. So I think we all can get out of line if we, let that take over, no matter what nationality you are. And secondly, about the 2 different household situation, of course, we know 2-parent household is ideal. But I think it just depends on what's being displayed in the household. I think a lot of people made that point, but, there are 2-parent households where it's just as toxic as the 1-parent, situation. So in the co-parenting, it may be a better situation because, if the kids are not seeing the good example or in that 2-parent home, or sometime, let's say if the mother is too much in charge and the father is not operating how he should, then, it can create some kids that are bums, lazy, you know, they too baby. The guys, you know, they acting like simps and all this, even though they had, you know, a father in the home. So it's just, if everybody is playing their role correctly, you know, obviously that's the best possible situation. But I'm gonna let y'all go so the other callers can get in, and good to see y'all as always. Take
Shannon,
Yeah, it's good to see you,
you
Shannon.
check out the marketing video that I dropped in the Patreon today?
I did see it, but I did not yet.
Oh, girl, if you don't get that video and use that information for your business, I don't know what the piss I'm gonna do with you.
Oh, you know I'm on it. I mean, and kudos to y'all because I'm trying out the YouTube game and this is not easy. So kudos to y'all. Y'all, whew, it's work. So
Yeah.
I get it. I appreciate y'all.
All right, Shannon. Appreciate you.
All right.
All right. We got 3 more people. Emmanuel and John. I know you guys been on here before. Keep it brief. All right. Keep it brief. What's going on, Ron?
Oh, that's my homie.
Hey.
What's going on, family?
JR, how you doing, Anton?
What's going
What's
on?
happening, fam?
Taylor? I'm good, man. How you doing? Courtney K, it's the first time meeting y'all. How y'all doing? Y'all tired? I'm always catching up with y'all at the end of it, man. I'm trying to catch up with y'all when you got all the energy going on. You know what I mean? All right. I'm gonna say one thing. Today's show was great. There's a great saying where we come from. When the diamond is found, it does not shine. It got to be polished and cut. So the more you guys grow, I know you guys gonna get better at it. And like Jay always says, you know, it's the greatest show on the earth, right? On
Absolutely.
the other topic, it's not the topic about the tension that was going on in today's show. I'm gonna say one thing, Anton. This is what my dad always told me, right? You can always wake up somebody who's sleeping, but you can never wake up somebody who's pretending to sleep. Right? So I'm gonna leave it at that. Right? Now
That's pretty good. I like that. I like
I'm
that. Y'all didn't
gonna
catch
touch on
that,
three
but
things, right?
I'm gonna break that down tomorrow.
I'm gonna touch on 3 things, right? Masculinity and femininity, right? It's nature, it's natural, right? And take sun and earth, right? Where we come from, we look at sun as masculine energy, grounded, centered, and it attracts every other planet in the solar system, right? Earth was attracted to sun, it started following sun, and committed itself to sun for so long where the life was born on earth. You know what I mean? Similarly, woman gets attracted to man gets attracted to woman, right? They commit each other, they come together, and life gets born after 9 months. That is the fundamental of any masculine energy and feminine energy on this earth, right? So now, man and woman, not every man is going to win, not every woman is going to win, right? There are many stars in this universe, but there's only one sun and only one earth. And out of all the systems that we have in place, I'm just going to drop a little history, right? Ancient civilizations, there were 46 ancient civilizations. Out of 46, 45 of them are extinct. Only one living and breathing civilization is the Indian civilization, right? And we have been practicing the system of marriage for so long, for thousands of years. What it does is it's an average system for average men and average women to achieve legacy if you practice it right. You know what I mean? And again, it's everybody's choice. Some people want to practice it, some people don't want to practice it. And this has been going on for so long. You can achieve legacy success individually. You can achieve legacy and success as a man and a woman, being in your feminine energy and being in your masculine energy. But marriage is the best way if you chose to make, create kids and if you want to raise them, right? That's the best way. Where we come from, there are feminine queens who went to war against British Empire. For example, Jhansi Lakshmibai, she's a feminine queen. She went into war against British Empire, right? That's one example of feminine women can also be warriors, right? Can also be strong queens. Leading on to other topic that y'all were talking about today is that lust, anger, and greed, about the body count and all that good stuff, right? So Anything done in excessive is never good. Anything done in excessive is greed. That can also be applied for lust as well, right? There is a great damage that comes with it. People can choose to do whatever they want, but there are consequences with it, right? So that's the reason why it's very important to raise a child with the knowledge that's going to give them success in long run, at the same time, success mentally, right? And masculinity, femininity goes both ways, physically, mentally, and spiritually. So not understanding all these things, not having the knowledge to teach the kids about all these things can lead up to what we are seeing in the society, what's going on as of today, man.
Thank you, my friend.
Man, appreciate that one, man.
Always.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Y'all have a good
Appreciate the
night.
support, man.
Good show. Always.
All right.
You
I'll
already
be
know.
in touch with you.
No doubt.
All right. Joel,
Hey,
what's going on?
how
You
y'all
ready?
doing?
You ready?
Yeah, I'm as ready as I can be. I was forgive me for the earlier situation. Somebody was dropping the ball, wasn't doing what they were supposed to do. So,
Yeah, I understand, man.
but I'm not gonna take too much time. I got kind of want to get to bed and whatnot. But I wanted to touch on two things, and the first thing being the situation with or the topic of sorry, forgive me.
Been working too hard tonight, fam.
Yeah, I've been working too hard. I've been up for like 12 hours.
All right, so let me run through the subjects for you. Guys getting divorced according to JR's prediction. Women giving masculine energy and changing
Yeah, it was the
over.
divorce. It was the divorce thing. It was. So JR, so JR, I think your prediction to a certain extent is right, but not because of the reason, like for the majority that you gave. I believe, yes, there's going to be those men that do want to level up and will do the things like you said. But I don't think it'll be like a vast majority, like it'll be a big number. But the numbers will shift where you'll probably see it kind of equal out between the divorce rate between men and women because I feel like there's going to be a lot of more guys not dealing with a larger group of the women that do divorce them for the the not so logical reasons. Also, it's backed up by the marriage rate, which of course the marriage rate is dropping, which also leads to the divorce rate dropping because most of the men that are getting married are the ones that are actually successfully married. So I believe that's probably why the rate, like you said, it will tend to kind of shift where there will be more men getting divorced, but more so it'll be more so because there will be less failed marriages per se. You know, the other situation. Uh, I mean, the other two dudes, they touched on it. Unfortunately, the guy tried to come and kink and got, ran over, unfortunately. But, it happens. But, I hope the people watching, sometimes this happens in the street. You get in between two arguing couples and then they both turn their attention on you. But, Courtney K,
This
I
is
don't got
why I
anything
don't jump in
against
the
you.
middle of fights, man.
Yeah, I love seeing, the conversation between you ladies, but I mean, anybody with common sense can kind of see, there's something going on. I thought it might have been, something going on in personal life, but like the brother said earlier, obviously y'all got some energy at a certain point in the show. But I'll continue to rock with y'all, but y'all keep doing what y'all doing, and I enjoy the content.
John, after
Thanks,
I
man.
protected you, they called you Joel.
Yeah, it is Joel.
Oh, it is. I thought that was a
Yeah,
girl's
it's Joel.
name.
Courtney
No,
says she gonna
it's
call you.
That's
So I
why
had
I
it
it's
right.
short.
my name
It's
is
a
Courtney. My
it's an
number one name is
abbreviation of my
Courtney
it's an abbreviation of my name.
Joel. Oh, so the L is for something else?
Yeah, I go by Joe.
So oh. Well,
I had it right. Yeah,
well, his name is Joe.
I had it right.
That L is, what's your middle name? Larry?
I had it
That's
right.
private.
Joe Larry. That's a man's name.
All right, Joel. Appreciate the
Larry.
support, man. Make sure you stay safe, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Same to you.
All right. What's going on, John?
What's up, everybody? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. So y'all know how I do. I'm drinking and I'm just gonna read.
Oh man.
This is all and I got it's some stuff for you, Anton, so you can respond because I do.
But you gotta make it quick though, man.
I will. All right. Let me preface this by saying I agree with majority of the philosophies and principles of both the manosphere and red pill community. I do believe they are waking men up and pouring some valuable knowledge into them. But everything being given and consumed ain't good. When it comes to the topic about whether men are the catch or not, I think in the manosphere and red pill community alike, we need to get away from titles and labels because these terms become rhetoric and talking points for those that don't truly comprehend, and we lose the real message behind the words for the sake of applying titles. As I sat here listening to Anton pontificating about the few men that are actually the catch, because most of us are serfs and paupers in his eyes, he talked about there no longer being a rite of passage for men. I emphatically agree with that. I think that's the more important conversation as opposed to whether men are the catch or not. As I ultimately agree with Kay, these are just words and labels that the internet tries to apply to people that mean little to nothing in the real world. Women deal with married men for a number of reasons. However, I think one of the most least talked about reasons about women dealing with married men is the reason Amira gave. A lot of women today are selfish. Some really do not want to have to give of themselves, and married men are perfect for that arrangement. They will absolutely deal with the married man for access to his resources without having to truly give of herself outside of sex. That being said, yes, hypergamy is a thing and women being attracted to sex is a thing, but again, these are just talking points, as there are way too many Tyrones in the world having multiple babies with multiple women, and Tyrone ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, and many of these successful men we champion are currently stepdaddy to Tyrone's kids. Blended families are absolutely still occurring and a thing. The optics on the internet do not always reflect reality. A person's past is very much important before marriage, as this is why I agree with Anton about marrying your friend. Bring friends first, as learning intimate details about a friend is significantly easier than learning about a person of interest. However, some of us are getting old, Anton, and we ain't got that kind of time. We weren't all so fortunate to find a wife as a boy. So to that, I think people need to become more comfortable asking those hard questions at the beginning. And if they don't like it, walk. And to just respond to Anton about women destroying kingdoms, you blaming it on women, but if the men were as accountable as you are, they would have never allowed that to happen. Is it that women are so powerful they destroy kingdoms, or is it that men's lust and desire for them is so powerful they are easily manipulated by them? Better yet, they allow themselves to be manipulated. Being manipulated is not synonymous with being deceived. Adam ate from the fruit to please his woman, not because he was deceived. And I just want to say something for anyone who may find themselves having unpopular opinions. There's a quote by Mark Twain, and it goes, "Whenever you find yourself on the side of the majority, it is time to pause and reflect." That was for you, Courtney.
So let me ask you a question real quick.
Go ahead.
Did you start drinking after you wrote your letter?
Why? So this is the way it works on Thursdays. So I'm a truck driver, and Thursdays I usually be off. So I go to the gym and I'm listening to you in the gym, and when I come home, I'm drinking. So I write my notes while I'm in the gym, so I hear the topic. So I write the
I was
note.
about to say, because I didn't hear one word that was off. You pontificated. You did the whole thing, fam.
Hey man, you need to write a book, man.
Wait, hold on. You didn't hear what I said? I was.
No, he heard what you said.
I thought you said you didn't hear a
No,
word.
he heard what you said. I heard what you said. He heard what you said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that, man, you can really write a book, man. I'm dead ass serious.
So I'm gonna just share something real quick.
Okay. I'm
So
listening.
my mom just passed on August 3rd.
Oh
And
man, condolences, fam.
Yeah, appreciate it. So my sister died last year, on April 18th. So I didn't speak at my sister's funeral, but I was like, I gotta speak at my mom's funeral. So I ended up trying to write for my mom's funeral, but I couldn't do it in a sober mind. I literally was sat there listening to music and was drinking and wrote to my mama, at the funeral. And then everybody was just like, "Oh my God, you can write, like you should." But I did all this stuff while I was like inebriated. That's just how I write. That's where it comes from.
You should truly document like whatever story you want to tell. You should put it, man. Just try it out. and I'm dead ass here. I'm not being funny with it, man.
Yeah,
because
I agree.
Like I admire every time you come on here, even though I know you talk for a long time. But it's like, man, this is amazing. Like for you to be able to put all this together. And you say you was at the gym writing this, so that just shows that you're passionate about it. So.
Well, I mean, I enjoyed the show. Tuesday show was dope. I like seeing intellectual men, black men, giving Anton that pushback. I love seeing that. But yeah, I enjoyed the show, man. I really enjoy y'all show. So when I'm at the gym, you know, I'm listening to y'all, and then I like type in my phone my little notes, and then I'll come home. I'll be drinking and listening, and I'll be just writing off my notes.
Hey, like I don't know if it's your passion, man, but just try it out, man, just to see how it is, and that's real talk, man. Just really, I don't know what story you have, but whatever, I'm pretty sure that it will be very interesting, and it just might be something that you can just grow to love, man. I just want to push you to do it. Just try it, man. I haven't seen nobody come on this platform and do what you do, which says a lot. You got a gift, man.
I will give you some pushback on some of your points, but
I would like to hear it if JR gonna give you the time.
Well, I didn't want to, like, after you saying your mother passed.
Oh, no.
I'm feeling bad. Like, I don't want to beat you up after that.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, that was like deep. You know what I'm saying? That was heavy.
No, I didn't mean to come on heavy like that. I mean,
No. Listen, bro. We just want to hold you up. I hope you're doing well. You know, I like the debate, but at the same time, I do want to show love and, you know, holding you up in prayer, man. I took you down in my notes, your name, and I get up every morning and pray. And so I'm going to pray for you and make sure that, you know what I'm saying, I hold you up in prayer, and hopefully everything is going well and your family is going well, man. I ain't trying to give you no pushback on that.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the panel, everybody. Thank you.
Man, thanks again, man. Thanks for your support, man.
Oh, yeah, no problem, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, man, go write that book. I'm telling you, man. You know, go ahead. I don't care what it is. Go on, just try it, man. Just try it. It ain't gonna hurt you to have a book out there, man.
All right, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. All right. I look forward to hearing about it too.
All right, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, John. Definitely appreciate you, man. Last one. You got to get this internet together, Emmanuel. I know y'all remember Emmanuel, the one that was remember Emmanuel is right now. I say device is not connected, so it keeps going in and out, in and out. Got to come on together, man. I'm barely holding on to these people right now. 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, cool. Can you guys hear me?
Hey, and now he showed up immediately on one. Shout out to Emmanuel.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you, man.
All right, cool. I'll be quick because I know I'm last and I want to get out of here. So I just want to hit a couple of different points. The first thing, when y'all say we don't need women, it's really important that God went to us and took one of our ribs to make them. So you can't say that we don't need a part of us that is us. The one thing that
it's not a part of us anymore.
But it was a part of us, if that makes sense. But I'm
was and is. It's two different things.
Okay, so and I can answer that. So once what happened with Eve, when Eve actually digressed, we didn't fall. We fell after the man digressed. I truly believe that we was there. Adam was there the whole time. She didn't do this behind his back. When he partake of the fruit, that's when we fell. So it did still fell back on us because we're the foundation. In Proverbs, it also states this right here. It says that a man that finds a wife finds a good thing to have the favor of the Lord. So it tells us that we should find a woman, but the key is that she has to be a wife. And the last thing I want to do from a biblical point of view is say this right here. It said even Jesus was married to the church. His wife was the church. So Jesus had a wife too, if you want to be specific.
Oh, no, you're not about to remix the scriptures to make it fit a narrative.
That's what it said. No, it says Jesus was married to the church.
Jesus Christ, bro.
So
I'm about to do a church program for real, man. Everybody.
So he treated the
you remix Genesis. Now you remixing Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
No, I'm not remixing. It literally said that he was
You see how God said, no, you're not gonna remix my scriptures. We not having it. God is not having it. You see how divine things work out, we not having none of that. Family, you're not gonna remix the scriptures to fit a narrative. No, 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 no. No, 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 my friend.
Oh,
Oh, snaps.
he's back. He's back.
P-Ray is undefeated.
P. Ray, baby.
Cool. So I wanted to,
P. Ray.
I wanted to address JR point real quick. I'm sorry, my internet cut out. JR asked a question.
What kind of internet do you have?
P. Ray.
Huh?
What kind of internet you got? You talking on your phone?
I have Xfinity. I connected to Wi-Fi today. I don't know what happened. Maybe I need to go up and get some gigs tomorrow. I'm calling tomorrow. Get some gigs.
Are you in the basement?
I'm downstairs. Yeah, I'm downstairs.
Yeah, you might want to try to go live. You want to probably try to do that upstairs, man. When you talking, it's just like it's crazy, man.
Oh, it's crazy.
If you get a chance, if you get a chance to check the playback, every time you call in, it's the same exact way. And I noticed that you're in that same exact spot, so you might got to change your location.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying now. I'm just
no. I know.
Go ahead with your point. Go ahead with your point. Go ahead.
All right. So last thing I want to say is, I know you said that you had some people in your circle that was that they said that they was unhappy and the women went and like conformed to their needs. I feel like when they took those vows that they need to cut out. You have to do his part. You know, they when they took those vows, you still can't hear me, huh? I'm cutting out that bad.
No, I can hear you. No, you know, it's people be making all these noises and stuff, man. I thought I should have been muted. My apologies. Go ahead.
You good.
I just thought about it, man.
No, what I'm saying is that when we say to definitely do his part, and we say, I think just because we're unhappy in a relationship, we can't give that excuse to leave. And especially if kids involved, I personally think that we gotta really do what's best for the kids, because once the kids involved, now kind of like Courtney was saying earlier, like if you getting beat up or you like you getting mentally, like that's a whole nother subject. If it's unsafe, leave. But just because you say that you unhappy, you can't justify leaving that person. So I'm saying stay with your wife, stay with her forever. Get to 89, y'all arguing, make it to 100 until you die. Don't quit on her. She definitely shouldn't quit on you. So to your point, JR, we should not quit on our wife just because it's a rough patch.
That's right.
I agree with you, man.
I agree with you, Emmanuel.
So, Emmanuel, you don't think you remixed any of them scriptures?
I think I abbreviated for time, but I'm telling you, if they came from us, they're part of us. You can't say we just don't need it. You can't just say we don't need women. Well, actually, I take that back, Anton. You can say whatever you want. I'm not a person to tell people what they can and cannot say. But he made it after he made Eve. He said, "Be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth." That's a need. We need to be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth. Man cannot do none of those things by himself. He must do it with a woman.
You don't think the earth is replenished enough?
Well, we still got. We can't stop reproducing.
Nope.
Because we gonna be gone. We just
The earth is literally overpopulated.
Well, but we still need more. Because guess what? If everybody stop having babies, if everybody quit begging, we will go away.
That's right, Emmanuel. I'm with you.
That's bullshit.
It's not. I'm with you, Emmanuel.
No, I'm not saying that we need 4-5 kids, but we do need to keep the earth going. If everybody stopped now, we would end in 85 years. 85 years, everybody is extinct. So we got to continue to go forward. Now,
he's not with eugenics. I hear you. Go ahead,
Emmanuel. And with Antoine, you know, I know you're saying a lot on. You saying a lot on saying don't
Antoine.
I'm from Georgia.
Anton, man.
So Anton, you said, hey, don't carry baby unless you are married. So we need each other to carry kids. So,
Oh God.
So I'm just saying, I'm just standing on what you said. You said, hey, we need them. Now I don't say we need them for success in our career, but we do need them for a certain level. And I'm proud that I got my wife. I wouldn't want nobody else but her, and I stand on that 10 toes down. How you said that? Hey, I need.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with loving your wife and rocking with her. Just don't simp out, bro.
Well, I'm not. Well, I think like this. How can I go out and work 14 hours a day if nobody ain't there to watch my kids? You know what I'm saying? She watch my kids and she keep the house going. every
That's
day I
cool.
come home.
I'm not killing that. I'm an advocate for marriage. I think marriage is dope. I just don't want you to simp out for these women, man. Stop making excuses for them.
Oh no, I'm not making an excuse now. Like Adam should have held Eve accountable in that garden. Now he should have did that, but it still was failure of leadership. But he should say, "Hey, what you eating that fruit for? You heard what God said. God told us to get our stuff together." And he should have corrected that, but he didn't. So is it failure of leadership, or is it because she ate the fruit? Because they didn't fall into
You gonna
Eden.
have to, fam. You gonna have to go and reread that scripture, bro. It's not that detailed.
It is. It is. Well, the Bible is like soap opera if you really get into it. Like I'm telling you,
I read
it's
it
some good
every
stories in it.
morning, but that scripture itself does not have. Okay, all right. It's late,
So
bro.
so you saying that scripture doesn't say that they fell after Adam ate? It didn't say that.
Yes, it does say that part, but it didn't say the whole. I don't again, bro, because it's gonna be
Too
a
late.
deep
Okay.
dive.
You gotta
And
tune in to Bible
Courtney keep rubbing her back of her head.
That's what. See, I do want to say something quick to Kate. Hey, I see the effort that you made
You
to
gonna say
try
that
to.
every 5 minutes. I just want to say something real quick.
Yeah, real quick. You know, I do my little. Hey, Kate, I just
Come
want to say.
on.
I just want to say I appreciate the effort you did to stop interrupting people. I see it was a big change, but I did see you make an effort, and that's the one thing we're asking for people to make
Who
an
you talking to
effort.
right now?
Kate.
It's on the K.
So, like I said, I see you made an effort, and even though a lot of people on your case, you did make an effort. So, if all we do is ask people to try to change, it might not be like what everybody wanted, but you tried. So, appreciate it. All right, see y'all later.
All right, Emmanuel. Definitely appreciate the support, man. Salute to you, man.
Y'all be safe.
All right, man.
I was supposed to catch a flight
today,
bro.
We definitely appreciate you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up on your way out. Until next time, man. We out, y'all. We out.
Stick around, bro.
I know after this is music, man. It's time to go to bed.
Thank you, Jesus.
It's time to go night-night.
Thank you, God.
Ooh la la. 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 Ooh la la.
Pull up on me. Pull up. Ouch.
Nope. 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 Nope.
not mistaken, man. You off the next couple of days, right? Really? 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 You really? What you listening to? I ain't even playing no more music. Really? Mic check. Mic check. Really? 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 Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, nah, not the next couple of days. Just
Glad I wasn't talking shit. I thought you couldn't hear me.
No, I had the other window open. Tomorrow.
You got to hold it down.
Just tomorrow.
Shout out to the people in the chat, man. Daryl, he said, really, J.I. talking.
It's funny in the chat, man.
Man, I don't even feel that late, man. Time went by quick.
Man, what the hell wrong with y'all, man? I get my top lip from my daddy. Fuck you talking about? That's my daddy lip.
man.
Shout out to Pink Charlie. Your mama love me.
Man,
how you feeling,
they
bro?
said it was a great show tonight.
You said what?
They said it was a great show. Chris Davis said
Man,
great
you know what's
show.
crazy? You know what's
That show on
crazy?
YouTube, hands down. I'm listening.
They said earlier they were saying like, yo, what's up with the energy? The energy off. And then yeah, I see it, you know. Family do what family do, and brought it back around just for a great discussion. You know. Shout out to all the callers rocking out with us.
Oh yeah.
How you feeling in this weekend bag? Shoot. Ain't in no weekend bag. I wish.
Yeah. You asked me a question?
Yeah, how did you feel about tonight's episode?
It was cool.
Yeah.
It was cool. You know, whenever I post the topics, you know, I always I be kind of wanting to. Sometimes I want to get a little bit more, or sometimes I may have an idea of an angle that I wanted to go in, and then when people speak on it, it just sometimes just feel like it never reached what I wanted it to reach. But it was cool. It was cool.
Yeah, I think when you normally hit us with those follow-up questions is when, because that's the curveball. That's the real curveball, because nobody sees those coming, and it sometimes you know, forces us to you know, strengthen our, not necessarily the argument, but just kind of strengthen our position in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So that, you know, that part I always think is really, really dope. How was your energy tonight, man? Because you sound like you sound like your voice gone, bro.
Man, you know, I'm off the meds now, so I think, you know, a few more days I'll be cool, man. Just under the weather a little bit, allergies, cold, whatever you want to call it. Not COVID, but just one of those. I was really feeling it Tuesday, man. I wanted to say a lot more, but yeah, Tuesday I was just feeling just like blah. You know that stuff feel when the cold in your body, but
yeah.
I mean, tonight I'm happy to still be able to rock. Like I don't care if I'm in a hospital bed, I'm gonna still be rocking out, man. I'm be like, get my equipment, roll it next to me. Let me make sure I keep the show going. So that's just how I am, man. Every Thursday I'm gonna definitely be here because I know that I don't do it for myself, I do it for the people. So
that's a fact.
Yeah.
So you are starting to see the impact that you're making on people.
I am, man. I mean, it's one of those things that I just don't want to admit. Like people may come to me and say, "Man, you know, you guys are this," and I just be like, "Well, you know, we okay, we cool. Still like a lot of work to do, as I've stated before. But if it wasn't for the people and the things that I see in the comments, and I don't care. I look at the comments sometimes, and even if they not rocking with me, it's okay because I just appreciate the feedback, man. I mean, it's real. You know, everybody not going to agree with you in life, and that's something that I understand, and I'm okay with it. You know, and sometimes I may say something, I'd be like, "Damn, that shit was crazy as hell what I just said," or or damn, was I really reaching with that one? And I come back and sit back and we laugh about it. That's the good thing about it. I am curious to see, if more men are going to file for divorce. Again, I'm not rooting for it, and I hope it doesn't happen, but it'd be interesting if it does, and it'd be something we could revisit 3 years from now, 2.5 years from now, if we think about it, because 2.5 years from now, we might not even be thinking about it. Might be talking about some other crazy stuff.
Yeah, I had to think about it when you were saying it. I think Polar Bear brought up a good point that, you have this younger generation that's not getting married as much to begin with, but then it's like, what happens when, my goodness, man, when these people become empty nesters and the kids are all gone? Yeah, they're out of there.
Yeah,
they're out of there. Hold on, chat rocking with you, man. Chat say they love, like somebody was saying you was upset tonight. They said they love it. I interpret that as they love hearing you speak more and express your opinion. So can we expect to see more of that with you expressing your opinion during the show?
I always want to talk, man, and even behind the scenes, I've been got another YouTube channel, and I'm gonna actually start live streaming on that one. I might start doing it next week, man. I've been trying to get everything together, man, and just putting myself in the fire. Put myself in the fire. You all right, man? I hope I ain't passing nothing through the airwaves.
Let me see if I got a mask over here. No, I'm good, man.
Yeah, but no, man. Yeah, people can anticipate me doing more. I'm just always. I don't like to be sitting in one place and just held into a box. I know I'm in a box right now, and I don't like being in the box. I like to send the attention. Actually, I like being in the spotlight. I like all eyes on me. I like being in the fire. I like being out there on the stage, man. It's nothing like it. And when you can showcase something and the people give you a reaction and they rocking with you, that feeling is epic. So
the one thing I give creatives, I tip my hat to y'all, because it's always like, you put your heart and soul into something to create something, and then once you bake the cake and you put it out there to the public, man, it's no longer yours. How the people receive it is, you have no control over that. So it's almost like, you're taking your time with your baby and you put it out there, and then it's like the people either rock with it or they don't. So what keeps you, man, what keeps you going, man? What really keeps you going to keep coming up with ideas and different topics? Because I don't think people realize that, there's always a lot of speculation about what goes on behind the scenes. And I think because we've been so, upfront on the platform, people think they know certain things when they just really kind of speculate. But behind the scenes, this is your show. You are the creative director and you lead the charge on the show. So how do you keep, fuel in the tank to keep going week after week?
I think I'm just never satisfied, man. Like people that talk to me always be like, you always say it's cool. It's always cool. It's cool. It's cool. I hardly ever say, man, it's the greatest feeling. So I have occasionally said that. It doesn't take away from anything else. So if I say it's cool, it's cool. Usually you got something to worry about when I say I didn't like that or I don't like what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So if we ever get to that point, then it's just it's a like effed up situation.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the people, it's the emails, it's the DMs, it's the chat, it's just everything. It's the likes, it's the comments, it's you guys. Like even when I look at you guys, some of you guys may irritate me from time to time. I'm not saying you in particular, but I'm just saying like you have your up and downs, but I still look at it like we human, and I don't look at challenges as like we can't get through it. I know we all different people, and there's always the possibility of making it work. There's always the possibility of pushing and overcoming. Like when we overcome things, then like that's what I like to celebrate. I'm like, man, because I know everything is always peaches and cream in the beginning, But just like any relationship, once you start getting comfortable and once you start getting relaxed and once you start experiencing things on the outside hitting you in different directions, then you're gonna react to it. And how you react to it it may not be what you expect. And so that's what I feel like happens often, just relationships, period, is that you don't really anticipate the reactions. But me being where I am, I feel like I have to be the one to be level-headed and fair most of the time. But I am human. You know, you may see some reactions in me and stuff like that, but I try to think long term. And one thing that I actually get that from Anton. Just talking with Anton way back, it seemed like it's been a long time. But when I talk to Anton, he always took pride on saying that I don't think short term, I think long term. And that's when I actually put that in my head. Like, man, you can't think in that moment. You got to be able to think, how's this going to affect us long term? So when I think like that, it kind of put things in perspective. So people may not understand what's going on in that very moment, but if you just save it, just hold on to it. And it don't have to make sense right now, but if you just be patient, it's going to make sense later. So everything's a long-term game for me right now.
Yeah. Democratic Detox said, what made you snap when Kay and I were talking? Destructive back and forth?
I just kind of analyze things that's going on, and we're still exercising. So I think to me, this right here was helping me. The little sound, a little thump, kind of help you, man. But I think it was more so. It wasn't it wasn't that kind of talk that was going on throughout the whole night. So it's kind of like pick and choosing when you're talking. I want to hear talking throughout the whole entire night. So, and then we do have people that's going. So just like if you're talking the whole night, it's fine, but don't just, start honing in. It's not really going in no direction. In my opinion, a positive direction. I feel like, I'm looking in the chats, I'm seeing it's just going on too long, and like where we going with it, like what's the end goal? It's going to be a positive end goal. So that's how I was kind of looking at it. Like let's just move it on, like respectfully. Let's just get to the other thing.
Shout out to Amira in the chat. What is your take on the chat? What is your take on free speech? And we got moderators in the chats now, so on and so forth. What's your take on free speech and when should people be getting timed out or sat down in the chat? What's your take? What's your theory on
that? Like with me, it's really like no limit. I think there are some limits, but I haven't seen anything like thus far that really like hit me like, what are you talking about? But then you can't reach the people. So the only way you can reach them is you can silence them or something like that. But I do understand that it just comes with it. When you're in the spotlight, when you're doing entertainment, when you're in a public eye, everybody's not going to rock with you. People are going to take jabs. People are going to troll. People are just going to come at you. So I see things. You just won't get a reaction out of me. Just like I tell my son, and when I tell him with his younger siblings, the only reason why they keep doing this because you keep reacting to it. If you don't react to it, then guess what? It's just going to just be them. Yeah, what they're going to know is that you're not really too much fazed by it. And I see that when people start reacting to different things, or the people watch you, even though they don't know you, they watch you time after time after time. So you have these certain patterns that you may not know you have a pattern, but all of us have a pattern. They sit here and say, you're not going to say anything. That's just probably my pattern for the night. We don't know we're going to give it Rilla. Rilla might be simping today. Rilla might be hitting us with that knowledge today. You just kind of know what you're going to, they have an idea of what they may get, and they may be surprised all the rest of the times. But the chat is a chat. I think that it's great because people are engaged. So whether they hate you, like they're still watching. Just think about when we watch TV, there's certain characters that I just hate. Like when that movie, somebody brought up Paid in Full. The homie that was sitting back there hating, like, yeah, you know, I hated that guy. It's like, dude, like, and when you see actors go from movie to movie, they just hate them from that one movie. So you can't stop it. It is what it is. You just kind of just take what you need from it and just keep it moving. I watch the chat the entire time, and I just don't react to it. So I'm just not really phased to it. And then, granted, everybody's not coming at me. People came for me tonight, you know, even with my opinion. But I stand on it. Ain't nobody gonna change my opinion. I stand on it. I rock with it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I don't hate y'all any less. It is what it is. I said it, I put it out there, and guess what? You guys are entitled to your opinion.
Yeah, I think what one of the things that I learned from you, even in the Facebook group, one of the first mandates that you said was like, you know, I don't want to censor anybody. Everybody got a right to have their opinion. And it may be crass, it may be offensive, it may be classless or tasteless, but as long as it's not egregious. I just think we in this society nowadays, man, where people feelings get hurt way too easy, man.
Yeah.
They get hurt way too easy, and you can't even objectively sit back. Like even when I look in the chat now, man, look, somebody just said I'm simping 80% of the time. I just had to correct them and tell them it's 90%. You know, it's 90% with that simping. I don't get caught up in all that, man. We got to be able to, because the bigger thing for me is that you know, what am I learning? Where am I adding value? What are the key takeaways? So let me ask you this, because I think we talked about this offline, but I will ask you online since I got you here. Since you've been doing this, what are some key takeaways for you? What are some of the main things that you've learned doing this?
Meaning what? On the show, just
in general,
the business side of what?
I would imagine that this entire year and a half that you've had the platform has been a journey for you. So just as a businessman, as a creative, and then even as, you know, a man and a father, like I'm pretty sure there's been some key takeaways for you.
Yeah, just managing people is not as easy as people think it is. It can be challenging. Yeah, just managing people, being fair. Like that's one of the biggest challenges is being fair. Separating personal and business, you know, because we can all, like, I can sit and I can talk to you, and we talk a lot, but some people don't know how to turn the on and off switch when it comes to when we're talking about business and when it's personal. Or sometimes because we have a relationship, you know, people feel entitled to be able to say whatever it is that they want to say. So it's just understanding how to navigate through that, and also just being consistent. Like I've learned how being consistent. I haven't missed one show. I can't miss a show. So
yeah, you definitely can.
It's like being consistent just shows, it just pays off, you know, and then actually taking risks, man. You know, taking risks. I've always been one of the risk takers, and like if it don't work, it don't work. But at least I learned that it didn't work. That's one of the big things that, you know, that I've learned is that you got to always be thinking like, I got to do better. I got to do better. I got to do better. That's why it was so hard for me to understand like what was really going on with the channel. Like, man, the channel's growing. I'm like, you know, we all right, we cool. And I still say that, but I still think I got to take some time to understand like where I was at and where I am now. So when I acknowledge things, that's how I acknowledge it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about the numbers. It's about the value that we can bring. Like what are we doing that's different? Like how can we be apart from everything else? Like how can we stand out? Like how can we keep giving the fans what they need, what they want? Like how can we keep people engaged? So like these are the things that I'm thinking about. I don't care about anything else. At the end of the day, the show is for everybody else. It's not about us. It's for everybody else. So whatever we're going through, that doesn't matter. What matters is what are the people getting from us? What are the people getting from us? So it don't matter that I'm sick. That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Who cares at the end
They
of the
don't
day?
care. Yeah, you're right.
Don't care if I'm struggling, how I'm feeling. Who cares? What matters is that I'm still showing up and I'm still putting out the energy that I can. I'm still bringing it every Thursday. Even on the network, I'm pouring it to other people. I'm doing stuff that people probably don't even realize I'm even doing. So everything that you see on the platform, I'm there. That the platform becomes before anything and everything. And it's not to discredit, but a person that know how to multitask is able to still be able to take care of them children and be able to provide for them, to be able to have a peace of mind. It's going to be rough sometimes, yeah, but you learn how to balance. Like I work the best under pressure. I work the best under pressure. Like I like being in that pressure because that's when I thrive.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think a lot of men are accustomed to that. Well, I'm gonna say a lot of men. I think men that work hard and have a solid work ethic are used to working under pressure. See my granddad do that, man. Just work hard under pressure. Let me ask you this, and you may have spoke on this. I don't know if we had a chance to discuss, but you did King Talk that first week, and then got a good response, and brought it back for the people. What was the basis for that idea? And then they were asking in the chat earlier, are they gonna see a Queen Talk?
No, I ain't see that. Watching everything, really.
Yeah, I
I'm not against it, man. I got so many ideas that you guys don't even know yet. I'm real kind of cautious on how I roll things out. I got something that's starting up next week. I think it's gonna be pretty dope. I got one thing that I'm really positive that might happen, a conversation that might happen. I'm leaning on towards it, but I got so many ideas for the network that I'm just looking forward to it, man. I just like to put everything together, plan accordingly, be strategic, and when I roll it out, I'm not always perfect with it. Like I had some test shows, and you see some things out there. It might not be the best product, but guess what? I'm paying attention. I'm observing. I'm shaping it. So, King Talk. I've been listening to different people, and in the back of my head, I already know what time it is.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I want to bring these guys together. I want to be able to have these discussions because I feel like it's what's needed. We don't see a lot of brothers coming together, having these conversations. So I want to create a space where we can all come together. We can all talk. We can have that King Talk. The women more than welcome to tune in and watch, which I'm pretty sure they do, man. But just imagine that space, man. And as we can do it right from our living rooms. That's what makes it so much easier. So it's like, why not? King Talk first week, it was dope. If you guys haven't checked it out, go back, just put in King Talk. When you search into just put in King Talk, like Lapeef or Lapeef King Talk, you'll see it pop up. We got two episodes in, and both of them was phenomenal, man.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something. I hate that I wasn't able to participate Tuesday. That panel, man, that was probably one of the best put together panels that I have seen. And I have been through, I told you since I've joined, not joined the platform, but since I've been following, it really kind of kicked off with Kevin Samuels is how I came by this channel. I got turned on to Kevin Samuels content and, saw the thumbnail and went down the rabbit hole and started researching. And I think I told somebody today, I went all the way back to where it was like you and your guy, and y'all was like in a gray studio or something like that. It was like a podcast, like I went that far back just researching the shows, right? And let me ask you this. How do you stay clear of everything else that it seems like you're on the island by yourself and you do your own thing over here? You don't follow the trends of what everybody else is doing in the quote unquote manosphere, but you still you still kind of, it seems like you still kind of stay relevant because we seen obviously Kevin Samuels on the platform, the lead attorney done been on the platform. We see O'Shea Duke Jackson in the comments, mediocre tutorial and reviews, Steph is cold. So all these heavy hitters in the manosphere, you know, support and contribute to the movement that you're putting together, but it doesn't seem like you're taking any cues from them. How do you stay clear of all the chatter and rhetoric that goes on in the manosphere?
Man, I just always, you know, shout out to everybody that has been, you know, paying their respects. I respect them. Everybody you named and some more people. I watch them, but you know, one thing that I've always done is I always did my own. So when the majority was doing this, I had no problem doing that, and that's just how I always been. I guess you could say that's a leadership quality, and I always just been doing something different. You know, so I think I just stay different because I just like I look at what they're doing, and one thing that I would hate is for somebody to come back like, man, like, you know, he just taking the blueprint of what they doing and not exactly. I have a blueprint of my own. I just do it my way, and I can't really go into what my mind is really thinking because sometimes I dream about stuff. I dream about something and I just be like, man, I wake up and I try to remember what I dreamed about and I try to put it to life, make it happen. Or I cannot even explain to you, like, if somebody asks me, like, what's your creative mind? Like, how do you decide these things? I say, I there's no blueprint. It's just me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I used to do music. You know, I played the piano. I was putting all type of sounds together and creating these beats. I mean, ain't nothing ever went famous or like that, but it just always creative. Fashion, the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I consider myself a fly ass motherfucker. You know, I know how to dress. I know how to put things together. It's just like a taper, man. You know, guys real particular about their taper. And you see some people's shit just blended real well. And I just take this YouTube and people and I just blend that shit together. So if you see some things change and adjust, it's because I'm just trying to get the right blend. So when I bring guys together, yeah, even though it might not be blended well for the majority, or it might be blended well for the majority, and you have some few people say that shit wasn't hitting. It's like, okay, I hear you, man, but you know, I thought it was blended well.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just got to have a balance of being able to understand what the people need, but also understanding with just trusting your gut if it's gonna work.
Yeah, that is one thing I keep saying, like conversations I have on the side, I keep saying like, man, I think you stay true to your vision. So for the young bloods that's still up rocking with it, look like we still got one, you know, we got 941 rocking with us. You know, for the young bloods that may be watching, man, you know, how do you stay true to your vision even when it seems like you may need to fall back like a small back for a second?
Man, when I look at what was your question again? How do I stay true to myself? What?
You know, how you stay true to your vision.
I don't like to give up. Once I start something, I like to finish it. I wasn't a fashion type of person. I was really supporting my cousin. I tell the same story. I was supporting my cousin. We was backing it up, being the money to push whatever his dream was. And once I did all that work, I'm like, fuck this. I'm not about to ready to stop. I set up everything, the LLC. I had got the sales tax ID. I had actually vested some time in it. So I'm like, if y'all not serious about it, I'm gonna give my cousin back his money. My other cousin, who I did was he ain't put no money into it. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna do this shit myself. I didn't come this far to just stop doing something. So everything I put in front of me, I like to execute it. I'm not the one to give up.
Yeah. That's key. So what's next, man? Let me because I haven't heard you shout it out in a minute. You know, for the cats that want to learn the YouTube game and how to get in, how do they tap in with you to get that information?
I got a Patreon, man. I don't really broadcast it too much. Some people tap in, but you can go to my website, which is lapeef.com. Follow me on IG, which is Lapeef_JI. I got a link tree in there. It takes you to the Patreon, takes you to the website. I got some merch to be dropping soon too, so stay tuned for that. Man, I'm out here, man. I'm out here just trying to contribute to, just trying to sprinkle a little bit, season something everywhere. And I'm humble too, man. I'm humble and I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody that just rock with me, man. You know, I just got a feeling, man. I'm gonna just keep growing. I'm gonna keep growing. I'm gonna keep adding to it. I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna stay in my lane, and I'm just gonna keep working hard, man, and just keep grinding, and just enjoy the results from it, man.
Yeah. What's next, man? I know you got to get some rest in a second, man. I'm gonna take it in too. But what's next? I know the people want to hear some music, but you know me, bro. When I get an opportunity to pick your brain like this, you know, I like to take advantage of it. So what's next? You got a surprise next week potentially. We got Lapeef Let's Talk every Thursday.
Yeah, man. I think Fridays might be my lightest. I got a few meetings I got to talk with some people about with, but other than that, man, Friday is usually my most relaxed day where I don't have any obligations. It's just me, just working.
Oh, no. I know what I want to ask you. It's a question I see in Facebook. It's a question that, you know, I have. It's a serious question, but it may put you on the spot if you're ready for it.
What question is that?
So it'd be a lot of conversation, man, with people jaw jacking and slacking about, my opinion, stuff they really don't know. They really just kind of speculate.
Mm.
So when you talk about, you know, vision and the purpose of this platform, people always tend to come back and say, oh, the platform is growing. And so there's money involved and they doing this for money. How do you respond to the people that just say you doing this for money and that's what's motivating you and how you move?
I don't think I think people don't really know what they're talking about. And the reason I say it is not to be crazy, but like you'll be surprised how people may perceive things. You know, people may think people really get into the bag and they're really not. And that's just real talk up on YouTube. There's a lot of things that play into effect, mostly people just being engaged. If the people are not engaged, it don't matter how many subscribers you have, you're not getting paid on YouTube. You're not getting paid. So that's the key thing. When I coach people, when I tell people, that's when I'm actually teaching them how to build a brand. The first thing, and they can vouch for you because I see some of the people in here, don't focus on the money. Don't focus on the money. That's just like when we talk to men. Don't focus on the women. You just focus on your purpose and everything else will come. Everything else will naturally come. You can have 100,000 subscribers. And then when you launch, when you selling something, how many of them people are buying stuff from you? So you can't determine off how many people rocking with you. It's just how many people support you. And the only way you can get people to support you is just being humble, being consistent, bringing value. Like those are things that I focus on. Everything else is just a bonus, man. Everything else is the bonus. You know, and when I look back, like I know that my son watching me. He's watching me, believe it or not. And he's seeing how consistent I am. You know, he say, man, he asking me, you know, how was your show? Because he know every Thursday that I have my show. So, you know, those are things that I'm paying attention to is like what I'm leaving behind. I could be gone tomorrow. But at least I know that when I left here, that I left here with some value. So that's all I focus on is the people. It's not about me. When I brought them guys up here, I'm not in a competition with nobody. It's about, you know, seeing us all excel. Like, how can I help the next person? Like I've never done anything just to do it for money.
You know, it's almost like when you doing what you're supposed to do, when you're supposed to do it, how you're supposed to be doing it, man. It's like the water with the wet, man. mean, you got to be intentional. I get that. So I don't want to make it seem like it's just like a pipe dream. You say some magical words, sprinkle some dust, and then, you know, success appears. But, you know, you got to be intentional about it. But when you in your zone, man, and you clearly are in your zone, brother, you're making waves out here, man. People are definitely paying attention. You know, like I said, I'm out in these YouTube streets. I see people, you know, for lack of a better way of saying it, biting the blueprint. You know,
man, it's cool. Man. It's just paving the way, man. We all gonna, you know, it just can't be one way. So like, we all got to take something from everybody, man. I'm not mad at anybody that look at the blueprint. All I can do is just focus on like what I'm doing, and if somebody take a blueprint, I just know I'm doing something. That's all.
Yep. They're curious, brother, but I know you got to get back to these beats. I appreciate you sharing the knowledge. I see a lot of cats. Polar Bear still here.
Oh yeah, Polar Bear, man. He real deal, man. Thank you, Polar Bear, for your support.
Yeah, he was asking what's wrong with. He was asking what's wrong with making money at doing this, and what I was gonna say is there's nothing wrong with it. You know,
No, it ain't nothing wrong with it. I think I even had a conversation with you about, man, you know, just being like rewarded for what you're doing, man. But I just never been one of those people, man. I just always just kind of been like reserved, man. Just you just take everything. I just know that things can be taken right up under you, man, real quick.
Yep.
So I just like to just keep building, man. And then I'm not gonna even lie, just like looking at you guys and just seeing, like, I just wish I can just get to a point I tell you guys, stop working, we good. You know, I mean, that's, you know, to me, that's how you taking care of family right there.
Indeed. Yo, look, before you go into the music, I just gotta shout this out, man. Whoever Sale is, yo fam, I literally tell JR I'm Pippin. Somebody just typed in there JR Rilla and Pippin. I mean JR Rilla and Anton, Jordan, Pippin, and Robin. I literally tell JR I'm Pippin.
Oh yeah, you always say that, man. These analogies, man.
That's what's up. Salute. All right,
yeah, I ain't gonna hold you, man. I'm gonna see you soon, man.
You already know, G.
All right. Appreciate you guys rocking out. Make sure you guys like the video, man. It's been after hours, man. Work on getting better. Just keep putting his work in, man. Trying to see how I can keep bringing y'all this heat, man. Till next time. Subscribe to the channel, man. Salute. Appreciate you guys. Man, y'all saying play some of the beats I used to have. I literally got my old MacBook Pro and the hard drive. They got everything on there. And the hard drive inside the MacBook Pro went out. And the hard drive just stopped working. And I didn't learn till later to start backing up your backup. So if you guys out there, if you got anything that's valuable, make sure you back up your backup. And I still got hopes for it, man. I might try to plug it in this weekend and see what I can pull from it, man. But I had so much stuff that was on there. So much of my shit that was on there, man. But it's all good.
Yeah. Bruh. Yeah. Bruh. Yeah. Yeah. Bruh.
Hello, motherfucker. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Play one more song for y'all. One more song, then we out here.
That's bullshit.
Nope. 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 Nope.
That's bullshit.
Nope.
That's bullshit.
Nope.
That's bullshit.
Nope. Nope.
Definitely fucked that one up. My bad. We out of here, man. I definitely appreciate you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk. Had to clear my throat. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Also, make sure you guys hit the thumbs up right now. Let's take a moment to thumbs up. Till next time.